Zamasu despised the very concept of humanity. In his mind, mortals embodied ignorance, greed, and unchecked desire, qualities unworthy of protection by a supreme Kai. Mortals learn from their mistakes, but their journey toward enlightenment is painfully slow. A god must remain patient, for it is our duty to guide and protect, Kvas reminded him. But what if the mortals we protect aren't worth it at all?
Zamasu countered.
Ever since returning from the planet Barbary, his disdain for humanity had only deepened. The mere thought of their existence filled him with disgust. If these lowly, impulsive creatures could be eradicated, would it not be better to create a more advanced civilization, one that could uphold true harmony and order? Kvas frowned at Zamasu's remarks. The tea in his cup, once clear and serene, had turned murky, mirroring the heavy tension between them. Justice exists to maintain the balance between good and evil. That is why the gods granted wisdom to mortals, Kvas explained. I disagree. Look at Barbary after 1,000 years. The same barbaric conflict persists. And then there's son Goku, a mortal who dared to challenge a god. Is that not an unforgivable act of defiance? Zamasu argued. Lord Kvas, mortals have been given wisdom, yet they only abuse it. They taint the world with their corruption. In my eyes, such behavior is the very definition of evil. Kvas sighed and gazed at his reflection in the now darkened tea. Zamasu, the duty of a supreme Kai is to observe and wait. This is the principle we have upheld for eons, and it is the justice we must abide by. Now go and prepare another pot of tea. Zamasu bowed and withdrew, but his heart seethed with frustration. Master Kvas, I will show you through my actions. Sometimes, mere protection is a sin in itself. A seed of destruction had been planted within Zamasu's heart. The more he witnessed the greed and corruption of mortals, the more he became convinced they were beyond redemption. Would it not be better to eliminate them entirely? Wouldn't it be wiser to take a shortcut and forge a new world in his own vision, a world of absolute peace, governed by pure ideals? Even after a millennium, Barbary had not changed. The creatures there remained locked in perpetual conflict, squandering the gods' patience. They even had the audacity to attack Supreme Kai out of ignorance and blind violence. Such folly only fueled Zamasu's hatred further. Meanwhile, on Earth in the 7th universe, Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow as she stepped back from the restored time machine.
All done.
The time machine is fully functional again, she announced proudly. Future Trunks exhaled in relief, his heart swelling with gratitude.
Thank you.
Though this Bulma was not his mother, her familiar face and reassuring presence filled him with warmth. No need to thank me. Just make sure you, Vegeta, Goku, and Li Su return safely, Bulma said with a smile. The four climbed into the time machine, which hovered in midair before vanishing in a flash of light. Their journey into the future had begun. The time machine moved swiftly through the fabric of reality, emerging into a devastated world. The future lay in ruins, a wasteland of destruction and despair. A large yellow time machine shimmered as it descended from the sky, coming to a slow halt on the ground. The four travelers stepped out, their eyes scanning the desolation before them. The once thriving city was now a graveyard of shattered buildings and scorched earth. Explosions had left deep scars upon the landscape, remnants of a battle fought long ago.
Trunks.
Vegeta's sharp voice cut through the silence as he saw Trunks rushing forward. Trunks stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on an object half buried in the rubble. He knelt down, trembling fingers brushing against it. This is Xiao Wu's hat, he whispered. His breath hitched as memories flooded his mind. She was here. Right before I left, she had fallen in this very spot. But now, her body was gone. Trunks clenched Xiao Wu's hat tightly, his hands trembling with rage, his eyes burning with fury. Li Su hurried forward while Son Goku remained still, scanning the desolate surroundings. Despite the eerie silence, something felt undeniably off. Though he couldn't pinpoint the source of his unease, his instincts told him danger lurked nearby. Just as Son Goku took a few steps forward, figures emerged from the ruins. Ordinary humans, armed with rifles, raised their weapons and aimed directly at him. You bastards! 747. You'll pay for what you did to my comrades, one of them shouted angrily. Before Son Goku could react, he noticed a massive artillery cannon positioned above them, its barrel aimed at the sky. He sighed internally. The survivors of this world had clearly become stronger, their battle experience against Black Goku honing their resilience and skills. Trunks wasted no time. With a swift motion, he drew the long sword from his back and launched himself toward the artillery above. In a single slash, the naval cannons scattered into fiery debris, lighting up the sky. The rebels flinched, readying their weapons again, but Trunks landed before them in a flash. Trunks, It's you, one of them gasped in realization. Vegeta, Son Goku, and Lee Su soon understood. The people who had just attacked were part of a rebel army resisting Black Goku's oppression. They had mistaken them for enemies. I'm sorry, one of the rebels said. You look too much like the Dark One. We had to be sure. It's fine, Trunks assured them. Let me introduce you. This is Son Goku, Vegeta, and Lee Su. I brought them from the past to help us defeat Black Goku. The rebels murmured in astonishment, their expressions shifting from hostility to hope. So you've brought warriors from another time. This might be the breakthrough we need to end the Dark One's tyranny. Their morale lifted, and the weary fighters finally showed signs of relief. Trunks had always been their hero, the symbol of their resistance, and now he had returned with allies. It rekindled their faith in victory. We always believed you would come back, one rebel added. Xiao Wu told us you would.
Trunks' eyes widened. Wait.
Xiao Wu is still alive. His voice trembled with shock and hope. The thought of Xiao Wu surviving this nightmare was more than he dared to imagine. The rebels led Trunks and his allies to their base, a hidden refuge barely standing after repeated attacks from Black Goku. As they walked, they learned the grim reality: the resistance had suffered massive losses. Most of their people had perished. Only the elderly, the wounded, and the weak remained.
Trunks clenched his fists.
I'm sorry. I failed to protect them. No, you've done more than anyone else could, a rebel reassured him. Lee Su pulled back a worn curtain, revealing rows of injured survivors. Some lay motionless, their bodies scarred by battle. Others barely clung to life. The sight filled him with anger and sorrow. Seeing a young girl cowering behind the adults, her eyes filled with fear, Lee Su knelt down and gently placed his hand on her trembling head.
It's okay.
We're here to help. The room fell silent as he stepped forward and spoke.
Make some space.
Though confused, the rebels obeyed. As they stepped aside, Lee Su moved his hands, and suddenly, a bountiful feast appeared on the ground before them. The rebels gasped. You thought of everything, Trunks said, his voice filled with emotion. To those who had suffered war's devastation, this meal was nothing short of a miracle.
Lee Su shook his head. It wasn't me.
This was Bulma's doing.
Mother.
Trunks' eyes glistened with gratitude. No matter the situation, Bulma always ensured they had what they needed. Even the time machine that brought him back had been her work. As the weary rebels ate, Trunks turned to his allies. Now that we've regrouped, we need a plan. Our mission isn't just to fight, we must protect these people. If things go south, I'll make sure they escape safely. Lee Su, Son Goku, and Vegeta exchanged glances before nodding. They were ready for the battle ahead.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Such a scene looks really sad, broken stones and ruins, but I see a better and more perfect future world in this ruin. And the bugs like humans will eventually be wiped out by me exhausted, ushered in the final judgment. Black Goku stood on a high place, looking at the ruins below, feeling a little excited at the same time. No matter what, his efforts for so long were not in vain. Even the human beings created by God possess the wisdom bestowed by God, but at the same time their greed makes the world a mess and dirty. Now what Black Goku has to do is to set things right, and through his own efforts, suppress evil and restore justice in his heart. However, just as Black Goku was feeling emotional and excited at the same time, suddenly within this dark space, a place silently lit up, and a golden light appeared. As if someone deliberately provoked and guided him to the past, the dark man's mouth twitched, and his figure suddenly disappeared in this desolate high place, and at this time there was no dark man's breath or figure. Dark people? 35. In an extra spacious area, Son Goku's palm moved slightly, and a golden light suddenly popped up. The purpose of the three of them doing this is also to attract the dark people. Just when the golden light suddenly appeared above the sky, a gust of wind suddenly blew up not far from them, and a whirlwind swept through. After the whirlwind passed, a Black Goku appeared in the sky. He has the same appearance and body as Son Goku, but he is wearing dark clothes. At the same time, the earrings that were fished in the left ear all showed a difference from Son Goku. Yo, not bad, I have already destroyed the time machine. You guys were able to build a time machine again in such a short period of time. The dark man stood in the air, looked at the three people standing on the ground, clapped his hands in praise, and his tone was full of admiration. At this moment, Vegeta broke out in the state of Super Saiyan's blue, but the dark people saw that there was no trace of fear and panic. On the contrary, he looked calm and did not seem to think that he would encounter much trouble in the future. Since the appearance of the dark man, Trunks has widened his eyes and has been staring at the dark man in the air. Seeing its nuances, Trunks thought deeply. Don't talk too much, I'm here to solve you today. Vegeta's temper is still very hot. After Super Saiyan's blue state is freely transformed, he punches with his right fist, and with great power, whistles towards the Dark Man in the air. And obviously, the attitude of the Dark people has completely angered Vegeta. In addition, what he saw in the resistance base before about the current situation of mankind, he was even more angry. No matter what you say, there is no resistance in the face of absolute strength. Vegeta struck out with both fists like a storm, and with a deep howl with both hands, he slammed hard on the Dark Man. At this time, the Dark Man can only keep his arms in front of his arms and maintain a state of defense. But even in this way, in Li Su's opinion, Vegeta's attack did not cause any harm to the Dark people. On the contrary, Vegeta's own strength has also been continuously depleted in the process of such constant beating. And during this battle, Vegeta suddenly felt that the aura of the Dark Man in front of him suddenly changed, which was extraordinarily strange. Vegeta took back the attack and hurried back. What was this breath just now? Vegeta clearly felt the strange atmosphere in the Dark people. Compared with the previous battle with Kakarot, the strength of the Dark people has increased a lot now. It turns out that the human beings of the fighting nation can stimulate their physical potential to this extent, which is really eye-opening for me. Saying this, the Dark Man slowly came out of the cave just now, and the whole person looked even more sinister. 750. Even the corners of the Dark Man's mouth rose inexplicably, as if he was expecting something extraordinarily exciting. But do you think that only you, Super Saiyan, can master such abilities? But how can a lowly human body be compared with a god? 35. Uncle Son Goku, he just said God? This person should be Zamasu. Trunks was extremely nervous, listening to the words of the Dark Man in midair. He could hear some differences. Within this empty area, the blue light of Vegeta Super Saiyan's blue blazes. At this moment, the Dark Man raised his arms and spread his arms, and at the same time showed a state of extreme anger and excitement. After that, his body gradually became dark purple and pink, his hair showed a dazzling golden color, and a pink halo appeared around him, like a blazing fire. And ants like you should be bowing down at the feet of God. My current state, according to the words of you ants, is called Super Saiyan Pink. It's really disgusting to say that. 35. I have to say the current state of the Dark people. It was unbearable for Li Su and Son Goku, as if he had entered a supernatural state, belonging to a higher state above 10,000 people. What are you talking to yourself? Now your opponent is me. Vegeta is very angry at the current state of the Dark Ones. Do you think you can still be my opponent now? It's just over your own strength. Vegeta was completely irritated by Black Goku's words, and roared a little bit with her toes. How could Vegeta, who was in the state of Super Saiyan's blue, be willing to be insulted by words like the Dark Man? Vegeta's fist was like a storm, and it was desperately hitting Zamasu, the Dark Man on the opposite side. It's too much for you. If that's the case, then I'll do it for you. The corner of Black Goku's mouth twitched, and his peach-colored hair set off a completely different face from Son Goku, which was extremely evil. Black Goku tightly wrapped Vegeta's fist with one hand, and with the pink energy on his body obviously increasing, he completely resisted Vegeta's offensive. Vegeta still didn't give up, increased her power output, and started to attack the Dark people in front of her again. Under such a powerful attack, the Dark Man was completely knocked down by Vegeta, his body fell, and he appeared horizontal. Ha, now your home game is over. However, at this moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, the corner of Black Goku's mouth twitched. At the same time, his right hand stretched out and straightened, showing a state like a sharp blade. And this peach-colored blade slammed into Vegeta's body directly under everyone's attention. Vegeta, who had just attacked violently, was completely traumatized by this extremely strong offensive. Okay, this is the end of your performance now. After speaking, the Dark Man violently pulled out the palm of his hand and turned the blade out of Vegeta's body, and the corner of his mouth was slightly hooked, looking even more evil. You bastard. Vegeta coughed out a mouthful of blood, and then the whole body was suspended in midair, unable to support it any longer due to the damage to her body. He staggered slightly in the air, and then fell directly to the ground. Vegeta's body fell suddenly and fell directly to the ground, smashing a large hole in the ground. The smoke filled with gunpowder, accompanied by the scornful voice of the Dark Man. Trunks became more anxious. Dad. Vegeta hurried over, while Li Su stood there, staring. Looking at the palm of the Dark Man who was still dripping blood in the air, his heart was even more angry. Thanks to Vegeta, I am now even more powerful, which is really pleasant. Trunks, take care of Vegeta. Li Su stood in front of Vegeta, and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan's blue state. His hair has also turned blue, and a blue light group diffused over his body. Uncle Li Su, be careful. Li Su stepped forward and tapped the ground on his toes, and then the whole person was also in the air, standing opposite the Dark Man. It turns out that the pain you said can make you strong, it turned out to be what you meant, and now I understand. Ha ha ha, the more pain, the more I can improve my own strength. Now my strength is completely at the peak that humans can't reach. Even if you understand now, what's the use? Oh, do you think it's like this? Not necessarily. First of all, during the speech process, Li Su instantly used the flash time skill to increase his speed by more than a few points. In an instant, the Dark Man felt that Li Su's actions in front of him suddenly accelerated. With this kind of power, Li Sun can speed up his own speed, so that he can take advantage of the opportunity and give the opponent a fatal blow. The blue of Super Saiyan under the action of flash time is now in a state of tie for the dark people. From this, it can also be imagined how powerful and unmatched the dark man is now. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Li Su's figure moved, and at the same time, a golden halo burst out in Li Su's palm, and it whistled away towards the dark Zamasu on the opposite side. The two people were instantly entangled in midair, one pink and the other golden, and the halos on both sides were instantly entangled in midair. Dad, are you alright? Trunks ran up to Vegeta, who was now lying helplessly on the ground, looking in pain. And now Vegeta is also clenching her teeth and frowning. The figure of the dark man suddenly landed on the height of a building, just standing, and his left and right hands together. A blue light bloomed in the palm of his hand. Kamehameha? Enough, the final blow to them should be up to me. Just as Li Su stood there, he suddenly found that the dark man had completely copied their Kamehameha. The whole person's aura became a little more powerful, ready to perform Son Goku's usual nirvana on them. However, at this moment, in this extraordinarily dark sky, a golden halo suddenly flashed. Like a holy light group, after the dark clouds were completely dispelled, a figure slowly descended, landed on the ground. He fell beside the dark man, and Li Su and Son Goku were even more startled when they saw that man's face. Zamasu? Only now did they realize that the dark man was not Zamasu, and the two were not alone. After finishing you, I hope to build 753 righteous worlds. This wish will finally come true, and you are just the last roadblock. Your idea will not be realized. Li Su tiptoed to the ground and punched his right fist, aiming at Zamasu who was standing high. And Zamasu, at the same time, roared down and the two were entangled together. Li Su's right fist came out, and Zamasu also met with palms. It is different from what Li Su saw in the 10th Universe Supreme Kai Hall before. Now Zamasu's power seems to be obviously different, which is inexplicably strange. And the existence of Saiyan like you who dares to do something to the gods, in my opinion, is even more evil, and it is completely unnecessary. It is completely unnecessary in my just world, so I will naturally teach you on behalf of justice, completely crush and annihilate cleanly. Zamasu, CDDB, put one hand behind his back, and at the same time, he was floating in the air, like a god above, announcing the final judgment on all things in this world. Joke, when is the life and death of human beings determined by you? Zamasu sent out a purple-black light group in one hand, and roared away towards Li Su below. Li Su hurriedly used the time condensation technique, which instantly slowed the flow of time around Zamasu. The speed of the purple-black light group arriving in front of Li Su gradually slowed down, and Li Su was thus able to avoid it smoothly and landed in a blind spot. However, at this moment, Super Saiyan Peach Hong also came out from that blind spot, holding a peach-colored sharp blade in his hand, turning his palm into a blade, and slashing hard towards Li Su. You don't move, I said, they are my last prey. There is no way. My body can feel the huge energy radiating from the ant on the opposite side. I can hardly control the thoughts in my heart. Well, since it's like this, let's clean up the group of ordinary humans on the opposite side, so that we can have the opportunity to create a just world of our own. Super Saiyan Dahong and Zamasu stood in one place even more aggressively looking at Li Su and Son Goku standing aside. Both Li Sun and Son Goku were back to back, looking at Super Saiyan Dahong and Zamasu from different directions. Both of them were aggressive, pacing towards Li Su and Son Goku. Be careful that the opponent this time is extraordinarily difficult. I know, and so do you. 35. Zamasu narrowed his eyes slightly, walked out slowly from the place where the smoke was noisy, and then stood still. In the right hand, a purple-black halo appeared. Aiming at where the two were, Son Goku and Li Su instantly dispersed. At the same time, Super Saiyan Dahong and Zamasu are obsessed with each other. Li Su and Son Goku. Super Saiyan Dahong and Li Su are entangled, and Son Goku and Zamasu are also caught in the process of entanglement. When Son Goku was in the Supreme Kai Temple, you, a weak Saiyan, dared to challenge the gods above. I will never forget this shame. For Zamasu, Son Goku's provocation and blasphemy against God at that time almost became a knot in his heart, which led to his gradual development in this direction in the future. And Super Saiyan Dahong can't wait to get Li Su's ability at this time. Saiyan Dahong can also see Li Su's ability now, which is much stronger than Son Goku. The constant battle pain can make its own strength copied and engraved, so that its own strength can be continuously enhanced. The dark man's mouth twitched, and at the same time he attacked with his right hand, aiming his right hand at Li Su's place, intending to slash hard. As soon as Li Su hides, using the condensation technique, the current battle of the dark man Dahong is still very fierce. In the left hand of Super Saiyan's pink, the palm of the hand was expanded and the pink lightsaber kept hitting. Li Su hurriedly dodged. The figure flashed, and he instantly appeared behind Super Saiyan Dahong through teleportation. He lifted his right foot, and was about to attack, when he suddenly found that Super Saiyan's figure was gone, and hurriedly turned around, but he was already injured. A burst of pink light was aimed directly at Li Su, just hitting Li Su's abdomen. Li Su didn't notice, and was slammed to the ground, and a thick smoke of gunpowder passed by. It appeared on the ground, there was a huge pothole, Li Su was in it, and then slowly stood up from the ground. Is this your strength? Li Su was completely annoyed and asked slowly after standing up. Li Su has never been knocked down since he had the power of a god. Li Su stepped forward at a high speed, gathered chi energy in his palm, and split the black Goku with a knife in one hand. Oh hoo hoo hoo. With a wicked laugh, the Black Goku recovered. Immortal body. Li Su looked at this Black Goku secretly and sighed that it was tricky, not that he couldn't defeat him, but that he couldn't kill him at all. It would only make the Black Goku stronger and stronger. Asshole. Looking at it, I found that Super Saiyan Mamako and Zamasu are now besieging Son Goku, so I hurried to run. Uncle Goku, take the sword. In the middle of Zamasu and Son Goku's battle, Trunks sees the moment and growls. Immediately, he threw the long sword that he had been wearing to Son Goku a little toes, and instantly caught the long sword thrown by Trunks. Following his teleportation, he instantly appeared in front of Zamasu. Moving his hand, the long sword stabbed into Zamasu's body fiercely. But what Son Goku didn't expect was that after the long sword pierced, not a single drop of blood appeared. And Zamasu didn't look in any pain or anything else. Don't struggle, an immortal body is naturally not something that an ordinary person like you can handle. Not dead. Son Goku pulled out his long sword and saw that the place where Zamasu had been stabbed so hard was starting to grow up again, like a newborn, and there was no sign of any wound. Although it is said that human wisdom is a precious wealth bestowed upon mankind by God, but now it seems that you will only abuse such wisdom, so now it is necessary for God to completely deprive the world in which human beings live, so as to establish a just world of Order 5. The seemingly immortal body was the perfect match for an exceptionally flawless god like him. Final flash? Son Goku still didn't believe in evil. He moved his hand slightly, and instantly unleashed his strongest attack as a Super Saiyan. A burst of intense light roared towards Zamasu on the opposite side. After a burst of gunpowder smoke filled the air, even though the ground had been hit with a big hole by this extraordinarily tyrannical energy, Zamasu was still standing still intact. The corner of Zamasu's mouth is slightly hooked. How can he look like the god of justice he has always preached? You can try as much as you can. You have to know that you can only wait to die in vain after you have exhausted all the abilities of your whole body. What a wonderful feeling this is. Zamasu looked at Son Goku not far away and felt extremely relieved. You have to know that at that time Son Goku dared to challenge a noble god in the Supreme Kai Hall, under the watchful eyes of all. How utterly inferior was this? And he was actually defeated by Son Goku at that time, which made him extremely angry and disgusted at any time. For flowers. The undead, how powerful and foul it sounds. But Li Su naturally has an immortal body, so the comparison between the two is also a protracted battle. Kamehameha. Son Goku and Li Su were back to back, and Super Saiyan Dahong, who was standing not far away at this moment, suddenly merged his left and right palms in silence, and displayed Kamehameha. A pink light suddenly appeared here, forming a huge halo. Son Goku was about to dodge, but Zamasu's figure suddenly stepped forward. With his arms tightly hooped, he instantly hooped Goku in his own arm, preventing them from fighting each other. Don't waste your energy, and accept God's final judgment on this world with me. Years. As an immortal, Zamasu is naturally not afraid of the power of Qigong, but Son Goku is naturally not. Therefore, Son Goku was also seriously injured after this extremely strong light group passed. What Zamasu didn't expect was that Li Su could survive this powerful airflow attack intact, and he could even break free from his attack in this situation. At this moment, there was a sudden flash of smoke in the space, making Zamasu and Super Saiyan Dahong unable to see the scene in front of them. Small tricks like this, which must be done by ordinary humans, are really annoying. I will wait until Zamasu and Super Saiyan Dahong can see the scene in front of them again. But all of a sudden, there was a blank space in front of them. Li Su, Son Goku, Trunks, and Vegeta had completely disappeared, leaving only a rubble with broken walls. During the battle between the four just now, Xiao Wu led the rebel army in the dark to observe every move on the field. Seeing that the four of them were now in danger, the rebels showed their smoke. Taking advantage of this time, Li Su and Trunks quickly moved Son Goku and Vegeta. Although Li Su is an immortal body, there is nothing to be afraid of, but if Li Su alone protects the safety of the remaining three people, this is indeed something Li Su cannot do. After the four returned to the rebel base, Li Su's own fairy beans had all been used up in the previous fight, and the fairy beans 763 on Son Goku were not brought before coming to the future world, so Vegeta's life was in jeopardy. Li Su had no choice but to discuss with Xiao Wu. After obtaining Xiao Wu's consent, the four returned to the normal world 17 years ago. At the critical moment, the time machine was finally buried in this ruined future world, and set off again to return to their original world. The time machine has landed, the hatch has just opened, and the three Vegeta Trunks and Son Goku collapsed instantly. This appearance surprised Shishi and Bulma. After giving each of the three a fairy bean, Li Su, in disguise, told everyone a general story about the future world. What? Zamasu is the biggest villain enemy? Immortal? What's going on? Actually, I don't quite understand. That is, in the future world, Zamasu and the Dark Man are not alone. And the Dark Man also transformed into Super Saiyan Pink during the battle. Li Su frowned and looked at Vegeta and Son Goku Trunks, who were slowly waking up after taking Xiando and opening their eyes. Yeah, what are these? I'm dizzy listening to it. Even though he said this, Bulma still didn't quite understand, but he felt that things about the future world were getting more and more complicated. Looks like I need to go out now and look for clues about Zamasu. At least Zamasu in this world is still just an intern Supreme Kai, not like forming a huge villain boss with an undead body in the future world. Li Su came to the Supreme Kai Hall of the 7th universe alone. At the same time, during the conversation with Supreme Kai, I learned some unexpected news. There are some things I feel I need to tell you. 35. It was only later that Li Su learned that Zamasu had inquired about the Super Dragon Ball and Son Goku during this period of time from the sage Zeno. Because Zeno felt something was wrong, he hurriedly told Supreme Kai the news. And this way, Li Su probably understood, and felt a little faint in his heart. Maybe in this time and space, we can find the reason why Zamasu becomes immortal in the future world, and why does the Super Saiyan pink phenomenon appear. It turned out that Zamasu lost the last battle with Son Goku and was very dissatisfied, so he wanted to defeat Son Goku, which inspired his desire for power. In fact, what Li Su thinks is a rough fact, and now Zamasu also wants to pass the Super Dragon Ball, so as to continuously improve his own strength. Only after strengthening one's own strength can one be able to contain those ordinary human beings who dare to challenge the gods. I guess that after getting the Super Dragon Ball, Zamasu will make a wish to get a servant with the same body as Son Goku, and this appearance can smoothly explain the situation of dark people appearing in the future world. What's going on? Li Su guessed like this, and only this way is the most logical. At this moment, Li Su thought of the ring of time worn on the fingers of the dark man, and was a little puzzled in his heart. At the same time, I have some bad feelings in my heart. It seems that something bad will happen between Supreme Kai Zamasu and Supreme Kai Kvas of the 10th universe. You must know that the Ring of Time, as an identity certificate for Supreme Kai, has always been very valuable. How could it fall into the hands of Super Saiyan Dahong for no reason? There must be some reasons. No, 10th universe Supreme Kai Kvas may be in danger. 35. Thinking of this, Li Su hurriedly went to the Supreme Kai Hall of the 10th universe with Whis, for example, the three of them. Pushing the door and entering, Kvas was sitting on the spot drinking tea slowly, looking as if nothing had happened. Master Kvas, are you alright? Is Zamasu here? 35. The three of them landed around the Supreme Kai Hall of the 10th universe, as they had been there a few days ago, surrounded by ancient trees and fragrant of tea. What can I do? It just so happens that Zamasu isn't here today. Sorry, we have something to ask him in person. Whis smiled and looked at Kvas, who had stood up, behind his right hand. What's wrong? From what Li Su said, Zamasu may have some problems in the future world. So we have something to ask him. Li Su and Beerus Whis were in the 10th universe Supreme Kai Hall, and after waiting for a long time, Zamasu slowly appeared. However, Zamasu at this time looked the same as usual, and nothing else seemed to happen. If it wasn't for Li Su who first heard about it from Supreme Kai, and now that Zamasu has gradually pursued power, Li Su naturally would not have thought that the man in front of him has gradually evolved into an ugly beast with an ugly mind. Master Kvas, we have returned to the future world again, and there we found that the future world is desolate, and the culprit is now here with you. It seems respectful, and it is because of the good disciple you chose, Zamasu. 35. How can it be like this? Although Zamasu has been a little confused recently because of questions about justice, but now all his doubts have been resolved smoothly by me, there should be no such 23 situations. Beerus was promoted to gods of destruction and could clearly perceive the killing intent in the air. And now Beerus can clearly conclude that now Zamasu has murderous and malicious intentions towards Kvas. From the previous inference of Whis, now Zamasu must kill the 10th universe king, and then get the ring from the current Supreme Kai Kvas, and become the latest king. God can logically have 10 rings, and can smoothly travel through time and space. Thinking about it, this is the only method that can make him have no stumbling blocks in front of him. In this way, you can freely travel through time and space, and you don't have to wait for a year to directly collect the Super Dragon Ball and make a wish to it. Buried? 39. At this moment, Beerus happened to see Zamasu sneaking behind Kvas, as if he was about to shoot at Kvas. Therefore, with the palm of Beerus's hand, Zamasu disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, like dust, completely broken into molecules. With an extremely shrill voice, Zamasu changed and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Because Zamasu's misdeeds have been caught, even if Kvas doesn't believe that Zamasu has completely deteriorated now, there is no way to be like this. I hope you will keep your eyes open when you accept apprentices in the future. Yes. Beerus closed his palms slightly and retracted them, then his face was serious, looking at the 10th universe Supreme Kai Kvas who was beside him and said slowly. Li Su doesn't know why, even now, the main culprit of this whole thing is to make the future world become so shabby. Zamasu, the initiator of the ruins, has been completely annihilated, but Li Su still feels a little uneasy in his heart. It seems that this matter is not really over, I don't know why, but now reason tells him that the initiator has been brought to an end, so the future world can now be changed. Therefore, in this case, Li Su returned to the Earth of the 7th universe with this question in mind. Bulma is very concerned about this matter, perhaps because of the connection between mother and child in the original world. Bulma is very unbearable for adult Trunks, so she also begged Li Su to participate in this matter. Although Li Su felt that this matter was very difficult, he felt helpless when he saw Bulma begging so hard. It can be regarded as a little compensation for the Trunks in the original world. When they returned to the Earth of the 7th universe, Trunks was very happy to know that Zamasu had disappeared. So Li Su, Trunks, Son Goku, and Bulma are back in the future again. Although Beerus and Angel Whis, who are gods of destruction, are reluctant to deal with such a situation, and naturally warned them, but there is nothing that cannot be solved by a meal. Therefore, it only takes an extraordinarily rich lunch to close the mouths of Beerus and Whis tightly. After that, several people set off again after the time machine flashed in the 7th universe Earth, and completely disappeared and appeared on the Earth in the future world. Originally, these people thought that they wanted to take a look here to confirm that the future world has returned to its original appearance. But they didn't expect that when the time machine came to the future world, the place they saw was still a ruin, and the appearance was the same as before they left. And this appearance also proves that everything they did in the past world was useless. Zamasu is still alive, but the future world is still in despair and ruins, not being saved. What is going on? Obviously Zamasu was not killed. And whose reason is this? What the hell is going on with that Zamasu and the Dark Man? For all this, Lisu was actually full of doubts and came to the site of the future world. Now it's the equivalent of letting Zamasu and that Super Saiyan know about their arrival. Seeing that the future world is still in ruins, Lisu is now full of vigilance, looking at everything around him that may be dangerous at any time. And this matter is as Lisu expected. In this future world, all the gods are completely annihilated. Not anymore, even gods of destruction. Supreme Kai was completely killed by Zamasu and that Super Saiyan rose. Zamasu has become the ruler and god in this dark world, so Zamasu can fully feel all the breaths in this world. Yo, here they come. In an empty valley, in a very quiet and clean small house, Super Saiyan Dahong and Zamasu sat opposite to drink tea slowly. The movements and expressions of the two people are even the same. Zamasu was the first to put down the teacup and felt a different breath coming from the air, so the corner of his mouth twitched. The whole person looked even more excited, as if it was the excitement and Ling Kai's happiness that his prey fell into the palm of his hand. Zamasu found his worth in this universe and almost fulfilled his wish. This is human beings. Ridiculous human beings. As long as this step is completed, then the Human Zero plan is completely completed. It is really a pleasant day, Zamasu said. In that case, Lisu is here, and I can make my own strength even stronger by fighting against him, which is really a pleasant thing. Super Saiyan Dahong also put down the teacup, and both of them were very excited. In this extraordinarily clean room, there were no more figures of the two of them. With a flash of teleportation, he instantly appeared in the ruined city. In Zamasu's view, these people may be their last revolt against this sinful land. God gave wisdom to humans, but these humans did not make good use of it because of their greed and sin. With the wisdom endowed by God, he keeps getting stronger, and the reason for getting stronger is nothing but power and wealth, which is also the reason why Zamasu believes that human beings are evil. On the contrary, it will only increase the killings and fall into endless tyranny and repeated battles, which is something that a god like him cannot forgive no matter what. And those other gods who can only stand above the ground will only guard and check on the side, silently watching the changes of human beings over thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It is impossible to be as firm-minded as him, and to contain such an extremely ugly human existence. The figures of Zamasu and Super Saiyan Dahong suddenly appeared in the ruins. So much so that Lisu and Son Goku Trunks found the two in midair within a year. Welcome to the carnival of this banquet. Yes, Revel Zamasu calls this action it has been doing as Project Zero for humanity. Yes, but with such a domineering name, you can roughly know what he means. It is to completely kill all human beings on the earth through their so-called righteous actions. Only after cleaning up all the ugly humans, you can need as you like. Create a new century that fits his heart and mind. And in such a new world full of order and peace, he Zamasu transformed into a god in that world who is the ruler and the supreme being. The two sides have already settled on Son Goku, taking the lead. A simple-minded Saiyan like Son Goku, when he sees the same Super Saiyan pink as his face, the state of Super Saiyan's blue has directly erupted, and both of them started to compete with their toes a little. Son Goku attacked with his right fist, and the Dark Man Dahong also met his palms at the first time. The figures of the two men instantly fought in midair and began to entangle. And it's clear that Peach has a lot of contempt for Son Goku's current situation. You give up, you can't beat me. And how could Son Goku be handled by just a few words? Therefore, with a loud roar, the two started fighting again. On the other hand, Zamasu is now on the opposite side of Lisu. Both of them are immortal, so their actions are not so rough and sharp. I already know your general plan now. Don't you just wish through the Super Dragon Ball to accomplish your own, Zhao Wangzhao, ulterior motive, and the Dark Man is also what you wished through the Super Dragon Ball, right? Yes, it seems that the itinerary of your past world was not in vain. Zamasu clapped slightly and looked very praised, guessing that there is no need for human beings who guessed the mind of the gods. The gods have always been high above, and they are not guessed by such a lowly and ugly human being. It has to be said that even at this time, Zamasu's attitude towards the superiority of gods and the maintenance of order by justice is still 1/10 of the land. In his opinion, all he has to do is to maintain justice, and human beings are the real initiators and culprits. Thank you for your compliment, but I don't quite understand a bit what is going on with that Dark Man. It's actually very simple. I just collected the Super Dragon Ball and made a wish to the Dragon God to exchange my body with Son Goku. Oh, that's why. Now Lisu also fully understands why the Dark Man can transform freely like their Saiyan and become Super Saiyan. Lisu can change freely due to system reasons, but the Dark Man turned out to be able to reunite with the future Zamasu by exchanging the body of Son Goku, who died prematurely in the future world, and set off a fire in the future world. Bloody storm. Okay, now the question and answer time is over, let's go to the main course smoothly. Now both Zamasu and Saiyan Dahong are very excited, they look at each other 780, they both make the same movement, the horse stance is open, and the right hand is attacking. Because the two are Zamasu, their cooperation is also seamless. Compared with Li Su and Son Goku, they have a lot of tacit understanding. Between the two Zamasu's right hands, a huge energy surged out in an instant and aimed at where Li Su and Trunks' Son Goku were below, so a big crater was hit on the ground. The huge energy carried a strong wind, which was displayed in front of Li Su and Son Goku, and the pink color showed the huge energy contained in it. Even the broken wall of the ruins on the side collapsed instantly due to the impact of this violent energy. The other remaining human beings were also affected, and hurriedly grabbed the tall buildings around them, so as to make their figure stand still and not be affected. And after a thick smoke of gunpowder passed, Son Goku, Li Su and Trunks stood unharmed in the pothole. Unharmed, without the slightest damage. You look like this, really hateful. So Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan and burst out instantly, heading towards Zamasu and Super Saiyan on the opposite side. Even if Li Su was shouting behind him, he couldn't stop them. From Li Su's point of view, it's still dangerous for Son Goku to break out directly. After all, it is well known that Zamasu has made a wish to Shenron to become immortal. So even though Son Goku was attacking strongly, Zamasu was able to rely on his own terrifying healing method without being affected in the slightest. Now, I can't take care of that anymore. Son Goku took the lead, heading towards that Super Saiyan Pink, fists carrying strength and innovation Saiyan Pink entangled, and just when the two were in fourth gear, suddenly behind Son Goku, Zamasu suddenly appeared with his right hand spread out in the palm of his hand, showing a violent halo. The place to aim at Son Goku was to hit him hard. Due to the battle with Super Saiyan Pink, CDDB, in front, Son Goku was not able to stop him immediately, and he was seriously injured and fell directly to the ground. Son Goku. In the sky, a pink and a purple color are intertwined, like the final judgment of the gods for these stupid and ignorant humans. Saiyan, as the last remnants of humanity, you have been bouncing around for a long time now, and today is the end of humanity and the beginning of a new world. As soon as the words were over, the two of them looked a little intoxicated, and even vaguely imagined what a normal, orderly, and peaceful paradise they would build in the future. Super Saiyan Toro and Zamasu are back to back because they are both Zamasu. Therefore, the cooperation was extremely tacit, and when the palm was stretched out in the direction of Li Su, two violent light clusters were released. Li Su hurriedly dodged, and the tall building behind Li Su was hit hard, and there was a violent explosion that burst into flames. With a bang, the huge building with more than 20 floors collapsed directly like this. The battle of several people is still very anxious, and the huge golden fire is mixed with the fierce wind, and it has been whistling here. Even the intense light made Son Goku unable to open his eyes. Son Goku, don't you want to know the whereabouts of your family? This is a fun thing. 35. Until now, Zamasu still remembers the humiliation that Son Goku treated him at the 10th Universe Supreme Kai Hall. Although this thing is just a very normal competition for Son Goku, and Zamasu was unfortunately defeated, but for Zamasu, this was an extremely unbearable thing for him. So it was at that time that the thirst for power and the disgust for Son Goku were planted in his heart. Therefore, at this time, if there is one thing that can seriously stimulate Son Goku, this is something he is very willing to see. Family? What have you done to them? Actually, I don't need to say that you can think of it. After I killed you with this right hand, I killed Shishi and Goten in the same way. Such cruel words slowly spit out from Zamasu's mouth, like a sharp blade with venom, and he is very happy about Son Goku's current painful condition. Since this man dared to speak disrespectful words to the gods, it was the end of his life. This stupid human being, with the wisdom bestowed by God, even did it to himself, is simply unforgivable, so it is entirely his own fault to get the result he is now, and he can't blame others at all, and death is their final destination. To know that the key to Super Saiyan's continuous improvement is anger, and Zamasu's words like now have angered Son Goku. Zamasu took Son Goku's body while killing Son Goku and his family. This is absolutely unbearable for the current Son Goku, so even if he is physically injured now, Son Goku has transformed into the source of Super Saiyan's power, which is to protect and anger, protect the Earth human, and anger is Saiyan's cornerstone of power. Zamasu's words completely stimulated Son Goku and touched the inverse scale in Son Goku's heart. At this time, Son Goku was still striving to support him, and in an instant, there was more potential in his body, and the state of Super Saiyan's blue became more and more intense. He moved quickly with his body, and at this time, Li Su also exerted his strength to condense the time, slowing down the speed of the space around Super Saiyan and Zamasu for a few seconds. At the same time, Li Su also threw himself into the fight again, and Li Su's goal was also very clear, that is, to entangle Zamasu, so that the two could not successfully encircle and threaten Son Goku. At this time, Son Goku's inner mind was completely entangled with anger, and at this time he didn't care whether Super Saiyan Pink would continue to get stronger due to its battles. In his heart, he only thought about the tragedy of his family before they died, so Son Goku's fist was more like a lifeless general. It hit the body of the Dark Man fiercely, and soon the Dark Man fell behind. Son Goku threw a punch and roared hard at the opposing Super Saiyan Momo. He hit it directly on the huge building on the opposite side, and after a strong smoke of gunpowder passed, Son Goku came to the opposite side and was about to shoot. Suddenly found that Super Saiyan Dahong, who had just fallen into a coma, opened his eyes, and before Son Goku could react, Super Saiyan Dahong's right palm turned into a blade. In an instant, someone's peach-colored blade stabbed hard at Son Goku's stomach. Attacks like this were completely unexpected for Son Goku, so such a heavy blow knocked Son Goku straight to the ground. In fact, Li Su knows that playing with anger like Son Goku can't have any impact on Super Saiyan Pink at all. The key to the promotion of Super Saiyan Dahong is actually very strange. By absorbing the ability of others in the continuous battle, it is completely through a state similar to copying, so that its own ability can be continuously improved. And the almost unthought-out play like Son Goku, for Super Saiyan Rose, just seems to be more difficult, but in fact it will not cause any damage to it at all. Have to say, your anger is a really pleasant thing. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more strength feedback Super Saiyan gets. Ask for flowers. Therefore, training people naturally hopes to be able to fight against more powerful opponents. And Son Goku is a good example. A body like Saiyan can burst out in the constant battle process, and their own greater potential. Such opponents are not even willing to kill them completely, even Super Saiyan Pink, and even now the Dark people are thinking about whether to circle Son Goku first after this battle is over. After slowly tormenting, he has fully stimulated his own potential, maximize his ability to continuously improve, and then result in his life. This forms a cycle. The more angry Son Goku is, the more powerful the explosion, and the more powerful Son Goku is, the more powerful the Black Goku, who has an immortal body and can learn infinitely. Just like when Li Su came last time, although Li Su can defeat Zamasu, he can't kill Zamasu. On the contrary, because of Li Su, Zamasu becomes more difficult and scarier. Zamasu gradually became stronger, and Li Su and Son Goku frowned. Too disgusting. Zamasu, his current situation is similar to the former Majin Buu, and more powerful than Buu. Buu's ability is only to split and absorb the energy of the opposite side, and absorb the fighting power of the opposite side. And to deal with Buu, you can keep him from getting close and absorb it. Then confront him again, or directly destroy Buu with powerful energy. But now facing the Black Goku, the original combat experience is useless. Immortality, plus the ability to keep learning. This invincible state, no wonder all the gods of the universe were killed by Ancient. While Son Goku played against Super Saiyan Rose, due to an oversight by Son Goku, the loophole was found by Super Saiyan Rose. The palm turned into a blade, and it stabbed at Son Goku's abdomen in an instant, and this blow caused Son Goku's body to suffer a lot of damage. Son Goku hurriedly stepped back and stood in midair, while Super Saiyan Dahong was directly attacking. The color of the sharp blade in the palm of the hand became more and more intense in an instant. The momentum around Super Saiyan Pink is also more and more tyrannical, and as the chi in the Dark Man's hand gradually expanded, it aimed at Son Goku's body. Suddenly, there were countless sharp knives on Son Goku's body piercing his vitals. In the sky, there was a burst of blasting sound, and the dark clouds suddenly rose, and Son Goku's body was savagely thrown on the ground beside him. Li Su hurriedly stepped forward, covering Son Goku's body and confronting Zamasu, the Dark Man. At this time, Trunks also saw that Li Su's ability alone. Maybe it's still a little difficult to deal with two people in the air. Therefore, he mentioned the long sword behind him and joined the team against Zamasu and the Dark Man. No matter how much you struggle, there is only one final result of this matter, that is, the demise of Saiyan can only end. Trunks saw the opportunity and freely transformed into Super Saiyan's blue state. Of course, thanks to the help of Master Li Su, I can mention the state of Super Saiyan Blue so quickly. The momentum on Trunks suddenly increased, back to back with Li Su. He was entangled with the dark scumbag Moss on the opposite side. Zamasu's right hand slashed at Trunks and hit him hard. During this time period, Trunks was actually thinking about a problem. That is, Zamasu has indeed become an immortal state as everyone said. But wouldn't he have a tired and weak stage at all? In the previous battle, Trunks and Li Su have been entangled with Zamasu and Super Saiyan Pink and Black Goku, and Trunks has been keeping his distance from Zamasu, intentionally or unintentionally. And in an instant, Trunks glanced at the punctual point of his toes, and his own strength exploded even more. Immediately, the figure of Trunks disappeared instantly, and suddenly appeared behind Zamasu. Holding both hands, Zamasu's figure was directly fixed so that he could not escape, and then the Trunks themselves burst out with huge energy. Wanting to use his own strength to make Zamasu unable to escape, he gave him a fatal blow. This is also the maximum that Trunks estimates that he can achieve with all his abilities. In the sky above the dim ruins, a golden circle of light suddenly erupted, dazzling. The Trunks fought in the center, controlling Zamasu's figure ruthlessly. But Rangian Trunks had an airflow sharp knife inserted directly into his abdomen, and he shot ruthlessly and mercilessly. That Super Saiyan Dahong had escaped Li Su's attack for some time, and silently moved behind Trunks. Take advantage of Trunks' focus on controlling Zamasu. Suddenly, a pink energy blade entered Trunks' abdomen fiercely from behind Trunks. As it goes, Super Saiyan Rose is merciless. He kicked Trunks, who had nearly fainted in pain, with one foot. It's already the afterglow of the doomsday, so why do you have to struggle? Zamasu felt a little hurt, and perhaps this was the inadequacy of the wisdom God gave these ugly human beings. That is to say, due to the wrong decision of the gods at that time, there must be a new god now to completely correct the mistakes of the gods at that time, and Zamasu is the best candidate. Yes, it is true, you once made a wish to the dragon god and exchanged Son Goku's body, but you thought that only the Son Goku's body you stole could be like Arsyan. How could it be that simple? 5. The stolen body, the potential hidden in the bones. It was impossible for him to obtain, and a body like Son Goku was a battle potential and talent that could only be obtained after countless battles. These are not things that Zamasu 3.1 can understand by making a wish to the dragon god and swapping bodies with Son Goku at all. Therefore, even it seems that the strength talent of the Dark Man is impeccable at all. But for Lisu, what is fake, and even if it is done with hype, it will not become true after all. Since you said that, then you come to test whether these strengths of mine are real or fake. With Super Saiyan's pink words, Lisu's figure instantly disappeared in front of their eyes, and the ultra-high moving speed turned Lisu's body into a phantom. Now to be honest, Lisu was completely irritated by their ugly behavior. And without knowing when, Lisu's figure suddenly appeared behind Super Saiyan Dahong. Suddenly, he hit Super Saiyan's belly hard. That fist carried energy, mixed with a violent breath. Like a storm point, the fists headed towards Super Saiyan desperately. The figure of the man in black hurriedly ducked to the side, but at this moment Lisu moved faster than him. For some reason, the black man felt that his movements were much slower than usual, and right in front of him, Lisu's movements were like a sudden flash, and he couldn't see where Lisu's movements were at all. Lisu's body was soaring in the air, and he directly grabbed the dark man's feet and spun the dark man in the air. Is it possible? Do you think you have much ability? There was a fierce roar in the air, carrying 23 violent strength, and the dark man of Gunna threw it to the side fiercely. And in the midair, there was a golden light group in the sky, heading in the direction of the dark man. And Lisu's appearance naturally did not give the dark man a chance to breathe. The tall building collapsed in response to the sound, a ruin. Those building tiles collapsed silently, the scene was chaotic, and the smoke of gunpowder continued. And this broken wall directly completely blocked the figure of the dark man, and the smoke lingered. And Lisu turned around and faced Zamasu directly. For the body given by God, do you think you can defeat me with just a few punches? Then you are too imaginative. 5. After the smoke lingered in the past, the figure of the dark man slowly emerged from the ruins. Slowly walk out of the ruins. The whole person looked more excited, it seemed to be due to Lisu's battle just now. It makes him more excited now, and his own strength has been continuously enhanced. I have to say that Saiyan's body is really God's best gift to you, and it seems that now I am not willing to kill you directly. With such a good body, it would be a pity if you did not give your own potential to fully inspire allegiance to God. The corner of Super Saiyan's peach red mouth grinned grimly, with a trace of grimness in his eyes. Although the face shape of Son Goku is the same, but compared to the two, Super Saiyan's face is very fierce. Now that the Dark Man occupies Son Goku's body, it is equivalent to having the ability and potential of Super Saiyan. And the key to each advancement in the Super Tournament is actually very simple, that is, anger. Only with endless anger can its own potential be stimulated endlessly, thereby gaining greater energy and constantly breaking through itself. Such things are actually unique to the Saiyan ethnic group. And just now, the dark people also wanted to understand this point of view. After thinking about it like this, Saiyan Dahong is now gradually arousing her own anger. These human beings continue to do evil on this planet through the wisdom bestowed by God. Defile the beautiful planet bestowed by God, and wantonly disrespect God. At the same time defiled this beautiful universe. All this is Zamasu who thinks universe is righteous and angry. Thinking of this, the power source of Super Saiyan Dahong is also increasing. The imposing manner of the whole person seems to be more gigantic, and the range of the color halo displayed on the body continues to increase. And in this Super Saiyan Pink's right hand, the device keeps getting longer and stronger. The dark man's mouth corner Ning Xiao, the whole person seems to have fallen into an extraordinarily crazy situation. And how can such a situation be worthy of the existence of the gods who can guard the universe and guard the human beings? From Lisu's point of view, now this Zamasu has gone completely crazy, and even now this Zamasu has no complete concept of right and wrong and guilt. His current full of thoughts is to completely eliminate human beings, which is the human zero plan he has always mentioned. But with such a domineering name, one can roughly imagine what kind of evil is in his heart. Whether human beings can exist in this world, and how can one person directly decide life and death? Right in front of Lisu's eyes, Super Saiyan Dahong gradually pointed the pink air sword in her right palm directly to the palm of her left hand. In this process, the nano devices are completely consumed. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the public, Lisu saw that Super Saiyan's pink right hand was gradually pulling away again. Suddenly, a more powerful giant sickle appeared in front of everyone. Scythe? Why is it a scythe? In this case, let God complete the final judgment on your lowly and ugly creatures, scumbags. The scythe in Super Saiyan Dahong's hand moved, and Lisu hurriedly escaped, which was also very smooth. Lisu was about to say something, but suddenly found the place where the scythe attacked. In the space, a deep gap has been split by this sickle. In the midair, lightning struck, the storm continued, and there was a violent gust of wind constantly flapping, knocking on the glass of the building, and whistling. Both Zamasu and Super Saiyan Dahong are standing in one place and doing the same action, with the right hand in front. And in the right hand of Super Saiyan Pink, carrying a huge pink sickle at this time. The aura between the three was extremely tense, and it was about to explode. You clearly know that I have the body of immortality, but you want to die. The ugliness and barren wisdom of human beings make it too sad that you dedicate yourself to a process you know to be invincible. That's not necessarily. Who said that the immortal body can only be what you have? Although Li Su didn't say anything about Zamasu's particularly proud words now, Li Su knew that they were immortal. Although it is really difficult for Li Su to play against the two of them alone. It's also a tricky one, but it's not going to die in this fight like Son Goku and Trunks. And right in front of Li Su's eyes, the pink space scar that was split by the sickle. At this time, a thick pink smoke came out slowly, gradually gather in the space, and gradually become a human-shaped appearance, which is the appearance of a dark person. Naturally, this is not the end, and gunpowder smoke continues to condense in this pink crack. There are 7 or 8 dark people with the same appearance and the same strength. Several of them surrounded Li Su in a circle, although there was no movement, but Li Su knew that this situation was very troublesome for him. Therefore, naturally, he would not wait any longer. Li Su moved his hand and immediately hit a duplicate beside him. And soon Li Su discovered in the battle with them that as long as they touched it a little, the clones would be scattered from the pedestrian state. When it condenses again, it becomes a vain state of smoke and then disperses to the side, and when it condenses again, it becomes the state of Super Saiyan Pink. In fact, the strength of each of these clones is no different from that of Super Saiyan Dahong, but they will escape when Li Su attacks. This also means that if it is really a few people fighting, then Li Su is equivalent to one person playing against many people, which is a very unfavorable thing for Li Su. Sure, Li Su was also an academic officer at this time. Since he said that there was no way to completely eliminate them, he would use another method. Make the flow of space around these replicants completely idle? It slowed down to a certain extent, so that in Li Su's eyes, the speed of these people's movements was like a snail. Therefore, this appearance is actually that these people's own strength is fiercer, and their strength is superb. For Li Su, their lethality is also much less. Therefore, Li Su was able to come directly to the Super Saiyan Dahong and Zamasu, and confront the two people standing on the opposite side, 1 against 2. As the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, Zamasu actually has a deep grasp of the power of time. But now they can feel it very clearly when Li Suyi takes action. It seems that the humans on the other side can control time in a way that they are known to only be able to do with the Supreme Kai. So much so that Zamasu was very shocked by what Li Su just revealed. Slightly looked at the gleaming silver ring of time in his hand and fell into contemplation. We seem to be completely wrong, and human beings are not all as weak and powerless as we think. As long as we neglect those ideals, their dry and powerless existence will appear in inadvertent places like drinking water. Even though I think so, but those human beings have their own strength. No matter how powerful he will only be passively beaten in front of the gods. It looks like this game has come to an end, and since it's like this, let's fight it quickly. At this time, Zamasu no longer has the idea of fighting with Li Su for personal stalking. Mastering the power of time and space can transform time and space, which is a very sensitive topic in itself. What's more, Zhao Qinhao, besides, Zamasu doesn't know that Li Su himself is a time-space patrol member. He himself can travel in different time and space. Li Su, who has the body of immortality, can be said to be like Zamasu, with endless recovery ability and vitality. If he doesn't make a big move, it is not enough to cause fatal damage to him. You foolish humans, tremble in front of the gods, Tsunade. At this time, Son Goku, Trunks are also gradually sobering up, looking at Zamasu and Super Saiyan Pink. The two were standing together, and suddenly, Zamasu took off the emerald green that he had hung on his left ear, and put it on his right ear with a grin. Listening to Supreme Kai in the past, they naturally know the meaning of this earring's changing position. Under everyone's attention, a whirlwind suddenly swept across the sky, and the figures of the two began to gradually overlap and fit together. There was a golden light falling from the sky and shining on Zamasu's body. Everyone watched Zamasu's transformation as if they were watching the coming of the gods. The figures of the two Zamasu gradually merged, and when they were condensed in midair, they became the state of the combined Zamasu. Even behind this Zamasu, there is an angel logo like Whis and Vados. It seemed that he really became the last god in this world after he merged. The surrounding is filled with white light, holy and innocent, but such white and coldness is completely inconsistent with him Zamasu. And Son Goku obviously found that the Zamasu after the fit, its own strength has been enhanced a lot. Just the fact that he moved at will in the surrounding space has swept through the violent hurricane, and Son Goku was even faintly untenable. Does that mean that the immortal body and infinitely enhanced power now belong to the combined Zamasu? Li Su nodded slightly, judging from Zamasu's current strength. That's exactly what it looks like, and that just shows that the whole thing is more tricky. If it is said that he is just an ordinary undead body, it will not cause an uproar in this world. But now it is clear that this is a villain with an extremely strong reactionary consciousness and an undead body with infinite power-enhancing abilities. This also means that if it is not cleaned up, it will be a very serious scourge for the future world. And this, whether because of Bull, CDDB, Ma or because of his own identity as a time-space patrolman. This scourge needs Li Su to clean it up and maintain the normal operation of time and space. Li Su stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd, and at this moment, Zamasu stretched out his hands for a while. Li Su quickly stretched out his palm, two violent energies collided with each other, and immediately set off a violent wave explosion. Blade of Judgment. Zamasu's figure soared in midair, his hands spread out, his eyes narrowed slightly. A very enjoyable appearance, the whole person looks like a real god, calm and gentle. But what he is doing now is slaughtering, baptizing innocent lives with blood, and acting like an executioner. Suddenly, a red sharp blade continued to attack the surrounding space. Countless sharp blades exploded when they reached the ground, forming a huge red explosion ring. The crowd was injured, and countless tall buildings were affected by this wave, and pieces of ruins appeared. And Li Su hurriedly cast again to block Zamasu's attack around the protective circle. Give the people under his protection the last trace of peace and tranquility. And I don't know when the surviving humans also came out of the rebel base to see the sacred halo outside, but they also knew that this was not like a god coming into the world. Zamasu as their enemy, even he now tries to be extra holy. But the behavior hidden in the bones also means cruel and ruthless like the devil. Zamasu is like the great flood in Noah's Ark in ancient mythology, washing away all sins and destroying everything. But this era did not appear a human Noah's Ark. So at this time, they also put all their hopes on Li Su. At this time, they see Li Su as a savior, carrying their last hope, which is also the last hope of mankind. If Li Su also loses in the end, then there is no hope for them in the human world. Purple lightning and red knives continue to erupt on this land that is on the verge of collapse, so that such a strong attack made the land unbearable. The land was torn apart, and the magma that was about to move under it gurgled outwards. It was a doomsday situation, and almost everything on the ground was destroyed. This is the power of the gods. Ordinary people, or creatures without god-level combat power, cannot join this battle. Magma erupted, sea water surged, lightning thundered, and whirlwinds continued. This is the power of justice, wisdom, flame, and light that all the gods have given to mankind. I will eventually take it back, so that a new era of more perfect justice can be established. Zamasu looked at all the evil deeds he had done, and he didn't realize it, but even more excited. In his opinion, as long as he thinks about what will be built later, it will be more complete. It is like a paradise, so all the sacrifices made now are very worthwhile. Zamasu, in another sense, is not entirely wrong either. He can make any sacrifice for his own ideal, which is the same as Supreme Kai's philosophy. This is also the reason why the original Supreme Kai Kvass of the 10th universe chose him as his successor. Lightning flashes and thunders in the sky, rubble blows flying, magma bursts out, all of which have made this land on the verge of collapse. No, everything you think is wrong. Whether our human beings survive or not is not decided by your gods at all, but by us human beings. Li Su's body moved, and the momentum around him became more and more intense. In any case, what he is now behind is all the remaining creatures on this earth, so Li Su can't lose in this battle no matter what. Li Su's toes were on his belly in midair, and he mingled with Zamasu, who is now the self-proclaimed god of universe. For a time, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, with golden and purple rays of light intermingled and intertwined. This is what I've been working on for so long. Do you think you can turn things around by yourself? That's ridiculous. Zamasu, who has now become a fusion, has a completely down-to-earth attitude towards the whole situation. Even he knew it might be a little tricky for this out of nowhere Li Su, but this does not affect his final decision, that is, to take all the lower species in this universe. For example, mankind is completely cleaned up, and Li Su is just a stumbling block on his way, nothing more. If that's the case, then try it. I will concentrate everyone's wishes to fight against you, and there will be no chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Su condensed all the power in his body and aimed at Zamasu, who was in the air opposite him. Zamasu now looks noble and sacred, like a real god with a huge sacred aperture behind Zamasu, pure and clean. At this time, Zamasu's hand also had a huge purple power, and he gradually closed his eyes, aiming 1 meter in Li Su's direction. Both of them were gradually exerting their strength, and the wind sounded in the surrounding space for a while, and it seemed that there were even more breathing sounds. The entire space was silent, and even the humans below did not dare to speak out easily, for fear of disturbing Li Su's actions. And now all human beings have gathered their last hope on Li Su. If Li Su was defeated, it would show that their human species no longer had enough power to deal with the almighty god in front of them. No, if it's true that person must not be a god either, one on earth is a mass murderer in the universe. How can a god who wants to wipe out all species be considered a true god? Uncle Li Su, come on. Just when Li Su exerted his strength, he suddenly felt that the people behind him suddenly shouted. And Li Su suddenly felt that the power in himself increased significantly. It seemed to be influenced by the power of belief of those ordinary people. The power in oneself has a source, and even the energy has increased a lot. Kamehameha? With the support of the power of human belief, Lin Sujiang merged the giant fish with his left and right hands, and then shouted in the air on his right. The airflow around the whole person is also gradually condensed, and under this condition, the energy of his whole body is gathered and aimed at where Zamasu is. The blue light group around Li Su became more and more obvious, and even looking at Li Su's face, there was a blue expression on his face, serious about Zamasu's immortal body. If I can't have enough power to knock him out, then I'll be in trouble, and he'll have enough time to recuperate. For flowers. After recovering his own strength, it is still an infinite scourge. As for time, there are blue and purple light groups above the sky, and they show a situation of scoring in the confrontation with each other. When the group of humans behind them saw this appearance, they all meditated in their hearts for a while, which strengthened Li Su's power of belief. In an instant, a small blue light group appeared in the sky, gradually drifting towards Li Su's direction and blending into Li Su's body. And Zamasu felt that the ability on the opposite side became stronger and stronger, and the blue halo just opposite him became more and more conspicuous and dazzling, and it appeared in front of his eyes in an instant. A fool who fights against God is really wishful thinking. 35. Even now, at this point, Zamasu felt that with his immortality, he would never fail. But there was one thing he didn't think about, even his previous body was actually immortal. But his current Zamasu body combined with Super Saiyan Pink is quite suitable for Zamasu and an ordinary human body. After the combination, he is naturally not in an immortal state. And the reason why just now did not win is just because there is not enough strength to come, and the reason is that one blow will be defeated. If it is said that there is a powerful energy, the situation will naturally be very different, and the powerful energy may break the myth of Zamasu's immortality. Aiming at Zamasu under the influence of Li Su's Kamehameha is very fast, due to the powerful energy constantly emerging from Li Su's body. So Zamasu couldn't resist being hit hard, while Li Su randomly tipped his toes and floated to the side. When Li Su looked at Zamasu again, he suddenly found out that the situation was exactly as he thought. Zamasu is indeed immortal, but after combining with Super Saiyan, his current state is no longer an immortal state. Instead, it showed an ugly appearance like a monster. Ugly. Now Zamasu's body has obvious layered condition. The left side is normal Zamasu condition. The right side has now become a mass of purple flesh, and the hidden 783 can be discerned with arms and feet. With such an existence, how could he have the face to admit that he has always regarded himself as a god and justice? What? Zamasu, who was severely hit by Li Su, has now completely fallen into a frenzy and screamed. In the space, there are waves of energy fluctuations, ripples, the surrounding wind is violent, the torrential rain does not stop, the volcano is roaring, and the seawater is flowing backwards. Even in this sky, there is a faint scarlet color, which seems to be in contrast to the color of the volcanic lava below. Damn humans, it's really ugly to dare to do something to the gods. The human zero plan that I have always believed in is really right. 5. This ugly Zamasu seems to have abandoned all his god disguise and hypocritical face at this time. The whole person has completely entered a state of roaring like a beast, abandoning the previous ape-like appearance. Now Zamasu looks more terrifying, moves faster, and is more entangled with Li Su. In fact, if it is said that Li Su has the upper hand, after all, Li Su is immortal, and Zamasu has since merged with Super Saiyan Pink. His former body has now been abandoned. And once they are combined, there is no way to separate them again, so this battle is just a tug of war. Kaioken. With the support of the belief power of all human beings above this world, Li Su can now unbridled and fully unleash the full potential of his body. Saiyan's body is originally supported by anger, and its own physical potential is infinite. Therefore, even in this situation, Li Su struck while the iron was hot, aiming at Zamasu and dispatched Kaioken, who was 20 times as fast. Just now, Zamasu grabbed Li Su's right foot in a rage, shackled him fiercely, and was about to throw it aside. However, he suddenly found that Li Su's right foot moved towards him fiercely, and he showed it with the violent breath in his right fist. And Li Su's action also made Zamasu unexpected. He was hit hard, and his entire body randomly hit the ground like a parabola. He even hit a big hole on the spot, and after the smoke passed, Zamasu on the ground now has no outer shell of the gods. Even the huge halo behind his head has been completely shattered at this time. Li Su just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, and felt that this matter had finally come to an end. Just when Li Su was about to walk away, he suddenly heard a roar from behind. Li Su, I can't spare you. I don't know when Zamasu slowly climbed up from the hole just now, and the whole person showed a state of rage. The body on his right hand was serialized, and at this time it was already showing a more and more stooped body state. Since the weak gods have no way to punish evil humans, then he shouldn't exist either, just drown in the entire universe with those evil and sinful humans. Saying this, the right hand on the right, which was almost blood and flesh and could not clearly see its appearance, was raised to the sky at this time. Immediately, the sky seemed to sense something, and there was lightning and thunder. And just at the place pointed by Zamasu, a scarlet mouth opened, and there was a huge turbulent energy, which entered into Zamasu's right arm. That huge and ugly right hand sucked enough evil energy, and at this time it was completely violent, showing an unspeakable situation. Although it is huge and strong, it is not a shape or a rule. The body of a god has such an ugly appearance, which makes people sigh. Now Zamasu has been completely irritated by Li Su's behavior just now, thinking only about the power of the gods. 3.1 There is no way to sanction this group of rebellious human beings, then he simply let go of his hands and feet. Although he looks extremely scary now, he still has some weaknesses compared to the undead Zamasu before. A completely calm god may not be easy to deal with, but once it shows a state of rage, there will be some omissions, so this is their chance. In addition, the so-called gods did not come from normal creatures, but obtained this body through some indiscriminate methods. In fact, no one recognized it after all. I'm angry now, human, even if you kneel before me and repent now, it won't help. You'd better act quickly, now I'm tired of hearing all of your reasons. Li Su stood aside and clasped his fists, looking at Zamasu, who was now extremely ugly, and his figure disappeared in front of Zamasu's eyes. What you have always been doing is that you can keep copying other people's abilities and immortality, but now I can do what you call them, and I have abilities that are tens of thousands stronger than you, in such a situation. Next, do you think you can still win? And I don't know when, Li Su has suddenly appeared in Zamasu's deep and random and kicked heavily, aiming at Zamasu's figure. And Zamasu might as well, even with an extraordinarily strong body, was kicked into the distance by Li Su's kick. Without waiting for Zamasu to make another move, due to Li Su's flashing skills, Li 23 Su's figure made Zamasu unable to understand and see. He just felt that for some reason, Li Su's figure appeared in front of him silently. Li Su's palm moved, and then a golden light group appeared in the palm of his hand. Aiming at Zamasu, the huge golden light group condensed and whistled, roaring, and going forward. Only a bang was heard, and within this ruins, bursts of smoke and rubble suddenly rose. Zamasu's figure was also smashed into the air, and fell into the debris on the side. Li Su stepped forward and stepped on his palm, then grabbed Zamasu's hair with the other hand and pulled it up. Yo, aren't you immortal? How can you hurt when you are immortal? Zamasu was stunned for a moment, and he didn't seem to have thought of this question either. But the intense pain in his body told him that things seemed to be going in a direction he didn't expect. Yes, I am immortal, so how can I lose in this situation? I want to defeat you and clean up all the remaining human beings that are left, so as to build a new one that I want. World. Even at this time, Zamasu was still stubborn, and what Li Su did not expect was that Zamasu was still not reconciled even though his whole body was being shackled. Don't get too carried away. Zamasu, who was swaying like a tattered piece in Li Su's hands, suddenly widened his eyes, and a scarlet light suddenly appeared in his eyes, facing Li Su. Li Su hurriedly escaped to the side, and suddenly a huge scarlet light and explosion sound came violently in this space. Boom! And Zamasu also took advantage of this kung fu to escape Li Su's shackles, and became entangled with Li Su again. The fists of the two men faced each other and slammed together fiercely. There is one blue and one purple here, the two beams of light offset each other and resist each other. Li Su's body burst into blue veins, and all the strength was concentrated in his fist. Zamasu put away his high-profile appearance, and suddenly launched a sneak attack. With a slight movement of his palm, he gently landed on Li Su's abdomen. Due to the stress on his abdomen, Li Su's airflow is disordered, so his strength has naturally dropped a lot. Under this circumstance, Zamasu chased after the victory and fully activated his own strength. After a sudden movement, Li Su's abdomen was severely injured due to the effect of skillful strength. One might as well, Li Su was slammed to the side, all the strength was lost, and the whole person showed a particularly embarrassing situation. You're dead, human, and that's what happens when you dare to blaspheme. Immediately in Zamasu's intact left hand, a sharp purple air sword suddenly appeared, sharp and slender. Immediately, Zamasu slowly walked towards Li Su, who was now lying on the ground. But the chi sword hadn't reached Li Su's body. Suddenly, Li Su turned around and a sharper yellow chi sword was inserted directly into Zamasu's body. Ha, do you think you are the only one who can do this trick? 787. Zamasu's eyes lowered for a while, and he found that there was a wound on his chest and abdomen that had not healed for a long time, showing a crystal blue light. What's going on? I feel a myriad of breaths penetrating my body. You have always been complacent about your own justice, but how can the hope of our human existence be decided by you alone? And right at Zamasu's terrified voice, he watched Li Su gradually pull the chi sword above his body upwards. From his abdomen and chest all the way to his neck and face, he split his whole body in half. Because Li Su's energy contains the power of breath of all human beings who have survived in the entire universe, Li Su's energy is now very different from before. And the lethality of this energy will naturally have an effect on Zamasu, who is not now immortal. How could I, as a god, be defeated by ordinary humans? Ha ha ha. Now Zamasu, even at this time, he is still very crazy, and there is a shrill laughter in his ears, which spreads into Li Su's ears. And right in front of everyone, with Zamasu's particularly mournful voice, his figure gradually disappeared. It turned into an end-of-year state like a molecule, disappeared into the entire space, and was completely dispersed. The sound of the wind was still, and the entire earth was silent. The surviving humans were very happy to look at them and almost stopped breathing. Those who survived naturally knew what the disappearance of Zamasu meant, the beginning of their new life, and the end of this matter. They can also gradually rebuild on the ruins and start their new life. And can their ideas be realized so smoothly? Will everything go so smoothly? Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Mu Ran first went to the place where Fangji Zamasu disappeared. Suddenly, a scarlet light rushed out to the sky, and immediately above the sky, there was a large black cloud covering the prison. And the range of the black cloud was getting bigger, and finally it even directly covered the entire sky of universe. Everyone looked at the situation above their heads and felt that it was not good, and at this time, the face of Zamasu appeared on the sky of this universe. Zamasu doesn't even care about the appearance of his god at this time, and only wants to be the maintenance of justice and order itself. 99. That's the only way to be able to explain Zamasu's current situation. Speaking of which, this god is too entangled, which is really annoying. And soon Li Su found out, over the universe covered by Zamasu, there is no way for everyone to use their own attacking power, no matter what power they are, they cannot use it. and even if there is a slight burst of sparse energy, but once the attack is cast into the sky, all will be completely wiped out, and will not be able to remember any waves, and will not be able to bear any trauma. The only thing Li Su can do now is to cover the space around him, so that Zamasu's attack can't work on them. But as Universe's Zamasu, his coverage is very vast, and even with Li Su's ability, there is no way to resist the vastness of Universe. Therefore, in this case, there is always something that cannot be taken into account. In Zamasu's ugly face in the air, a large drum of scarlet energy burst out from his mouth, roaring and bombarding wantonly on the ground. The ruins on the ground were all detonated in an instant, and everything ceased to exist. The energy that Zamasu, who is now promoted to Universe, finally revealed is also increasing. Even Li Su can't guarantee that everyone is within his circle of protection. I don't know how long it took. After a burst of strong energy attacks passed, the world gradually stopped. Li Su removed a few people from the surrounding barriers, opened his eyes and saw that there was nothing left in the entire planet where they were located. Human construction, everything has been completely reduced to ashes. Are all humans dead? In the previous battle with Zamasu, he could always feel the breath of those survivors. However, after Zamasu's violent attack just now, even if he felt it with his heart, he couldn't feel the breath of the surviving human beings. And this shows a very cruel news, that is, those humans who survived have died, and they are the only two survivors left in the future world. In fact, this news made Trunks very painful. His long-standing idea was to protect human beings and eliminate Zamasu, but he did not expect such an ending now. At this time, the attack in the sky had stopped, the surroundings were silent, and there was not even a shred of wind. Trunks raised his head and looked at the depression in the air, bitter and desperate. What does this world mean? All human beings have perished. What is there for a planet like this to be worthy of protection and existence? Zhao Qianzhao. And as they are now, how should they fight? Even Li Su was a little helpless in the face of such a situation. Just when he was about to find Xiando to regain some strength, Li Su suddenly thought of something Zeno once gave him, and found something else in his pocket. He stretched out his hand and saw that it was the button Zeno had given him before. Said to press the button, Zeno will come to Li Su's eyes. Li Su pressed the button, and then the Zeno kid appeared in front of everyone as he said. However, Zeno, who appeared on this planet, frowned when he saw the surrounding scene. What happened? Why did Universe become like this? Did you do it? I don't know why. This suddenly appeared Zeno looks very unfamiliar to Li Su in front of him. It seems that Zeno in the future world doesn't know Li Su. As for Trunks, he immediately fell to his knees, and when he heard about Zeno's status, he immediately knelt down and prostrate. No, Zeno isn't me, it's the guy on top. Li Su held Zeno and pointed his finger up. Child Zeno looked up and saw the ugly face belonging to Zamasu in the dark sky, also disgusted. The clouds in the sky are all about Zamasu's face. Now Zamasu has completely abandoned his once aloof and noble identity of the Protoss, and can only suppress human beings in this way. Guys like this are so annoying. Zeno's child's crisp voice came from above this continent. Zeno's young palm slightly opened, aiming at the cloudy clouds in the sky. A sharp light 790 flashed in the palm of his hand. If that's the case, then it's all gone. Quick, let's go. Li Su's voice was hurried, and it came hurriedly within this space. And Bulma and Li Su have been together for a long time, and naturally she knows what Li Su means now, so she hurriedly started the time machine and wanted to take everyone to escape. And in this apocalypse, the shape of the time machine disappears here. In the nick of time, everyone hastily escaped this endangered world. The universe that followed was turned into a bubble by Zeno's random blow, and even Zamasu, who had fought so hard and tough before, was completely reduced to ashes along with this universe. With Zamasu's shrill screams in the sky, this article about the Zamasu disaster in the future world finally came to an end. It's so dangerous, we almost won't be able to come back. At the critical moment, it happened that Bulma was just in full swing, so it made everyone desperate to save a life, and it didn't make everyone follow that piece of universe. After returning to the past, Bulma was able to get off the time machine, and his whole body was completely paralyzed. Thinking of the scene just now, he couldn't help but be afraid. If they took the next step, maybe Zeno would be destroyed along with them. I only heard that Zeno is the most honorable god in the universe. No one can defeat Zeno, but only when the moment comes can the real key point be revealed. Wife, lend me the time machine, I have to go back. 99. Although Bulma was a little puzzled, he managed to escape from the environment just now. Why is he going back now? But for Li Su, he has always been obedient, so although he has some doubts in his heart, he is very obedient and let Li Su move. In fact, it is the future world that is returned by the time machine. Now in the future world, due to Zeno's anger, it has been completely wiped out. When Li Su rode the time machine, what he saw was Zeno floating in a vast universe alone, bored and crystal clear. Child Zeno stayed alone in this area. Li Su looked like he came out of the time machine, walked to Zeno and spoke slowly. Master Zeno, would you like to go to a fun place with me? Would you like me to introduce you to more new friends? Is what you said true? Certainly. In fact, Li Su already had his own thoughts in his heart, and he stretched out his hand and looked at Zeno with a smile. In that case, I'll go with you. The Zeno child thought for a while, then took his immature little palm to Li Su's hand. After that, Li Su took Zeno back to the time and space where she was. Although everyone in this world has a visceral fear of Zeno, Indeed, Zeno's anger can destroy the entire universe, and this power is indeed terrifying. But for Li Su, he can feel the kindness and eagerness of Zeno to make Li Su a friend. Therefore, Li Su is naturally unwilling, and the future Zeno will be bored in that environment. This time, Li Su took the time machine to the future situation for a short while, and then he appeared in front of everyone in the past again. The warehouse door gradually opened, but Burma suddenly found another Zeno poking out of Li Su's arms. Zeno-sama? Beerus and Whis also appeared in this area at some unknown time. Beerus suddenly saw Zeno appear, and hurriedly knelt down and slumped. He was shocked and extremely nervous. Even the beads of sweat on his face fell involuntarily, and the cold sweat flowed. Li Su, you said you were going to take me to find a new friend. Yes. Go now. After that, Li Su took Zeno from the future world to the Zeno Hall. Li Su, you come to play with me? Having entered the Zeno temple, Zeno from a distance could sense Li Su's breath, so he hurriedly got down from a high place and ran towards Li Su, but suddenly saw a figure like himself. Li Su, who is this? Aquan, I promised you last time to help you find a good friend, meet, shake hands, and then you can play together. The two Zeno turned their heads slightly, looking a little strange. His big eyes twitched, and he gently touched Zeno, who was facing him, with his small hand, curious. Meeting the two Zenos is actually a very interesting thing, like looking in a mirror. The two children shook hands with each other, and after being a little rusty, they started their play journey. And Grand Priest looked at the two Zeno and couldn't help but have a headache. The time between the two children is always very pleasant, and Li Su also solved another thing. It is naturally impossible for two Trunks and Xiao Wu to exist in one time and space, so Li Su placed them in the world before the universe was destroyed. As long as they don't show up in front of another Trunks and Xiao Wu here, then some will be fine. In addition, I ask Whis to seal Zamasu in that world, and everything will be in order. After that, Li Su returned to his own planet to accompany Bulma and Lazuli. And during this period of time, Android 18 Lazuli has also successfully conceived. Li Su had no way to leave, and could only accompany Lazuli at home until she gave birth to a child. Because the situation of Android 18 is a little dangerous during this time, it is not easy for Li Su to go to other places, or to participate in missions about time and space patrol team members. Therefore, apart from training in the villa, Li Su's body is much stiffer and slower. After the past few months, Lazuli also went well and gave birth to a very healthy baby named Marin. Li Su was naturally very happy, and Li Yi and Beulah were very strange to see the little baby. They didn't even participate in the training all day long, and only circled around the little baby. And after being trained by Li Su several times in this way, he obediently went to take the initiative to participate in the daily training. Of course, in the past few months, due to the existence of this super plug-in system, Li Su's ultimate automatic cultivation plug-in, intermediate level perception plug-in, the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline plug-in, and nuclear regeneration plug-in will increase every day. But even so, Li Su still felt very bored. After spending some time between villas, Li Su couldn't take it any longer. Thinking of the agreement with Zeno before, to hold the universe's first martial arts conference within universe, I thought it would be very interesting if this thing could be finalized. Li Su was lying on a reclining chair in his villa, bored, and touched a button casually. This is the button that Zeno gave him before, saying that if you press the button, you will reach where Zeno is. Li Su looked at this button in a daze. He was really tired and bored during this time. It was really too boring. Even Cain didn't have any tasks to arrange during this time, and the life was too comfortable, but it was not suitable for him. For flowers. At the full moon of Marin, Li Su began to come out and came to the place of Whis and Beerus. In fact, he is a little more cordial to Whis and Beerus now, because Whis taught him about the laws of time and space before. The relationship between Li Su and the 7th universe gods of destruction Beerus, Angel Whis is very friendly. Point 0. The last time I discussed with Aquan to hold a universe first and martial arts conference in universe, I wonder if he has implemented it now. Inside the 7th universe gods of destruction hall, Li Su and Whis Beerus ate the food that Li Su brought back from the earth. Naturally, Whis and Beerus had never eaten before. After seeing them, their eyes glowed, and they devoured them with relish. You didn't eat a few more, just watched Whis and Beerus not only have appetites, but when the two of them ate almost the same, you proposed to them an idea buried in your heart. But what Li Su didn't expect was Beerus' attitude. No, absolutely no, I'm here for your own good, you should forget about this as soon as possible. 35. Looking at Beerus' attitude, he doesn't seem to want Zeno to hold the universe's first martial arts conference. Li Su was a little puzzled. It stands to reason that during the previous relationship, Li Su knew that Zeno was actually not what they said. On the contrary, Zeno is very noble and pure, so Li Su doesn't understand why Beerus is so afraid of Inch. While Son Goku played against Super Saiyan Rose, due to an oversight by Son Goku, the loophole was found by Super Saiyan Rose. The palm turned into a blade, and it stabbed at Son Goku's abdomen in an instant, and this blow caused Son Goku's body to suffer a lot of damage. Son Goku hurriedly stepped back and stood in midair, while Super Saiyan Dahong was directly attacking. The color of the sharp blade in the palm of the hand became more and more intense in an instant. The momentum around Super Saiyan Pink is also more and more tyrannical, and as the chi in the Dark Man's hand gradually expanded, it aimed at Son Goku's body. Suddenly, there were countless sharp knives on Son Goku's body piercing his vitals. In the sky, there was a burst of blasting sound, and the dark clouds suddenly rose, and Son Goku's body was savagely thrown on the ground beside him. Li Su hurriedly stepped forward, covering Son Goku's body and confronting Zamasu, the Dark Man. At this time, Trunks also saw that Li Su's ability alone. Maybe it's still a little difficult to deal with two people in the air. Therefore, he mentioned the longsword behind him and joined the team against Zamasu and the Dark Man. No matter how much you struggle, there is only one final result of this matter, that is, the demise of Saiyan can only end. Trunks saw the opportunity and freely transformed into Super Saiyan's blue state. Of course, thanks to the help of Master Li Su, I can mention the state of Super Saiyan blue so quickly. The momentum on Trunks suddenly increased, back to back with Li Su. He was entangled with the dark scumbag Moss on the opposite side. Zamasu's right hand slashed at Trunks and hit him hard. During this time period, Trunks was actually thinking about a problem. That is, Zamasu has indeed become an immortal state as everyone said. But wouldn't he have a tired and weak stage at all? In the previous battle, Trunks and Li Su have been entangled with Zamasu and Super Saiyan Pink and Black Goku. And Trunks has been keeping his distance from Zamasu, intentionally or unintentionally. And in an instant, Trunks glanced at the punctual point of his toes, and his own strength exploded even more. Immediately, the figure of Trunks disappeared instantly, and suddenly appeared behind Zamasu. Holding both hands, Zamasu's figure was directly fixed so that he could not escape, and then the Trunks themselves burst out with huge energy. Wanting to use his own strength to make Zamasu unable to escape, he gave him a fatal blow. This is also the maximum that Trunks estimates that he can achieve with all his abilities. In the sky above the dim ruins, a golden circle of light suddenly erupted, dazzling. The Trunks fought in the center, controlling Zamasu's figure ruthlessly. But Rangian Trunks had an airflow sharp knife inserted directly into his abdomen, and he shot ruthlessly and mercilessly. That Super Saiyan Dahong had escaped Li Su's attack for some time, and silently moved behind Trunks. Take advantage of Trunks' focus on controlling Zamasu. Suddenly, a pink energy blade entered Trunks' abdomen fiercely from behind Trunks. As it goes, Super Saiyan Rose is merciless. He kicked Trunks, who had nearly fainted in pain, with one foot. It's already the afterglow of the doomsday, so why do you have to struggle? Zamasu felt a little hurt, and perhaps this was the inadequacy of the wisdom God gave these ugly human beings. That is to say, due to the wrong decision of the gods at that time, there must be a new god now to completely correct the mistakes of the gods at that time, and Zamasu is the best candidate. Yes, it is true, you once made a wish to the dragon god and exchanged Son Goku's body, but you thought that only the Son Goku's body you stole could be like our Saiyan. How could it be that simple? 5. The stolen body, the potential hidden in the bones. It was impossible for him to obtain, and a body like Son Goku was a battle potential and talent that could only be obtained after countless battles. These are not things that Zamasu 3.1 can understand by making a wish to the dragon god and swapping bodies with Son Goku at all. Therefore, even it seems that the strength talent of the Dark Man is impeccable at all. But for Li Su, what is fake, and even if it is done with hype, it will not become true after all. Since you said that, then you come to test whether these strengths of mine are real or fake. With Super Saiyan's pink words, Li Su's figure instantly disappeared in front of their eyes, and the ultra-high moving speed turned Li Su's body into a phantom. It turns out that you are Zeno on this plane. You guys really look alike. I can't tell which one it is if I don't speak. Li Su stepped forward slightly, lifted the palms of the two Zeno, and immediately lifted them up, spinning in circles in midair. The two Zeno naturally liked this trick very much, so there was laughter in the National Temple at the moment. And Li Su turned around for a while before slowly putting the two Zeno down. If that's the case, then hold the universe's first martial arts conference. Luo. Both Zeno raised their hands in approval and looked very happy. It seemed that the two children were also looking forward to the next martial arts conference. Well, then after the specific schedule and rules of the conference are completed, I will notify Supreme Kai of each universe. Grand Priest interjected at the right time, and Li Su also had no problem with it. Therefore, after confirming this matter, Li Su disappeared into the Zeno temple. There were only two Zeno children who looked at each other in dismay, and they were actually very novel about the martial arts conference that was going to happen next. After that, Li Su returned to the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction Hall. When he returned here, Li Su found that Beerus' expression was not stinky. He looked at Li Su with a gloomy expression, wishing he could beat Li Su. Aquan has promised me to hold the universe's first martial arts conference. Is it just like this? Yes, what else could it be? In any case, Li Su is actually very excited about the newcomer's adventure that will happen next. There is pressure to be motivated, and under such pressure, Li Su practiced harder, about the law of force, the law of space, the law of time and other Super Saiyan abilities. After the Grand Priest has formulated the complete rules, it will be announced to the Supreme Kai of each universe. At 9 o'clock in the morning 2 weeks later, 10 players from each universe will compete and hold a power conference. Everything is a matter of course, and Li Su is even more devoted to training. And as for the rest of the players in the power contest, there are Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction from each universe to consider. So in that case, where do we hold the power meeting? In the Boundless Realm. The realm of nothingness, as the name suggests, is a wasteland. There is no time, no space here, and everything is barren, hence the name. Yes, you can fight within this area, without being restricted by other venues or other factors. Li Su nodded slightly. This place sounds pretty good, and if you let go of your hands and feet, you won't be restricted by anything. And if it's the winning universe, will there be any rewards? What if it loses? This is actually what Beerus is more concerned about. Afterwards, the great gods said something that shocked them, making them tremble. No, there is no reward. There is no reward for the winning universe, but if it loses, Zeno will wipe the universe clean with his own hands. 39. Grand Priest's words are cold and serious, cruel, and these are things that Li Su never thought of. Beerus was even more surprised when he heard those words, and the gods trembled. Completely clear, such words are too serious. It was at this time that Li Su understood why Beerus had been preventing him from telling Zeno about this, but it seemed that it was too late now. Li Su was a little helpless, and then he became more aggressive. Since the matter has come to this, he can only fight hard. And in this matter, it is not completely settled, because Zeno in the future world has no chance to see the strength in each universe, so he is a little curious. Therefore, Zeno in the modern world decided to let the 7th universe and the 9th universe where Li Su belonged to fight first, so that Zeno in the future world can take a look. Therefore, this game in the 9th universe is also called a preview game. 3 people from each of the 2 universes are required to meet at the Zeno temple an hour later. Even how good your relationship with Zeno is, it's up to Zeno and Grand Priest to decide. Then even if you go to plead with Zeno at that time, it will be of no use. If the 7th universe fails, it will only usher in the end of destruction. Supreme Kai is a little uneasy about this. As Supreme Kai, what he has always assumed is the responsibility of protecting the life of the entire universe. If the 7th universe is going to disappear completely just in this way, it is really difficult for him to explain to everyone. Okay, since that's the case, let's cheer up and we must win from that power conference. It's good that you have confidence, but your first priority now is to find 2 more players, and now you only have an hour. An hour later, the 3 players from the 2 universes will meet in the Zeno Palace. As for who will participate, that's your problem. Beerus directly threw this mess to Li Su. After all, in Beerus' view, this conference was actually completely avoidable. It is because of Li Su that they now have to face a battle of life and death and the peril of universe. This has no value for Beerus. Lose the 7th universe and disappear. There is no point in winning, so for Beerus, there is absolutely no point in starting this duel, and this time Beerus seems to be stupid. In that case, don't worry. Li Su thought to himself that adding Son Goku and Vegeta would be enough. Therefore, I hurriedly went to the 7th universe to find Son Goku and Vegeta. After gathering enough, I immediately returned to the Supreme Kai Hall of the 7th universe. Under the influence of Supreme Kai gods of destruction Beerus, Angel Whis, Li Su, Son Goku Vegeta went to the temple together. Supreme Kai touched the ground slightly, and then everyone disappeared completely, and in the blink of an eye, he was in the Zeno temple. He walked into it familiarly, and halfway through, Li Su saw another group of people who looked fierce. Whis explained that this is a person in the 9th universe, and their contestant Li Su also looked like an animal. Although there was no conversation, Li Suyi was watching secretly. Oh, it turns out that this is the person from the 7th universe, and it doesn't look like that. The 2 parties arrived at the Zeno temple, but Zeno was not in the store at this time, so the Grand Priest came out and explained the situation to the 2 parties. Okay, since that's the case, let's switch venues and start the official game. 35. The scepter in Grand Priest's hand touched the ground, and then a blue one Li Su appeared on the ground. Son Goku Vegeta's 7th universe and the 9th universe were both trapped in the ground, surrounded by crystal clear Kui Can, which was really beautiful. And then when it was real, several people found that they had fallen into a situation that seemed to be in a ring, and the same was true of the 7th universe and the 9th universe of the 2 parties. Next, please take a seat. Grand Priest has also landed firmly in the middle of the referee's ring, and then called out to the air gently. And just in front of everyone, there are stands one after another appearing in front of the people in the 2 universes. They are Supreme Kai gods of destruction and Angel from the remaining 10 universes. Naturally, Li Su was also instantly recognizable, and among them were Kompa and Angel Vados. I am relatively familiar with the 2 of them, Li Su. As for Supreme Kai Kvass of the 10th universe, he is also a familiar face. Lord Grand Priest, if we win this preview conference, will there be any rewards? No. The purpose of this preview conference is to show the charm of martial arts to the future Zeno, and to prepare a preliminaries for the subsequent power conferences in advance, so there will be no prizes for winning. And the Supreme Kai and gods of destruction of the 9th universe also heard something unusual from the words of the Grand Priest. This means that the purpose of this preview conference is to make the 2 Zeno happy. And if the game is boring, what kind of punishment Zeno will have, they can't be sure. So this battle will have a lot of weird skills and abilities to make Zeno happy. If Zeno gets angry, he can destroy the entire universe. Goku, you have to cheer. I want to watch the game, and I want to watch the power. Following the Grand Priest's words, the 2 Zeno slowly landed in front of the 7th universe's grandstand and greeted Son Goku. At the same time, the 2 children were sitting high, and they did not hide their excitement for the upcoming preview conference. There is no time limit for this game, no limit on the week. As long as the opponent can defeat the opponent or make the opponent have no power to fight back, it will be considered a victory. Next, under the orders of the Grand Priest, the first involves the battle between the 7th universe and the 9th universe. Finally, the curtain was slowly opened under the gaze of the gods. Look at you, Basil, beat the opponent with your fists and make a good impression on Zeno. Don't worry, big brother will be fine. A red fox, Zhanyos, came out first, with a little toes, and jumped onto the arena, doing warm-up exercises and looking aggressive. Then we will follow the agreement in advance. Vegeta will go first. Vegeta stood behind Son Goku with her hands clasped in her hands, her face gloomy, and she looked particularly unhappy with the donkey. But even so, he still walked forward with a face full of impatience, then jumped onto the arena, looking at the red fox on the opposite side with disdain. The two sides are set to fight, and the first game officially begins. After the Grand Priest's speech, the arena was completely cleaned up, and the two stood up and started the first game belonging to the 7th universe and the 9th universe. The red fox looked at Vegeta, who was standing opposite to take the lead, and his legs bounced slightly. He jumped in front of Vegeta, his toes aimed hard at Vegeta, and he kicked violently, using both hands and feet, trying to entangle with Vegeta. On the other hand, Vegeta didn't even move, she still clasped her fists with both hands, she looked impatient, and she didn't even display any extra attacking moves. Vegeta is very confident. After Vegeta went through the Black Goku, Vegeta looked down on people from other universes. If he wanted Supreme Kai, a trainee from the 10th universe, he could suppress the entire 10th universe. And now Zamasu has been killed by Lisu Trunks. Even his own son can kill Zamasu, so the 7th universe must be the strongest universe. This stuff doesn't deserve to do it yourself. Is there only such thing in the 9th universe? 35. The Red Fox man stood still, Vegeta standing opposite him, could not help but sneer. And the Red Fox people heard the ridicule about Vegeta, and they were even more angry. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly found out that Vegeta's figure on the opposite side had completely disappeared. With a bang, there was a sharp pain in Basil's stomach, and his body was knocked out of the air. It's just this kind of stuff, it's really weak. Vegeta felt that even his full strength was not enough to be fully stimulated by this kind of thing, and he was even more skeptical about the strength of the 9th universe. It seems that there is nothing about them in this group of players from the 9th universe. Lisu watched what happened off the stage from the stand, although Vegeta seemed to be very handy now. But Lisu is still judging that there is a battle between the two. Look at it, this is a dangerous trio from our 9th universe, and naturally they won't lose. Supreme Kai of the 9th universe in the opposite stand was even more excited at this time. CDDB. It seems that the anxiety of the war just now did not affect his mood at all, and it seems that they are determined that the 9th universe will win this time. Supreme Kai from the 9th universe believes. With the mysterious properties of the 9th universe, it is certain to defeat this other universe. As the 9th universe, Supreme Kai can barely leak a face in Zeno, and even get a reward from Zeno. And the one who is fighting now is the youngest brother Basil of the dangerous trio they named. Good at kicking, in fact, the strength of the legs is huge and the action is fast. And Lisu is also very keen to find, although the battle between the two seems to be evenly matched now. But the players of the 9th universe had almost no breath in them. And the lack of breath shows that they can't use this method to judge their strength, which is not good for them. And Basil, the smallest member of the dangerous trio, seems to see that the formula of several levels of separation does not work for Vegeta at all. It doesn't even count as a tickling, so after standing still, watching Vegeta on the opposite side suddenly increase in momentum on Basil. The scene around this red fox man is obviously enhanced, because there is a red flame in the surrounding aura. And after this burst of red halo passed, Basil's legs were even more obvious. Even his right leg was surrounded by a large red halo. Flash shockwave? Bazaar clasped his fists with both hands, and his stunt was to use the strength of his legs to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Therefore, aiming at Vegeta on the opposite side, Basil immediately exerted power in his legs. In an instant, there were countless flame-like light spheres in the entire area, aiming at Vegeta and whizzing away. The strong attack caused the lightning, flint, and gravel to splash around the arena, and because there was no protective cover, thick smoke billowed. The smoke was immediately seen, and it was seen on the stands belonging to each universe. But those Supreme Kai gods of destruction didn't pay attention at all. Everyone was nervous and looked at the things below. A dark cloud of smoke continued to disappear, and the smoke billowed. Basil stood still, clasped his fists in both hands, and screamed in the sky. Ha, ha ha, ha ha. The people of the 7th universe really only have this ability. How can they be our opponents of the 9th universe? Basil's appearance at this time looked extraordinarily arrogant, and Son Goku couldn't help but get angry when he saw Basil's appearance. When you look at what they are doing now, the quality of the people in the 9th universe will not be much better. It's really hard to like it. It seems that that's all you can do. It's time for me to play next. When Napazire heard Vegeta's remarks, the right corner exploded with strength and even went with strength to prepare to beg away. Vegeta stretched out his hand to block, so even if the strong energy was resisted and bounced back. But instead of bouncing towards the red fox man, it bounced to the stand where Supreme Kai was. Originally, Lisu thought it would cause an explosion, but he didn't expect to be on the stand. A Supreme Kai who was wearing a black robe and couldn't see his face was born to completely consume that power, and he was extraordinarily calm, without even the slightest ripple. After all, the quarrel was only a small disturbance, and everyone's eyes were still only focused on the battle between the two people on the arena. Vegeta's figure suddenly stepped forward to aim at the Red Fox man Basil, who was about to attack with his right foot, and he stepped forward with his right hand. She grabbed her right foot, which had been troubling all the time, and shook it violently in the air. Basil was spun around in midair, and then turned to the side. The whole body was even more like a tattered piece, and Nappa's ire was savagely thrown aside. Basil, don't lose. When I saw this, the Supreme Kai of the 9th universe was already in a hurry. Standing on top of the stand and aiming at Basil below, he shouted, looking extraordinarily angry. Shut up for me. 35. The Red Fox man really aimed at Supreme Kai in the stands and roared. After that, Supreme Kai of the 9th universe seemed to remember something, and threw a purple lump of medicine at the Red Fox man. That time, the Fox man Basil directly caught it with his mouth, and at this moment, Napazil's body suddenly became a little more powerful. The muscles of the whole body are fully displayed, the blue veins are leaking, and the body of the whole body is much stronger. Grand Priest, he fouled and the rules should be lifted immediately. Son Goku couldn't be bothered to see that a blatant foul like this was unacceptable. Grand Priest didn't say anything, just looked at Zeno, who was watching with relish, and it seemed that the two Zeno were very excited about it. For the Grand Priest, it doesn't matter who fouls, what matters is whether Zeno is happy, and now Zeno is looking at the fun. He goes up to suspend the game. Doesn't it make Zeno unhappy? Then his Grand Priest is at the end of it. At our upcoming power conference, we will have a complete and detailed formulation of the rules. This competition is a preview to introduce power to Zeno in the future, so please do your best in the conference. There are no rules here. And this appearance makes Napazil extraordinarily arrogant, and the momentum of the whole person is full of roaring up to the sky, making a sound like a beast. You have to do your best. Our 9th universe does not allow the existence of losers. Supreme Kai of the 9th universe looks very excited now. If you don't know it, it is gods of destruction. Maybe some people will believe it. Beerus is very disdainful of this. Just looking at such Supreme Kai, the Earth universe under his rule and protection, their quality is naturally not much better. The other Supreme Kais are all quiet, only the Supreme Kai of the 9th universe is scumbag, and he has no godlike appearance or demeanor at all. Naturally, Beerus despised him. Beerus, a arrogant god, even rolled his eyes. To shut up. The Red Fox man Basil, who is now completely mad, has scarlet eyes, and there is a faint flash of lightning in his eyes. Seeking flowers. The muscles all over his body burst out, especially his right leg, which is now extraordinarily strong and sturdy. It was clear that the threat of the 9th universe Supreme Kai was still working, so Basil rushed forward, thrusting his right leg, and then kicking Vegeta. Vegeta didn't even have time to attack, but just blocked Basil's attack with both hands. However, at this moment, Napazil suddenly rushed towards Vegeta from above Vegeta's head and kicked it with another violent attack. The last episode carried a full stand and kicked Vegeta in the head because the smoke was too large. The Supreme Kai and the spectators off the court can't fully see what's going on the court. But the two Zenos stared wide-eyed in delight at what had happened on the field. Looking at the scene on the field with great excitement, I couldn't help but express admiration. Although Zeno is called the god of the gods, he can even be said to be omnipotent, but Zeno has never seen such a strange thing since countless years ago. Weird, exciting combat. After all, Zeno's heart is just a kid. At this time, the arena has been completely destroyed. Above the arena, the gravel is broken, there are holes everywhere, and the gravel is densely covered, but Vegeta is nowhere to be seen. Ha ha ha, I won. It was our 9th universe that won. A sharp and hoarse voice came from all over the arena, but Beerus and Lisu twitched at the corners of their mouths looking at the situation of Earth universe players Azier. Immediately, in the midst of the rubble, under the watchful eyes of the public, suddenly there was an inch of movement. After that, a golden halo shrouded in it, and the gravel exploded, hitting Basil directly on the opposite side. Vegeta got up slowly from the pile of rubble unharmed, and was completely irritated. A large golden ball of light was released from his palm. Vegeta is very angry, and he was beaten head-on in the ring match, which is very angry for Vegeta, who calls himself Prince Saiyan. The Sky Wave. Basil, who was standing on the opposite side, was hit hard by Vegeta's offensive and disappeared in another violent burst of smoke. At this time, the arena was completely dilapidated, with gravel lined up. When everyone saw 793, Napazir was still standing firmly on the spot, but now he looked a little embarrassed. There were waves of electric currents around Basil's body, and it seemed that Basil was not injured by the attack just now. And Vegeta stepped forward silently, and it seemed that there was no threat to Napazil now. And Basil, in front of the gods, bent his legs and fell to the ground. Awesome. The most excited about this game is Zeno, who has been watching the game from the high stand. At this time, seeing Basil lose, he praised. The first game, the 7th universe wins. The Grand Priest watched Zeno's expression, and both Zeno looked very excited now, so the match ended with the victory of the 7th universe without a doubt. And this kind of game made Zeno excited, and he couldn't wait to start the second game. In the second match, Son Goku of the 7th universe will face Lavanda of the 9th universe. Lavanda, you go in the second game. Basil was useless just now, and he actually lost. Don't worry, as long as I am allowed to kill, I will definitely not lose. Earth universe sent all animal people this time, and this time it was a weasel named Fanta. The weasel has one eye, and the only remaining eye is full of sharp killing intent. The corners of his mouth are slightly open, and the sharp fangs inside are fully revealed. Lavanda gritted his teeth slightly and looked at Son Goku, who was standing beside him. He seemed to think that it would be better to devour Son Goku directly and grind the bones. Now, the second game officially begins. The Grand Priest snapped his fingers, and the arena was in a state of tatters, and the gravel-lined arena was once again clean and tidy. And the weasel stood on the arena, his long arms hanging on the ground. The big tail swayed slightly behind him, and from time to time it made a jerky voice and a slightly weird smile. Occasionally, I can hear the sound of short teeth grinding, walking towards the middle of the arena with long hands and long feet to fight Son Goku. The Grand Priest announced the start, and Son Goku immediately took a pose to fight with the weasel. The two were not slow in their strength, so they seemed to be evenly matched. Son Goku shot, and at this moment, the weasel moves quickly due to animal attributes. Using both hands and feet, it went directly over Son Goku's arm, and then his head rose to Son Goku's eyes. He let out a weird smile, and then said softly, "Hehe, hehe, I caught you." Just when Son Goku was about to hit him hard, he suddenly spit out a violent poisonous gas from the mouth of the weasel Lavanda. It just happened to be in the direction of Son Goku's eyes, so a butcher was attacked by poisonous gas. And the weasel Lavanda broke away from Son Goku's arm and tapped his toes to the side, opened his mouth lightly, and then spat slightly into his left and right palms. Two groups of poisonous gas leaked out, covering each of his palms. The weasel was very confident. This was his own instinctual supernatural power. No one in the 9th universe could be unaffected by this toxin. During the battle in the 9th universe, I have defeated a lot of people with this innate magical power, and even dominated a starfield with it. After this victory, I don't know what the Realm King will reward me, the weasel thought to himself. Hehe, hehe, what about what I put out? If you take it for too long, it will make your own body rot away. The eyes of the weasel who deliberately bullied Son Goku are now attacked by poisonous gas, and his eyes are invisible, so he treats Son Goku without any scruples. With an uppercut, Ravanda knocked Son Goku to the ground. Son Goku suffers a lot when fighting because he can't see. It looks like this poison is very powerful. 3.1 Whis looked at Son Goku's situation on the field and chuckled, but he was still very excited about the battle between the two sides on the field. In fact, after analyzing it now, I can't feel the breath, and now I can't even use my eyes, so there is no way. Son Goku can only perceive the position of the weasel by hearing. So what is needed now is double the composure to feel where Naravanda really is. Son Goku closed his eyes with peace of mind, feeling every move around him, the wind and the grass. He had not experienced such an experience for a long time. Son Goku held his breath and carefully felt every movement of the grass around him, and with the loss of Son Goku's vision, other abilities around him were improved. On the contrary, Son Goku's other skills are more keen, and it is very obvious that he can perceive some changes in the surrounding Ravanda. The weasel Lavanda had walked gently behind Son Goku for some unknown time. Just as his yellow claws touched Son Goku's hair, he suddenly found that Son Goku's figure had suddenly disappeared. Son Goku was concentrating on the turbulence around him, which he felt seriously, but suddenly he felt the movement behind him, so he hurriedly avoided it. And then there is power to aim at the weasel Lavanda, which is a fatal blow. It's impossible that you have lost your eyesight now. How could you escape my attack? It was a coincidence. Na Lavanda stole the chicken and failed to retaliate. He did not expect that his attack would be exploited by Sunwoo 23. In this case, it will cause damage to himself, so I don't believe it. I just think that Son Goku can hit him just by coincidence. Son Goku didn't talk much to the weasel in this situation. He just clasped his fists slightly with his left and right hands, and then made a defensive appearance. Therefore, there is no active attack, but now Son Goku has found a way to break the game, so it is unknown who wins and who loses in this game. Great, great. The two Zeno children were sitting in high positions at this time, watching the battle below with great excitement, and couldn't help clapping their hands excitedly. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Didn't expect this fight to be so difficult, and Son Goku's actions completely annoyed his opponent Lavanda. Therefore, the weasel Lavanda was even more embarrassed, and even his shots were extraordinarily fierce, punching and kicking, and he fought with Son Goku for a while. And even Son Goku, who has lost his sight now, is not at all disadvantaged against Ravanda at the moment. If that's the case, then I can't blame me. It has to be said that Lavanda the weasel is still a very brainy player. When he found out that Son Goku was feeling his presence by the wind of his legs, he actively advised to avoid it. Ravanda rose slowly under the eyes of the public, hardly causing any changes in the airflow, moving his hands and feet, only slightly hurting in the air, and pulled a long distance away from Son Goku. Due to the long distance, in such a long distance, Son Goku has no way to perceive the airflow fluctuations or breath perception from the other party. Therefore, this method will also make Son Goku's battle more difficult. In the midair, Lavanda's palms faced each other, so there was a huge purple light wave in his palm, and the energy surged. With a grin in his mouth, he randomly walked towards Son Goku, who was still in a defensive posture below. Hearing a loud bang, a huge cloud of smoke disappeared immediately on the field. After the cloud of smoke disappeared, Son Goku protected his chest with both hands, resisting this power. Although it doesn't look big, but this appearance also tells the Weasel Lavanda that this measure really works. Immediately in the palm of the Weasel Lavanda, there were countless purple light groups of huge energy whistling out. Facing the direction of Son Goku, due to the lack of vision, Son Goku has no way to avoid these huge energy light groups freely for the time being, and can only use defensive equipment. Therefore, being passively beaten is only a matter of time. Son Goku then displayed his Super Saiyan blue state and roared. Immediately, a blue halo erupted above his body, and at the same time, the power and speed of his body increased significantly. Yeah, what's this like? It's beautiful. The two short legs of Zeno kept shaking on the high position, watching the blue brilliance surrounding Son Goku's body 793 with great curiosity. It's called Super Saiyan, and it's a life form that changes its combat power. After hearing Zeno's question and answer, the Grand Priest respectfully explained what he knew to Lord Zeno. Of course, Son Goku displayed the state of Super Saiyan's blue under this situation, and naturally he also had his intentions. Its purpose is to make one's own breath reflect on the other's body, so that one can identify the other's specific location. In such a situation, even if the eyesight is not good, it is still very obvious to feel the specific position of the opponent, so as to fight. So it is really suitable for the current situation. Son Goku, who had displayed the blue state of Super Saiyan, had completely discarded the disadvantage caused by his poor eyesight at this time, and his toes instantly flew into the air at a little bit, and he was entangled with the Weasel Lavanda without showing any disadvantage at all. And this kind of situation is called active radar device. Naturally this kind of situation also has advantages and disadvantages. Looking at him like this has advantages and disadvantages. Whis was on the stage of the 7th universe. Looking at Son Goku's situation below, it seemed that the state of Super Saiyan's blue had been produced in an instant, and the situation had been reversed, but Whis still felt that something was wrong. Although it was not stated clearly, just when Son Goku had completely turned the situation over and was preparing for the final blow, completely killing the Weasel Lavanda and ending the battle, he suddenly collapsed on the ground. There is no way to maintain the state of Super Saiyan's blue that even just now. Oh, I see. It turns out that the transformation into Super Saiyan caused the toxins in Son Goku to spread throughout the body, which made the toxins flow quickly through the veins of the body. Lee Su understood what was going on for the first time, and what happened next. It also depends on what Son Goku did. Son Goku, who has now lost the protection of Super Saiyan state, makes his own toxins circulate quickly, accelerating the corrosion of poisonous blood to his body. Therefore, in this situation, the Weasel Lavanda took advantage of this opportunity and dispatched with his right foot, punching and kicking Son Goku even more. Next, I'm going to kill you. And Son Goku has gradually developed color in the meridians and arms due to the poisonous blood entering the whole body. Therefore, its own strength has been greatly restricted, and one is not guarded, and is hit by Nalavanda. Under such circumstances, even though Son Goku knew that the poisonous gas of the weasel had entered his whole body blood vessels, it continued to accelerate with the use of that energy, flowing in his blood vessels. In this case, Son Goku still roared and displayed the state of Super Saiyan. It's just that everyone can now clearly feel that the poisonous blood has gradually poured into Son Goku's arm, and finally only one head is left uncovered by the poisonous blood. Son Goku, who was in Super Saiyan state again, went head-to-head with the Weasel Lavanda. Son Goku displayed it in his hand, and the sky wave collided with the huge purple energy wave group displayed from the Weasel's right foot. The two collided, and two opposite colors were displayed in the air. One yellow and one purple are really good looking, and even Zeno's children are very excited. Wow, 35. The two little heads frowned slightly, looking extremely excited. In the process of this energy shock, due to the rapid use of energy, the venom in the body surged to the whole body more quickly with the surging energy. Due to the erosion of poisonous blood, Son Goku's ability has been greatly corroded, so he may gradually lose in this battle. On the other hand, Son Goku was hit hard by Naravanda's energy, and with a bang, Son Goku fell to the ground. The Weasel Lavanda Shingxian's mouth once again revealed a huge and strong poisonous gas, facing Son Goku's position. What Son Goku didn't expect from the crowd was to ignore the violent poisonous gas directly and pass through it with a fist bang, without worrying at all what kind of corrosive effect this weasel's poisonous gas would have on his body. Due to the interference of the poisonous gas, the weasel did not see that Son Goku, who was on the opposite side, was already flooding him with his fists. When he really reacted, Son Goku had already come directly in front of him, almost tangent, and then Son Goku's two arms were tightly hugging the Weasel Lavanda. Son Goku actually understood that in such a situation, even if it was a visual disturbance, it didn't matter. Anyway, he had now tightly shackled the Weasel Lavanda. And the next thing Son Goku is to give Naravanda a fatal blow through his own energy, because the distance is so close that Son Goku himself also suffered a little impact. And the Weasel Lavanda didn't expect Son Goku to break free so desperately, but to no avail. So I could only watch Son Goku use his energy to report that he almost died with him. After the explosion, both of them were seriously injured and fell on the stage together. Xiaonyo is good. The violent and rapid gunpowder smoke passed, and the mushroom cloud dissipated, and a huge hole had been smashed out in this game. Werewolf Lavanda and Son Goku were already lying on the ground at this time, and Grand Priest landed and looked at the movement below. Werewolf Lavanda was completely unconscious and unresponsive at this time, while Son Goku was still trying to support his fingers slightly trembling, trying to support himself to stand up from the ground to play. In the second match, Son Goku of the 7th universe won. 99. And such a wonderful game naturally won Zeno's appreciation. After Son Goku stepped down, Lee Su quickly handed Xiandu to Son Goku. Therefore, after taking the fairy beans, Son Goku slowly dissipated his own poisonous gas, and slowly opened his eyes to see the appearance of everyone. The human beings in the 7th universe can show their superb fighting skills, so Zeno is very moved. Dear gods from afar, Zeno has issued an order. Zeno divides the 12 universes according to their strengths, so as to get the ranking. After this power conference is over, those universes that have been defeated will be completely eliminated by Zeno. So, what about the ranking of the 7th universe? 7th universe ranks second to last. What? Second to last? Who's last to last? Beerus is not very satisfied with this ranking. In his opinion, his 7th universe should not be weak, but he didn't think that it was only the second to last ranking, so who is the last to last? It's your opponent this time, the 9th universe. Supreme Kai of 9th universe shuddered and turned pale when he heard Grand Priest's remark 797. Unexpectedly, the two sides that made them start the preview meeting this time turned out to be the penultimate and the penultimate of the power pre-ranking. So, in this preview conference, will there be any punishment if it fails? Will it be wiped out? And this is the point that Supreme Kai of the 9th universe is most concerned about. The failure of the preview meeting this time will not be completely eliminated. Since the 1st universe, the 12th universe, the 5th universe and the 8th universe, their power strength is above 7, so they can be exempted from this power. General Assembly. As soon as Beerus turned his eyes, he saw the 1st universe, the 12th universe, the 8th universe, and they all had a leisurely attitude to watch the fun, and Beerus just couldn't get angry. I told Supreme Kai a long time ago that we can't let human beings develop freely like this. If we don't listen, we will soon face the risk of being destroyed. The gods below heard the Grand Priest's remarks, and they were all talking about it. They could almost imagine what a disaster this power conference was. Once it fails, the entire universe will be overturned, which is an unacceptable thing for all gods. And if universe disappears, the Supreme Kai gods of destruction who are with them will disappear together and cease to exist, with the exception of Angel, of course, in this accident. Okay, let's get down to business now. Let's start the third match, with Lee Su from the 7th universe versus Bergamo from the 9th universe. As the eldest son of the dangerous trio, Bergamo is best at crushing, and his inciting eloquence is not weak. As soon as he played, just a few words could completely drive the atmosphere on the scene. All the culprits of this power conference were attributed to Lee Su in public, saying that if it wasn't for Lee Su's crude oil, they would not have faced the risk of universe being destroyed at all. For this reason, it also caused the hatred of other universes king, CDDB, gods and gods of destruction in the arena. I have to say, Bergamo is very inspiring. At the same time, Bergamo proposes that Zeno be able to drop his request for the defeat of the defeated universe if they can win the match. What's even more surprising is that the Zeno kids actually agreed with them. So under the written test of all the gods, Lee Su started the battle with Bergamo of the 9th universe. Lee Su naturally understood Bergamo's intention, trying to incite all the gods to increase their hatred against him. It has to be said that this werewolf really has his ability, and even if it is like this, Lee Su will not let water. Zeno agrees with what Bergamo made just now, but if Lee Su is found to have let water in this fight, then Zeno will immediately wipe out all universes. Grand Priest understood what Zeno meant, so he cleared his throat and answered loudly. And now Lee Su, even if he understands Bergamo's thoughts, the third game has already started smoothly, he still has to fight with all his strength. Bergamo was eager to try, looking impatient. Finally, the third game officially started, and Lee Su and Nabergmo moved slightly when they announced the start of the game, and in an instant STA brought them together with their palms. The figures of the two were in an instant tussle, and at the same time, Bergamo did not have the slightest advantage. And after this brief physical frontal impact, Bergamo actually directly exposed his chest and relaxed his fists, seemingly not intending to attack. I'll show you what it means to smash Bergamo. Although Lee Su didn't understand what the werewolf Bergamo meant, why did he completely show his abdominal weakness now? But now Lee Su is still carrying his fist full of energy in his body, aiming at his abdomen and hitting him hard. But what was unexpected was that with the fierce attack of his fists, the werewolf Bergamo did not suffer any pain. Instead, due to Lee Su's attack, his own strength continued to increase. After a brief attack, Lee Su clearly discovered this. It can be seen that Bergamo's own ability has been significantly improved under his attack, so Lee Su quickly gave up this attack. Now, because of Lee Su's attack just now, Bergamo turned the power of Lee Su's attack into his own strength, which made his body shape, strength, and speed have been significantly improved. Under this circumstance, Lee Su also understood what Belgamor meant. After being attacked, Bergamo, whose ability was improved, attacked Lee Su fiercely. Lee Su hurriedly stepped aside, and then Bergamo's fist hit the ground beside Lee Su severely. With just a light blow, a huge hole was knocked out of the ground, and the gravel splashed. Can't help but think, if such an offensive is placed on the body of a normal person, what kind of attack will be received? Unlike this extraordinarily large body and strong strength, his own movement speed has also increased. And if it was like this, Li Su had no way to fight back. Because as soon as he attacked Bergamo, the power he attacked would be used by the enemy. Under such circumstances, Li Su is definitely not dominant. And because of Li Su's hesitation, he has been attacked several times by Bergamo for a long time, but because Li Su's own speed is even faster, so he will see if he can resist it. Naturally, such a situation cannot last for a long time, and passive beating is not always a good situation. Therefore, under such a situation, Li Su could only dodge temporarily to see if there was any way to eliminate the situation. And even the occasional attack by Li Su with a few punches would encourage the werewolf Bergamo's aura, making his own strength even stronger. This kind of physique is very strange, but it is not impossible to restrain. Bergamo's physique is to double counterattack by absorbing the power of others, and at the same time his own physique will expand several times. But one thing is unavoidable, that is, the bigger the figure, the more blind spots and shortcomings he has. No matter who is, there is no way to avoid this. Thinking like this, Li Su used his Super Saiyan abilities without hesitation to give the opponent a violent attack. Under such a strong attack, Bergamo absorbs more energy, and at the same time, his physique is also stronger. The Bergamo werewolf is getting bigger and bigger. Due to Li Su's action, his own energy absorption has gradually reached a saturation level. And after his huge ability to absorb power gradually saturated, that is Li Su's chance. Li Su once again transformed into the state of Super Saiyan Blue, and his physical strength and physique have been significantly enhanced again. Now that the Bergamo werewolf's own attack absorption has been completely saturated, under such a situation, Li Su even showed his special skills. Seeking flowers. Kamehameha, the wolves devour. Both sides displayed their super powerful nirvana at the same time, so there were two super powerful abilities on the arena that suddenly collided. Obviously, Li Su, who is a Super Saiyan physique, will continue to strengthen as his opponents continue to strengthen, and his own strength will also continue to increase. Therefore, it is impossible for Bergamo to defeat Li Su based on his physique alone. In the end, the energy of that Bergamo was completely swallowed by Li Su, and then the whole person was severely injured. The entire venue was covered and gathered by Li Su's energy, and those gods were completely convinced by Li Su's strength at this time. The hand that Li Su just showed, even the strength of the gods is nothing but the same. The seventh universe is really powerful and scary. Bergamo, who was finally completely defeated, had returned to normal size at this time, spread out on the ground, looked at Li Su who was aloof and said. After that, the werewolf Bergamo completely fainted. There is no doubt that the match ended with Li Su's victory. The seventh universe won all 3 games, so the regional universe's victory in this preview conference is unquestionable. However, Li Su's victory means that the power conference must be held as it is, and the remaining 8 universes must participate. And the loser also needs to bear the fate of their own universe to be destroyed. Now, due to the instigation of Bergamo, the werewolf just now, the remaining universes are still holding a grudge against Li Su, and it will not be easy to handle the power conference when that time comes. The spectators of various universes on the viewing platform felt very angry when they heard Li Su's arrogant voice. In Zeno's audience, the Grand Priest asked Zeno how he felt about this preview, and the Zeno kids were very happy. Zeno was very happy with the match between the 7th universe and the 9th universe, and was looking forward to the power conference. After the Grand Priest heard it, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Did the gods hear it?" Zeno is very satisfied with this conference and looks forward to the start of the Tournament of Power. After Grand Priest finished speaking, he began to introduce the rules of Tournament of Power. With the wave of the Grand Priest palm, said, "This is the arena that is about to be established in the Boundless World 797. First in this arena, whoever falls off the arena first will lose. This is where Son Goku asks humbly below, what if I collapse in the ring?" Grand Priest explained with a smile, then leave him in the ring. Grand Priest continued, after watching the preview competition, there are several things that are not allowed. First, only martial arts competitions are allowed, and weapons are not allowed. Second, the opponent must not be killed. Third, flying technique, etc. can be used. The tricks of flying in the sky represent ineffectiveness in the realm of nothingness. The following Gohan and others heard this and said silently, "It seems that relying on strength alone is not enough, and strategy is also very critical." Li Su asked, "What time?" "Game time is 100 tucks." Grand Priest replied that the rules of the game have actually been carefully considered. Tucker, Whis, who was on the sidelines, explained, "About 48 minutes of the Earth." 48 minutes is really long, and I don't know how long it will take to finish all the games, Whis said. When the Grand Priest in the sky heard it, he smiled and said, "It's not more than to worry about it." So the members of the competition play at the same time and shoot down each other, which means that there is only one match. The members of the various universes below were stunned. Only one game. 8 universes, a melee of 80 players. Whis said, "Don't worry, the arena will be huge. All the players will be on the field and see which team has the most births at the end, then the universe wins. If there is only one left, then this universe wins." Notified all universes. At this time, a person came down from the viewing platform of the 11th universe and said, "Li Su, I have something to tell you. Li, I am from the beautiful 11th universe, the freedom fighter of the proud team, Li Su." Let me fight. If you fight with me with your evil heart, my fist will definitely make you ashes. Li Su said with a smile that he is still very excited about having a strong and tyrannical player on stage again. Okay, I haven't enjoyed the battle just now, and I'm also very happy to be able to compete with you. Nian. Tuopo looked at Li Su, his eyes were fixed, and he said, my wish is to be killed by evil. Am I evil? This doesn't sound like fun at all. Li Su looked at Topo with a smile, and he felt very novel about such a statement. After all, the battle this time was entirely caused by Li Su. For other universe people, it was very helpless and painful for these fighters to bear the danger of being destroyed by universe for no reason. And as the initiator of this battle, Li Su became the most evil human being in their minds. If I am evil, are you the hero of justice? Li Su doesn't understand why everyone present is completely targeting him. In Li Su's opinion, even if he doesn't propose this battle, the whole network has already made up his mind. Universes that are not enough to 7 are eliminated. So if you look at it this way, Li Su actually took the life of the entire universe and gave them a fair chance. But Li Su's idea must be difficult for others to feel, and in their minds, Li Su and evil have already been equated. Drag Po, shut up, let's settle the fight with our fists. After seeing this, Zeno approved this match and was very excited. After Li Su saw it, he immediately entered the fighting state with his hands clasped and started the Super Saiyan transformation. Topo said, you put our universe in crisis, and I will never forgive you? It's you Li Su who should disappear, not the other universe. 35. 3.1. Li Su, shut up and fight. Stop talking about these nonsense. And later Beerus said to Whis, it's not good either. Son Goku's game has been watched a lot by others, and it will be thoroughly studied by other universes. On the battlefield at this time, the dragon has also turned into a god, and his body is radiating red light. It looks very majestic. At this time, Tuopo seems to be the incarnation of justice, and Tuopo said in his mouth at the same time, I love the universe, I love human beings, I love the earth, I am the proud team Tuopo, all kinds of evil will be punished by me. Iron fist smashed. Beerus on the viewing platform said disdainfully, it seems that the delay of the 11th universe completely treats us as evil. Whis said with a smile, it's not easy being a hero of justice. With that said, the battle begins? The smoke of gunpowder filled the air, and the figures of the two people moved quickly. After the toe started, he quickly ran towards Li Su, waved his huge fists and shouted justice is on the line, jumped up and clamped his feet on Li Su's head. Because Li Su didn't change his voice to Super Blue Saiyan, he was a little slow in his actions. After his head was clamped, he dragged him and then launched a righteous spin. With a huge spin, Li Su was quickly stunned and fell to the ground. Li Su, who stood up, hurriedly started to counterattack and punched out with a punch. Unexpectedly, he was dragged and grabbed by the hand, and the justice smashed to control Li Su's arm. Unexpectedly, this toe from the 11th universe looks very strong and fat, but it is indeed very flexible, and it is very easy to remove Li 23 Su's shoulder joint. Li Su took the opportunity to turn over, lifted the toe, and put his own. Topo said, Li Su, see, this is the power of justice. But the spectators from other universes cheered and shouted justice. Li Su watched Tuopo transformed into a Super 3 and moved up quickly, while Tuopo watched Li Su also directly attacked him head-on. Li Su punched, and the huge palm grabbed Li Su's arm tightly. Even though Li Su's fist attack was not released at all, he even put a large box of Li Su's arm backwards in his hand, so that Li Su's shoulder joint was directly broken in this situation. It seems that this drag is not useless. Although it is huge in shape, its size is extremely inconsistent with her speed of movement. Whis looked at the agile movements of the dragging below. It seemed that the dragging was good at joint skills, but such moves were far from enough for Li Su. Even now Li Su's right arm has been completely shackled, relying on the strength. Li Su's toes turned around under the effect of dragging, and he escaped from this unfavorable situation. Then, relying on his body with his legs torn as a fulcrum, aiming at his body was ruthless. Pedal away. We, the 11th universe, will never let evil escape. Speaking with certainty, it seems that Li Su has now become the public enemy of the entire universe. Shouting justice all the time, Li Su got rid of the situation just now. With a slight movement of his left hand, he corrected his joints and broke out completely, showing the state of Super Saiyan. After that, Li Su's figure was once again fighting with Topo, and Topo escaped Li Su's entanglement in an instant. The whole person stepped back slightly, and then his palm and Cheng Quan suddenly exploded from here with a similar halo in the 5 palm joints of hers. Justice flashes. Li Su seems to be above this world, whether justice or evil is a difficult thing to decide. And these people like now are all from the perspective of justice. It seems that because Li Su stepped on their interests, so everyone is Li Su is the public enemy of the whole universe, and they can't wait to get rid of them. This situation is very dangerous compared to the 7th universe. Li Su's figure quickly dodged in this area to avoid the dragging attack. The chokehold of justice. However, just when Li Su stood up and got rid of the dragging attack, he first dragged behind Li Su, and his figure appeared like a shadow again. Then its huge body wrapped tightly around Li Sujiang like an octopus. Li Su's body was completely entangled, and at the same time, his arms were getting harder and harder. It's like trying to use this method to completely shackle Li Su's breath, wishing to completely crush his bones. You evil force, hurry up and be crushed by me. All the moves of this dragging seem to be related to justice, and what it has been muttering in its mouth is the general moves related to justice. It seems that 11 universe pursues justice very much, but as 797 they said, what they do must be justice? Because what he has done has violated the interests of everyone, he will be regarded as the public enemy of the universe by everyone. Is such a situation necessarily the fault of their 7th universe? Who is right and who is wrong? In fact, no one can tell, but the idea of these people now is to eliminate the 7th universe, thereby alleviating their hatred. If it wasn't for Li Su, they could still live a peaceful life. Living and working in peace and contentment is like the 10 days they have lived before, but because of Li Su's action, the peaceful life they had maintained for tens of thousands of years was shattered. In this battle, if they fail, they will only be greeted by the destruction of universe. Li Su's figure was pulled closer and closer. Li Su was very angry. This person not only advertised himself as good, but also attacked himself in the name of good. And the other universes who were closely watching the battle below in other stands were standing on a high place and pointing endlessly at this time. The eyes of all the gods were fixed on the bottom. In this battle, I wished that the shattered warrior would be closer, so that Li Su could be smashed to pieces, so as to relieve their hatred. But if they felt that they could subdue Li Su with just such a move, then it would be too simple. Beerus Whis and 6th universes like Pa Vados are actually very clear about this situation. They are well aware of Li Su's ability. And those universe gods in the stands can't wait to delay their actions faster. In this way, the culprit and source of evil who dared to threaten their universe's life safety and peace and contentment have been completely strangled. They have always been the commanding heights of justice. It seems that everything Li Su has done is the indignation of all people and gods, and everyone gets it. And I have to say that such a situation is actually the purpose of the particularly encouraging words of the 9th universe before. Their purpose is nothing more than wanting to target all the universe's spearheads on Li Su of the 7th universe. Even if he is victorious in the battle with the 9th universe, other universes have witnessed it all, and in the battle with other universes, others will not let him go. And it has to be said that Bergamo's strategy finally came in handy, and Li Su already understood the truth that people are fearful. But if you want to obliterate it just for this reason, then the appearance of this group of gods is too ugly. And then by virtue of his retransformation, Li Su's own law of power exploded under the watchful eyes of the public. All the gods present at the scene are angry and angry. It seems that because of him Li Su, seeing Li Su being dragged out of the shackles, they are even more happy and want to fire a gun. All they reported was a spectator mentality, wanting to see how long Li Su could struggle to be completely crushed. How dare an ignorant human being of the 7th universe dare to speak so boldly to Zeno? Who gave him the courage to make such an unreasonable request to Zeno? All of their universes were involved. The state of Li Su's display of the law of power all at once almost shocked those gods. It was almost by virtue of his own brute force that he completely broke free from the sluggishness of the prosperous world. After that, Li Su's figure was even faster. What they didn't know was that Li Su used the power of Flash Time Gong. With the ability to jump to another time and space in a short period of time, Nichuopo couldn't track Li Su's trail at all. It is true that everything he said with justice is high-sounding, and Li Su's current goal is also very clear, which is to kill in seconds. These gods who just hid on top of them are really hateful, and the neighbors who are completely released in the process have become a nightmare of dragging. There is nothing special about the left-hand uppercut, facing the Drago, and there is nothing special about it. Zhao, on the contrary, because of such a tyrannical melee attack, there is no way for the Drago to deal with it head-on. However, after a quarter of an hour passed, he knew how wrong the idea he had thought was. I don't know why that Li Su is, but his own experience is almost tyrannical in this short time there. And dragging means that there is no way to predict close contact, and dare to say that it can parry Li Su's offensive. It was almost a very violent head-on confrontation, and in the process of killing 4 with Li Su, it gradually became more and more difficult. During the fight, Li Su's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Drago's eyes, and he hurriedly turned around. He saw a huge blue light group connected to Li Su's hands, and it was his eyes fixed on him. His eyes were gloomy and terrifying, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and it looked very terrifying. The huge blue light group against Li Su's face instantly made it torn, and there was a desire to run away in a hurry. And this kind of action is even more inconsistent with the original intention of his almighty god. But at this time, it was almost a subconscious, money, move, which made Tuopo no longer able to fight back. And under the gaze of all the gods, Li Su aimed his surging energy at the opposite drag and roar away. And under such a fierce offensive, Drag Po was completely attacked without even being able to persist for long. With a bang, a blue light erupted instantly, and on the ground, the gravel burst, and the smoke filled the air. When the smoke dissipated, Li Su could clearly see where the toe was, and he was putting his arms in front of him in a defensive posture. It was also because of the extraordinarily tyrannical defensive ability in his own body, so although it was said to be damaged, it did not hurt his life. Dragpo does not possess the power of God, so after Li Su turned into a Super Blue Saiyan, he was quickly defeated. God's power, in principle, only gods of destruction and Supreme Kai have a universe, so although Drago is powerful, it is impossible to threaten Li Su who already has the power of God. But just as Li Su was about to attack again, the energy in his body was rapidly mobilized, when suddenly a bell rang in the sky. The quaint voice slowly remembered at this moment, and the voice of Grand Priest came from this area along with the sound of the bell. Okay, this time the battle is over. Naturally, the request to stop the Grand Priest also caused the dissatisfaction of Zeno's children. Because the next battle is more exciting in Zeno's view, they can't wait to continue watching. But Grand Priest believes that in such a situation, if it is not stopped immediately, then there will be people who will die in this battle, and in this case, their role in the power meeting will be weakened, so under such a situation, the Grand Priest decided to stop it. And 800 Zeno was finally convinced by the Grand Priest. Now Zeno and future Zeno adults are looking forward to the power conference that can be successfully erupted after 40 hours. And now in this Domain Blue conference, the battle between the 7th universe and the 9th universe ended with the 7th universe's total victory, and the 9th universe suffered a disastrous defeat, but such a battle victory did not make much difference. It won't help them in the universe ranking after that, in the decision of Grand Priest. After 40 hours, a power conference will be held in the boundless world. At that time, all universes who are ready to participate in the competition need to come, and 10 players will come to the melee. And as long as it is on the battlefield of no boundary, all players will be required to play together, and teamwork needs to be emphasized. The words and deeds of the 7th universe today put the 7th universe on the opposite side of all universes, CDDB, even if they don't know about other things, but one thing can be confirmed, that is, at the power conference 40 hours later on, Li Su of the 7th universe will become the public enemy of all universes for the first time. And the blow they will face in the 7th universe is also much more important than others. During these 40 hours, the Grand Priest will use its own energy to build the arena and audience stand in the boundless world. And what they need to do is to find 10 powerful players within these 40 hours. Finally, the preview conference was over, and the power conference that terrified all universes was successfully held. Naturally, which 10 players should be sent to the field? This has almost become a problem in the minds of all universes who want to participate in the competition, but they only have 40 hours to judge when the time is tight. As the 7th universe's Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction, the choice of these 10 players is naturally a problem they should consider. Li Su just wanted to talk about the scene just now. Just when he was about to take a fatal blow to Topo, the Grand Priest came to stop him and he stepped forward to shake hands with Topo, but Topo refused. I tell you, don't be complacent, I'm not the most powerful person in our universe, just wait, my ally Grey Jiren is more powerful than me. Jiren, what kind of role is that? Li Su is very curious, but in his heart he is also very confident and very confident. No matter what kind of role the other party is, everything is not a problem compared to the super plug-in that it has the system. Li Su's super cheat has always been invincible before, but after Zamasu, he began to meet people with the power of God, even with cheats, now it's a bit difficult. Zamasu is just an intern Supreme Kai, already so strenuous, there are powerful fighters in every universe, this kind of challenge makes Li Su faintly excited. I hope that through this tournament of power, my ability can be improved a little more, and I can even surpass the power of God, and take a step closer. Li Su, Li Yi, Lazuli, Son Goku, Vegeta, Bu, these people are naturally going to participate, and the rest of the candidates are Beerus and Whis to worry about. In another place, the Supreme Kai of the remaining 9 universes who are going to participate in the power conference have begun to meet and discuss countermeasures in secret. Because the interests of each universe are also different, even if they managed to gather all the Supreme Kai, but they did not discuss what kind of method, but because of the differences between each universe, contradictions appeared. Naturally, none of them thought about summoning the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. In their opinion, the culprit of this power conference was proposed by Li Su of the regional universe. So why would they want to see anyone or anything from the 7th universe in this situation? After the discussion about Supreme Kai ended in vain, they began to search for 10 powerful players in their universe. Time is not for me, there is not much time left for them, and at this critical juncture regarding the survival of all human crises in the universe, Son Goku decided to call his own son Son Gohan as well. Although Son Gohan's combat power is not so prominent now, he was once one of the strongest combat powers in universe. As Saiyan, he also has unlimited potential. However, for so long, Son Gohan has been shifting the focus of his work to academic and scientific research. And Son Gohan's mother doesn't like Son Gohan to go out on adventures like Son Goku, so she's not very enthusiastic about cultivation. So Son Goku felt that he needed Li Su to help train, so that Son Gohan could find the limits of strength again. Give me some fairy beans, and I'll make Gohan find strength again. Therefore, Li Su naturally would not back down at such a time of crisis. On the contrary, if Son Gohan's strength can be improved under such circumstances, it would be even better, so Li Su prepared some extremely cruel and painful special training to deal with Son Gohan. Everything is ready, these fairy beans are absolutely unusable until the last moment. Don't worry, Uncle Li Su, I will do my best. Li Su pulled Son Gohan out and the two of them faced the chain alone. At this time, Son Gohan was standing opposite Li Su. The two were a few meters apart. Li Su shook the bag containing the fairy beans in front of Son Gohan's eyes and then put it back into his pocket. Although such a life-saving artifact does work, it cannot be taken by chance. The number of fairy beans in Li Su's hands is actually not many. Except for leaving the necessary seeds, there are not many to distribute to everyone. Li Su, Su is already considering expanding the planting area of celery beans and increasing the number of celery beans. Because of this reason, it is not right not to show his rights, so Li Su actually has some ideas in mind about the next training of Son Gohan. The two people looked at each other. Son Gohan stood opposite Li Su, looking ambitious, and at the same time, the momentum of his body suddenly increased, and he freely transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 3. One advantage of fighting against Li Su is that he can fully display his power without restraint. No matter how tyrannical his strength is, Li Su can fully bear it. Li Su's fighting experience is far greater than Son Gohan, who hasn't fought for a long time. At the same time, in the process of fighting, Li Su can be very sensitive and keen to inform about some weaknesses and deficiencies in the process of combat, and based on some practical plans, there is no way for others to do this. The sky was gloomy, and after a while, raindrops thickly fell on the ground, splashing mushrooms. Both Son Gohan and Li Su were hit by the huge raindrops, and their clothes were all wet. Heaven is not beautiful, but the tension between the two was not relieved by the bad weather. Compared with Li Su on the opposite side, Li Su is completely silent, not in the state of becoming Super Saiyan like Son Gohan at all. On the contrary, he just attacks in his most normal state. The figures of the two people collided quickly. Son Gohan was wary of Li Su with 12 points, so from the beginning he thought about using his strongest strength to explode. Ask for flowers. Carrying full strength in his hand, he walked towards Li Su's body, and for a while, he said that the electric light and flint were very lively in the air. Such an extraordinarily splendid move is just a pretense to Li Su. In fact, the attack power he generates is not enough to support Li Su's punch. Sometimes an extraordinarily gorgeous move is not as good as a deadly trick. Li Su's current fighting power is similar to when Son Gohan turned into Super Saiyan. During Son Gohan's rapid attack, Li Su raised his left fist slightly and hit Son Gohan's abdomen. 0.00. It seems that the move is very simple, and it is not as good as Son Gohan's move using various vigor skills, but it is also real and effective. In just a quarter of an hour, Son Gohan gradually felt a little difficult in Li Su's attack, and in the end, there was a faint lack of it. For this situation, Son Gohan is actually reluctant to give up. After all, in Son Gohan's view, no matter what battle it is, it needs to be faced carefully and cannot be given up. But just as Son Gohan was about to strike again on his toes, Li Su's body suddenly jumped to a peak, and he looked down at Son Gohan condescendingly. To be honest, Li Su is very dissatisfied with the performance of Son Gohan just now. It seems that the attack is fast, and the strength are also good, but after all, it is full of loopholes. Will be defeated. Although it looks extraordinarily gorgeous, Li Su feels that Son Gohan's strikes are too impatient, his attack power is not strong, and he does not have the kind of indomitable momentum and fighting consciousness. You are too eager for success. It is true that the danger of the universe is very urgent now, and you naturally have people you want to protect, but if you recognize that you are in a hurry because of such a thing, you forget to be calm and serious about fighting. If the situation cannot be thoroughly analyzed, then it is just a shackle to you. Even if there are tricks in the heart and things that need to be protected, but if you can't calm down in a battle, then there is no way to calm down and observe the current situation, so naturally there will be some omissions, and in such a state how can there be a chance of winning? Sunwoo 803 fan heard Li Su's scolding. His head was slightly lowered, and he looked very ashamed. Son Gohan actually felt that his combat effectiveness was no longer in the first echelon such as Li Su and Son Goku. On the contrary, the long sparse battle formation was not flexible enough, and the combat experience was not rich enough. Saiyan's physique is constantly breaking through himself in the non-stop battle, and every battle is a kind of improvement of himself. Son Gohan has not fought for a long time, and his fighting power and spirit have declined. Yes, what the teacher taught is 99. Li Su's words are merciless, in Li Su's opinion, although now Son Gohan does inherit the blood of Super Saiyan. Building on anger can continually build up the potential within his body, but at the end of the day, Son Gohan doesn't fully embrace fighting as an instinct. Son Gohan lives on the Earth belongs to the low-power planet in the universe, and there is not much fighting. Although Son Gohan has a strong talent, his fighting instinct is not as good as Saiyan, who often fights on the Saiyan planet. Just like in the previous battle with Majin Buu, with the help of Supreme Kai, Son Gohan will become complacent after he has absolute strength, and there is no way to distinguish the specific things in front of him. And that's where Son Gohan is deadly. If this is not made clear, then this will become Son Gohan's fatal flaw, and it will completely become Son Gohan's shackles on the upcoming power conference. Well, now that the warm-up is over, let me see your true strength. Yes. Li Su took off his coat and didn't mind when it rained. The big raindrops around him were dripping on his body. Li Su and Son Gohan were in the air. The state of Super Sailor 3. Due to the battle with Li Su just now, Son Gohan has already consumed a lot of power, so that he was slightly out of breath in mid-air, but he still answered in agreement after hearing Li Su's order. Son Gohan let out a roar, and then his whole body was more like a bow and arrow from the string, holding a fist in his hand, aiming at Li Su on the opposite side. And Li Su's figure instantly disappeared in front of Son Gohan's eyes. Just in the blink of an eye, Li Su's figure swept from a distance, and his right foot vigorously aimed at Son Gohan's place with his leg strength. Then he kicked Son Gohan to the side. Son Gohan staggered back a few steps, followed by Son Gohan a few steps back, and at random the whole person stood there panting heavily, and a flash of light burst out in the palm of his hand instantly. There are countless golden halos, constantly coming out of Son Gohan's palm. Li Su's figure disappeared again. Son Gohan's attack slammed on the opposite mountain. The towering mountain was impacted, and it was cut from halfway through. Shattered abruptly. The top of the mountain collapsed abruptly, and a loud noise was heard incessantly. Son Gohan sighed slightly, then stood there and watched the violent smoke disappearing in front of the mountain. And I don't know when the continuous figure that I touched quietly suddenly appeared behind Son Gohan, quietly and silently, not even showing the breath. The palm was flutteringly thrown, and it was facing Son Gohan's body. The palm was clenched into a hook, and it was pinched at Son Gohan's neck. The shot is quick, the action is violent, and the key point is caught because of being pinned down. Is that all your power? So that even though Son Gohan became Super Saiyan, he had no strength to resist Li Su's attack after struggling. Therefore, Son Gohan, who was in Li Su's palm, was extremely weak at this time and lost his strength to struggle. Immediately, his Saiyan state was soaked and his hair turned black. You lose. 3.1. Li Su saw that Son Gohan really had no strength to fight back, so he let go of his fingers lightly, allowing Son Gohan to breathe fresh air again. Uncle Li Su, you are amazing. 39. This is not the reason. You could have avoided this attack just now, but because of your complacency and pride, you did not observe the battle situation well in this battle, but I took advantage of it. Son Gohan, it's also because of your own problems. Even though Li Su won the battle, he was still unhappy in his heart. Li Su frowned and looked at Son Gohan opposite. Even if Son Gohan had apologized, it was not feasible. Like you, even if you really arrive at the power conference, I'm afraid you won't be able to win the game. If he can't completely correct his attitude, then he will definitely be attacked and lose the game if he participates in the power conference with such an attitude. Therefore, if Li Su doesn't speak more harshly now, then if Son Gohan is on the field, his disaster may be even greater. Throw away the complacency, and don't fall short when victory is near. Come again? Good. 35. The battle between the two broke out again. The raindrops in the sky gradually became smaller, the clouds gradually faded, showing the color of the sky itself. Because the rain had passed the beginning of the clear, a rainbow appeared in the sky. The blue sky was blue, with a little grassy breath. Li 23 Wook and Son Gohan stood in midair, and Son Gohan started a new workout again. And in the process of hitting and tempering again and again, Son Gohan also gradually got rid of some of his faults. As a result, the energy in the body will continue to be solidified, and it will develop in the direction of being able to grow into a more solid and powerful fighter. Naturally, Li Su gradually saw the results he wanted during the training process. And in this process, time is gradually passing 40 hours, whether it is long or short. Each universe is getting stronger, and the Supreme Kai of each universe is looking for the strongest fighters, and at the same time, they are constantly studying the other universes to increase their strength and increase their winning rate. Every universe is fighting for the chance to survive. This cruel competitive pressure makes every universe come up with all its power to survive in this tournament of power. It's the first time in the eons of universes journey. Of course, the 6th universe also belongs to the 8th universe that needs to fight, and Kampa is particularly troubled by this. The 6th universe is connected with the 7th universe. If the 7th universe is destroyed, the 6th universe will also disappear. Li Su and others of the 7th universe caused public outrage from other universes, although Supreme Kai, the 6th universe, also hated this tournament of power. But no matter what, only by fighting against other universes with the 6th universe can you avoid getting involved in your own universe, which is also the source of Kampa's anger. This time, Califla and Kale will also participate in the power contest. This strange girl is also going for a higher and stronger power. In the process of selecting life players, every universe is extremely difficult, because the news that Zeno will be completely cleared after failure somehow spread in the universe, so that those people fall into a kind of in fear. What's more, they want to use this opportunity to massacre the planets, burn and loot money to hide in the victorious planet universes. Most people in the universe are very pessimistic. After all, these universes will always be destroyed. So just like the end of the world, after the news came out, the vast majority of universe people were like headless flies, became irritable, showed the evil side of human nature, and began to plunder wealth and enjoy life. Panic and tyranny will exist in every universe, and in such a messy situation, I don't know how long it will take them to get the 10 players together. But there is another problem at this moment, that even Li Su has mobilized all his resources. But 10 players are not so easy to get together. Now at the last minute, there are only 3 hours left before the start of the power conference, and their manpower is still not enough, and there is still one person missing. Frieza. When several people were discussing together, Son Goku suddenly had an idea. Frieza's strength is also very strong. Frieza left a deep impression on the people sitting. Frieza is the first and strongest person that Son Goku and others encountered in the universe. He was the strongest person at that time, 803, with the Emperor of the Universe. The title rules this star field. But this idea was quickly refuted by Vegeta and others, because Frieza was so vicious that even being resurrected from Hades would still not pay off. Among them, Vegeta is the most opposed. Vegeta was once Frieza's subordinate, but his father was killed by Frieza. At that time, if his bad habits are hard to change, it will bring disaster to the universe. so Vegeta actually disagreed. Then you say, what else is there to do now? Then you can't choose Frieza, don't you know what kind of character he is? Everyone just finds it difficult to accept. People like Frieza are really difficult to domesticate. What if they are released from the King of Hell and disobey the discipline, and then attack them in turn? But it looks like there's no other way now. It's a risky move. After unanimous consent, Li Su began to go to Hell, looking for Frieza, trying to win the unity of Frieza. At the same time, Li Su also believed that if Frieza really wanted to rebel after his resurrection, then any one of them present would be able to destroy Frieza directly. And once there are not enough people, if there are less than 10 people, then they are not qualified to participate in the power conference, which is equivalent to defeat without a fight. Almost everyone knows the consequences of such a thing. Now in every universe that needs to participate, they are actively looking for 10 players. Even if he has a lot of previous records and committed serious crimes, if he can make his universe win in the power competition, that would be equivalent to revushing honor and disgrace. It has to be said that those Supreme Kai gods of destruction have done their best not to be wiped out by Zeno. Therefore, in the few hours left now, everyone will take this matter as a top priority and prepare to break the bank. After Zeno held the preview conference on the other side, the two Zeno returned to their Zeno Palace. During the 40 hours in Zeno Palace, they were very boring. For Supreme Kai and gods of destruction in the universe, 40 hours was far from enough to prepare for work, but for the two Zeno children who came said they were very urgent. Hey, I want to see what's the latest news. We have the latest news for you. The Grand Priest immediately appeared when he heard Zeno's call, and then a crystal mass appeared in the palm of Grand Priest's palm, which displayed some unique messages in the universe now. It shows each universe, the hard work the General Assembly has done for the power that is about to unfold. And Zeno was even more happy when he saw these details. He wanted to hold a power meeting directly now, but it was stopped by the Grand Priest. Please wait patiently, there are still a few hours before the power conference fully unfolds. And many universes have not yet received full players, so it may not be a big deal if it is held now. 99. There is no other way, although the two Zeno children are also very helpless, they can only wait for a while. Once again, the camera is active duty, to Li Su who is about to go to Hell to find Frieza. Hello, I'm looking for someone. Who are you looking for? 35. Frieza. Hades expressed his surprise. Frieza is the #1 dangerous person, why did Li Su come to look for him? In Yama's mind, Frieza is also regarded as the most terrifying universe person. Frieza caused the greatest fear to Yama, after all, he was the former universe emperor. I can't tell for a while. Universe is in serious danger now. Zeno is going to hold a power conference. We are short of manpower. If the 7th universe loses, then the entire universe will be destroyed by Zeno. After explaining the situation to the current King of Hell, the King of Hell released it very readily. After that, a pawn came and took Li Su to the place where Frieza was. After getting off the car, Li Su couldn't believe what he saw around him. The yellow flowers were covered with green grass underneath, and there were faint snow-white feathers fluttering in the air, like a paradise in the world. The sun is shining and there is life everywhere. Are you sure this is where Frieza is? Yes, sir. The subordinate of Supreme Kai, who led the way, looked at the instruction report in his hand, and replied to Li Su after confirming it again and again. Li Su didn't say any more. After getting out of the car, he walked straight towards the inside. On the flat green grass, he could see an extraordinarily huge ancient tree not far away. The pink leaves are fluttering in the wind, and on this ancient tree, you can intuitively see something similar to a silkworm chrysalis hanging. Hello, Frieza. 95. Li Su started shouting from a distance, and he looked at the white silkworm chrysalis and slowly turned around in front of him. Turning around to see Frieza's face, that's right, it's the man. Oh, it's you, what are you doing here? Frieza turned his head leisurely, with the body of a white silkworm chrysalis, making it look like a newborn baby. It's been many years, and this is the first time someone came to see me, and I didn't expect it to be an enemy. Frieza looked at Li Su and said with a smile. It's just that the shrewdness and cunning in his eyes have broken all the balance. Looks like you've had a pretty good time here. I can't say that. For me, being here is the most cruel punishment. 9. By the way, why are you here? But Frieza didn't believe that Li Su would come over to see him for no reason at all. Naturally, he had his own conspiracies and plans to come over. Now I have a way to get you out of here, but only for one day, can you agree? In order to show his sincerity, Li Su moved his hand, and a golden light flashed from Li Su's hand. The silkworm baby suddenly fell to the ground, and after landing, Frieza set off a purple vortex, and Frieza broke free from the silkworm chrysalis. It feels great to be able to regain my freedom. Frieza moved his shoulders at will, shook his arms, and the corners of his mouth evoked a hideous arc. Taking a little breath of fresh air, the whole person looks more evil. Are you doing it for the power conference? Right. If I wish you victory, what will I gain? Frieza is still the same, evil, self-centered. This may be the character of the universe emperor, but Frieza still hopes to participate in this power conference. Just like the emperor of universe at that time, the Frieza Legion was plundering other galaxies, just to find the thrill of torture, not even for profit. This time to participate in the power conference, you can fight with other universe creatures of the same level as 803, which is a rare good news for Frieza, killing opponents for pleasure. At this time, the tail behind Frisia rose and fell in this area, and even the hooks on the tail were faintly fluorescent arcs here. Frisia is also thinking, although he really wants to get this kind of pleasure, he still finds a way to fight for his own interests, or freedom. You can have a day of free time, that's the maximum I can give you. Although it is said that Frisia's current appearance is more scary under the background of purple light. But Li Su was not at all stunned by the appearance in front of him. Since Li Sun can defeat Frisia, the king of the universe once, he can defeat him a second time. Meaning I can choose not to participate, right? If that's what you think, it's me who's bothering you? Li Su didn't have any extra mood to entangle with Frisia. After hearing Frisia's answer, Li Su raised his foot and left. And Li Su's extraordinarily resolute and unpretentious behavior also caused Frisia to panic. Frisia is just talking. Frisia still wants to participate in such an exciting battle. This kind of battle to decide the entire universe in one match has Frisia's blood boiling. Although there is only one day of free time, Frisia thinks it will be time to adapt. Wait a minute, I will. In fact, Frisia's remarks were just to sway Li Su's appetite, and he wanted to use this matter to make him add some more chips. Frisia sees this clearly, and Li Su sees it even more clearly. You are so boring, I was joking. Frisia hurriedly stopped Li Su. Li Su turned around and looked at Frisia. The first thing I want to ask you is that after these 24 hours, I still need to go back to this ghost place, don't I? There's no way, you can't ask for too much without, CDDB. Talking to the wicked, first of all, you can't be restrained by it, and if Frisia finds out what Li Su wants, then the lion will definitely open his mouth. Okay, I agree to go to the power conference with you, but I have one request. You said. 35. Li Su is very interested and ready to know, but with Frisia's character, it is impossible to follow them to the power conference so selflessly. When this convention is over, make a wish with the Super Dragon Ball to bring me back to life. Li Su's mouth twitched. Hehe, it seems that Frisia's appetite is not small. It's okay to want to revive, but the premise is to win the championship and get the Super Dragon Ball before this wish can take effect. 39. While the two were talking, purple petals were fluttering in the wind, and the entire area had transformed from a fairyland paradise just now into a sinister situation. Actually, I still really miss the time when I fought against you, and to tell you the truth, my own strength has improved a lot during this period of time. As soon as the words fell, Foley opened his palm, and then a strong airflow erupted around Frisia's body. The strong wind hit, and the surrounding petals were surrounded, and the airflow swirls. Even the extremely docile flowers have become extremely sharp at this time. Sure enough, it's still Frisia, but that personality doesn't change at all. The energy within Frisia's body suddenly increased, and within this area, a golden halo enveloped the entire area. With a bang, this piece of fairyland like a paradise was suddenly covered, and after this burst of light passed, Frisia's whole body has also evolved, and it has been shown that there are hard armors bounding its body in its front and back. I didn't expect that, even here I have evolved. Looking at me like this, aren't you excited? Frisia used words to stimulate Li Su to fight him, and also used such behavior to directly show Li Su his power. Frisia has been out of touch with the outside world for a long time now, and doesn't know the fighting power of Li Su and Son Goku's old rivals. His current strength is not what it used to be, and if he participates in the competition, the success rate may be greatly increased. As expected of Universe's #1 villain, you frowned and the corner of your mouth was slightly hooked, not afraid of Frisia's brutal appearance at this time. No matter when, Frisia's temper will never change, and no one can correct his insidious, cunning look and that arrogant feeling. The king of evil from hell, Frisia, is back. Maybe their journey will be a little smoother this time. By the way, is it okay to kill people at that power meeting? Of course this is impossible. Well, that would be too painful, but I can only endure it as much as I can in order to resurrect. Frisia felt that the blood in his whole body was completely excited. He was always very excited about fighting and killing, and he had a bloodthirsty pleasure for slaughtering. What Beerus didn't expect was that the 7th universe belonging to him at this time was not completely safe and airtight. Li Su is from the 7th universe, and his proposal is the main reason for this power conference. Therefore, various Supreme Kais and gods of destruction in other universes have a sense of hatred from the heart for the 7th universe. This tournament of power exists only because of the appearance of the 7th universe, and without the tournament of power universe there would be no danger of being destroyed, so almost all of them regard the 7th universe as a destroyer and a thorn in their side. Lord Quitella, I really heard about Beerus and asked Li Su to go to hell and call Frisia up. 99. The gods of destruction Quitella of the 4th universe has always been very hostile to the gods of destruction Beerus of the 7th universe. At this time, it was also because he had an extra heart that he would send his confidant to the 7th universe to collect information. Hearing the remarks between them unexpectedly, it happened to know that this organization is secret. Lord Quitella, what should we do then? After inquiring about the news, the confidant hurried back to the 4th universe and reported the confidential news he had heard to gods of destruction Quitella. When Quitella gods of destruction heard the news, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he slumped on the chair with a languid expression. He picked up a grape in his hand and put it in his mouth. The two huge front teeth added a bit of wretchedness and evil to Quitella's expression. I have my own plans. And gods of destruction Quitella came up with some great ideas that could crush the 7th universe. I'm so sorry, Beerus, their fourth universe has to win in order to survive. The power conference is about to start, and there is only about an hour left before the power conference really starts. All universes are in full swing to arrange the relevant personnel and tactics, without exception. There was a lot of excitement, something the universe had never seen before. It is also a fatal battle related to all universe survival issues, and no one dares to slack off. Help me contact the gods of destruction Sidra of the 9th universe. Sometimes all things don't need to be done by yourself, and killing with a knife may be a better way. For flowers. Now that the power conference is about to start, Quitella doesn't dare to come up with ideas under Zeno's nose, but if it's someone from another universe planet, then maybe. Sidra, I have dispatched spies in various universes, and I just heard some interesting news in the 7th universe, so I hurried to tell you. I heard that the gods of destruction Beerus and Lisu of the 7th universe said that after they participated in the power meeting, the first one would defeat the 9th universe. And now their last member Frisia is rushing to join Lisu on the road. Point 0. The two gods of destruction communicate with each other through the crystal ball. This is true, it is really arrogant 9. Yeah, the best thing to do now is not to kill Frisia in the middle of it before they join up with their main force. And the 7th universe might be eliminated directly because there are not enough 10 players to participate in the competition. Quitella, like the gods of destruction Sidra of the 9th universe, explained her own stratagem, and her words were angry, and she seemed to be quite critical of the 7th universe. Sounds good, but will I be punished by Zeno if I do this? Now is a special period. If Zeno really finds out, then the crime will be a big one. You want to have forces in every universe that don't belong to you, but you can make them do it for the people you use, right? After that Quitella successfully persuaded the 9th universe to destroy Sidra, who used a knife to kill without dirtying her hands. Even if Zeno was finally investigated, it had nothing to do with their 4th universe. And once the 7th universe is removed, they will also lose a confidant, and their chances of competing for the first place will increase. Carl, do you feel that my plan is good? Then Frisia is said to be the emperor of evil, and there are countless people who have bad relations with him. If he was slaughtered during the meeting with Lisu, it is understandable. Bar. Come on, Quitella was laughing out loud in his Gods of Destruction hall, smug in his words. Do you think Sidra will do what we want? Yes, you must have hated the 7th universe when you saw how they previewed the conference last time. Now that 807 has finally come up with such a good strategy, how could they let it go? However, everything was as Quitella thought, even after the communication with the 4th universe Gods of Destruction Sidra. Gods of Destruction Sidra of the 9th universe still consulted with Supreme Kai. Judging from the behavior of Frisia during his lifetime, he can directly destroy a planet without changing his face or heartbeat. He is definitely a well-deserved villain. The 7th universe chose such a villain, and it seems that their virtues are nothing but the same. Since that's the case, then we'll send men to destroy Frisia. That's natural, come here, and now send a group of swordsmen to kill Frisia. Picking Frisia out of hell is a complicated thing in itself. The divination mother-in-law who needs to go through many procedures and is responsible for the last procedure is not so easy to pass. All preparations must be readily available, the time of release from prison, the personnel to be received, and everything must be explained in the form of a report. There was no other way. Lisu had no choice but to return to prepare the materials after a verbal agreement with Frisia. With just a stick of incense, he rushed to the fortune-teller mother-in-law with a thick pile of materials. Hello mother-in-law, this is to receive Frisia's release certificate. Okay, do you have any present? Lisu immediately understood and took out a small object from his pocket. Originally, I was looking fresh on the road, and I wanted to buy it for Lazuli to please number 18. It seems that at this time, I can only divvy up my mother-in-law first. Okay, let's go. Lisu saw a gigantic palace, pointing at her divination mother-in-law's AI rough finger. Entering along the steps, entering it, a gust of demonic wind blows, and the candles in the palace are instantly extinguished. Okay, take him away. The divination mother-in-law urged that Frisia, who had briefly recovered his freedom, appeared in front of Lisu's eyes. He was still as annoying as before, but he looked a little annoyed now. I didn't expect that I would become like this now. It's really depressing. As he walked, he shook his head, his eyes were slightly lowered, and the corners of his mouth twitched, still looking as boring as ever. Come with me quickly. Lisu urged that it is less than an hour before the start of the power conference, so now they must race against time, and then they still have important things to arrange tactics and discuss strategies. The time is indeed very tight, and the coping strategies of these contestants are indeed very critical. Sorry, my hand slipped. However, Frisia, the Emperor of Evil, didn't care about the occasion at all, and walked slowly towards Lisu with his footsteps slightly raised. Immediately when he arrived at the front, he was suddenly caught off guard, and at the beginning, he hit Lisu's abdomen with a strange and tricky arc. And Frisia's fist was surrounded by Lisu's palm all of a sudden, and the palm of his hand was very relaxed, dissolving Frisia's strength. This made Frisia unable to advance any further. Lisu's mouth twitched, and now it seems that Frisia is still not good. Neither of them have transformed, it's just a competition of his own pure strength. Lisu is even better. It's okay, so am I. Before the words could be said, Lisu's palm suddenly squeezed Frisia's fists tightly. Later, when he saw Frisia's face turning pale in pain, he let go of Frisia in his hand. Frisia did not expect Lisu to improve so much. Although neither of them changed their voices, Frisia had already lost the battle of power. Come on, it's getting late, we have more important things to do after that. After cleaning up, Frisia is much more stable, and only when Li Su is present will Frisia dare not be more presumptuous in 3.1. It's not good, there are a large number of legions outside, and it looks like they are coming straight here. Oh, it seems that it is impossible for me to leave with you quickly now. Frisia shook his head and made a clicking sound. This body has not moved for a long time, and it has become slightly rusted and stiff. The two walked outside and looked at the situation outside the palace. Who are you? Cannot say. What is your purpose? Cannot say. Who sent you here? No matter how Li Su asked each other, the people standing in the air didn't say anything. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly flashed behind him, aiming at the person who had just asked the question. It really amazes me that I was greeted so warmly as soon as I came out. Li Su turned back. Frisia's fingers were still stretched out, and the smoke of gunpowder drifted through them. I'm sorry, I just saw them, and my hand slipped again. Li Su frowned, looking at the aggressors who suddenly broke into the air in front of him. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. Since it's like this, it's a quick decision, and it can't be delayed here for too long. It just happened to be active, my body was stiff and rusted in hell. However, I'm sorry, everyone, now that we are in a hurry, we can only make a quick decision. Before the words were finished, Frisia's body spread out here, and a golden light flashed across the entire area. Immediately, the entire area was completely shrouded in golden light, as if the sun was rising. After a dazzling light passed, Frisia's current body has become stronger. It is said that Frisia is like an upgraded state, with golden light hidden all over his body, referred to as Golden Frisia. Those alien invaders who stayed in the air were all dressed in black and wore white masks on their faces, so that they are all tightly wrapped around the column, so that there is not a single trace of it that can be identified. You just took advantage of a sneak attack, don't make a big deal there. Now that everyone has completely moved the field away, the corners of Golden Frisia's mouth twitched, revealing the scarlet cunning in his eyes, like a poisonous viper. Don't worry, you have to play with us until the conference starts. 35. Listening to the words of the alien invaders who stayed in the air, Li Su frowned slightly. It seems that these invaders must be one of the other universes who are going to participate in the power meeting, and their purpose is to delay Li Su and Frisia's trip. As a result, their 7th universe was understaffed and could not participate smoothly, which annoyed Zeno and was disqualified. Such an idea is too despicable, just looking at the time passing by minute, and there is really not much time left for them. Frisia, we're running out of time, let's do it quickly. If that's the case, then I'm here. In the subsequent fight, Li Su was surprised to find that Golden Frisia's control of power and control of details has made a leap forward. The shot is ruthless and merciless, and at the same time, he can completely control the power in his body, and there will be no excessive flooding. This appearance, it seems that he has been in hell for such a long time, and it is indeed beneficial. But there is only one thing that Li Su can't stand, that is Frisia after returning from hell. His style is more ruthless and ruthless. If it weren't for the fact that the power contest was imminent and Li Su really couldn't act recklessly, Li Su would definitely not be able to resist now, to make this wicked a blessing again, trapped in hell and never get out. Golden Frisia's body moved forward, and while he was speaking, he was already slowly rushing forward, less than a meter away from the alien invaders. Immediately, he spread his arms, his hands fully open, and his fingers separated. With a horrific cry, a red blade was thrown from Frisia's fingers. With frightening penetrating power and ruthless moves, he completely killed the aggressors that were densely packed in midair. In just 1 second, a large number of people on the field have fallen into the sea and lost their vitality. The rustling, like raindrops, fell on the sea. And the survivors who survived, even if they tried their best to avoid those red sharp blades, they seemed to have vitality and intelligence. Ha 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 ha. Frisia's terrifying laughter filled the whole hell. Li Su frowned slightly. This look is really worrying. It's 807 now, my muscles are finally moving. In just one night, those people on the field were completely killed. Frisia looked at the empty scene in front of him, looking relieved. Come on, it's all sorted out. Suddenly, Li Su's eyes glanced, and there was even a hidden fish that slipped through the net, struggling desperately. Frisia, go to hell. Behind this person's palm, there is a huge clump of energy belonging to gods of destruction. And this was their ultimate weapon this time, given to them by the Lord Gods of Destruction Sidra before they left. The battle just now may not be enough for Frisia to take his life, but no matter who is infected with the energy of gods of destruction, as long as he touches it, he will definitely be hurt. It would also have an impact on their own situation. The man was motionless, silently watching Frisia and Li Su's remarks like a dead man, trying to find a suitable time go to hell. While Frisia and Li Su were talking, the purple halo in the hands of the alien invaders grew bigger and bigger. At the same time, taking advantage of Frisia's back to him, he hit him hard on Frisia's back. At the same time, there was a laughter in his mouth. This light group was specially given to him by the gods of destruction Sidra of their 9th universe. No matter who it is, as long as it touches as much as a star and a half of the light group bestowed by the gods of destruction, it will definitely be seriously injured. And as long as Frisia is seriously injured, there is no way to participate in the next power meeting. Then their Earth universe is sure to win, and their actions this time are not in vain. Li Su, is this what you said to stay in the first line? It seems that they don't accept your love. And somehow this has turned into a successful golden Frieza. His own strength and speed are already much stronger than the ability to perceive other types of energy. Just now when I defeated your accomplices, although they said they harbored resentment, there seemed to be some hope left in their eyes. I think it should be because you have room. 99. It is for this reason that although Frieza was talking to Li Su just now, he did not completely let down his guard. What? And the powerful attack from the alien invaders belonging to gods of destruction directly hit Frieza's side, and Frieza opened his hands. Immediately, he placed his hands in front of him, his body quickly transformed and collided with the violent energy, trying to resist the strong attack that was exclusively for gods of destruction. At the same time, he looked quite labored, and his teeth were clenched. And Frieza's figure also gradually retreated in midair. It was clear that he was still struggling a bit with Sidra's strong attack. Before Li Su met, he wanted to stop all this. After all, he had just made an agreement with Frieza. Now Frieza is also one of the 10 of them to join the power conference, and there must be no mistake at this time. Frieza couldn't resist after all, and the violent energy hit Frieza's body with a bang, sweeping through his body. Unsurprisingly, Frieza made a pained sound and seemed to be in severe pain. Not only after a few seconds, the painful sound in midair suddenly transformed into a violent roaring sound of laughter. His shoulders kept shaking, and it seemed that he was very satisfied with such a dramatic change. Ha ha ha, do you think my years in hell are in vain? 35. Just under everyone's attention, Frieza absorbed the energy of gods of destruction Sidra completely. Suddenly, purple lightning energy burst out from the body, and even the sky became completely dark and gloomy. Next, let's see the true strength of Golden Frieza. Frieza completely absorbed the power of the gods of destruction that belonged to Sidra gods of destruction, and at the same time joined his hands together to fully stimulate the energy in his body. With a grim expression, he gritted his teeth, and at the place where his palms met, suddenly, a huge purple energy burst out here. There was a dark cloud around, the wind was blowing, and the sea was roaring. Around Frieza, a huge halo gradually shrouded in purple, and from time to time there was a sound of lightning flashing past. The energy in Frieza's hands was getting bigger and bigger, even bigger than his whole person. What was even more unexpected after that was that he once again compressed this huge energy into a small group-like shape. How is that possible? How can you absorb the energy of Lord Gods of Destruction? This is absolutely impossible. Noise. Before the invader from the alien race had finished speaking, a hole suddenly appeared in his heart. It collapsed, and to be honest, sometimes killing the chicken to respect the monkey is indeed a very effective approach. The amazing energy Frieza showed in front of everyone. It is indeed stunned by this endless stream of alien invaders. Although they said that they had been instructed by Lord Gods of Destruction, when they saw such a ferocious opponent, they just shrank and did not dare to move forward. Next, it's your turn. 35. Frieza didn't see that, although you didn't enter Qian's Zhao to practice during the years you spent in hell, your own strength has improved a lot. 9. In all fairness, Li Su does feel right now, but the strength shown by Frieza really shocked him. If Frieza adds up, they'll bet a lot on this trip. But what are you? Li Su tiptoed a little, soaring in midair, looking at the purple mass in Frieza's palm. Although it is small in size, it contains surging and vigorous energy. So pure and shocking, this is definitely not an energy that ordinary practitioners can possess. God's power? This is pure power that only a god can possess. Frieza looked at the extraordinarily pure purple power in his hand, and glanced at the eyes. It seemed that these invaders were somewhat interesting. Yeah, looks like Supreme Kai or gods of destruction from another universe couldn't help but come up with such a move to greet us. Listen, no matter which universe you are from, our 7th universe is right here. If you still want to have any other ideas, just compete with us at the potential power conference. Don't play around with this anymore. The next 3 indiscriminate means. Li Su looked at the endless aggressors, and Frieza's move just now was really spicy, which made him unacceptable. And obviously, those alien invaders have received orders to die. No matter what, Li Su and Frieza should be stopped from joining the power assembly, thus delaying the schedule of the 7th universe. Now on the other side of the universe, in the boundless world, the power assembly arena is also gradually being built. Time is passing little by little, and there is almost no time left for them. Li Su, 39. Even if you're right when the alien invaders are talking about 810, suddenly Frieza is standing behind him and whispering. Somewhat puzzled, he suddenly discovered Frieza's conspiracy. Looks like you're trying to use the energy in your palm against me, right? You're still as smart and annoying as ever. Frieza's behavior was discovered by Li Su, and for a while he slowly retracted the energy in his palm and retracted his arm. Then he looked at Li Su's mouth, who was standing aside, and his eyes were full of contempt. As the Emperor of Evil, Frieza remembers everything clearly about how he got into hell, and he has never forgotten the humiliation he suffered in hell. Just now, so many transactions have been discussed with Li Su, but it's actually just a psychedelic, CDDB, technique. What can only keep him alive for a day? These are just fake. His ultimate goal is to play with these gods that he once couldn't beat in the palm of his hand. From the attitude of Li Su just now, we can see how important this power conference is. And what he has to do now is to choose wood for good birds. Since Li Su gave up his back, no wonder he was soft. It's true, you're still the same you used to be, treacherous and hateful. If you want to blame, you have to blame your reasons, Li Su, who asked you to give me your back, stupid. 35. Frisia, if you agree, I can apply to our gods to let you join our universe. If our universe wins, you can be freed forever. How about this deal? The aggressor from the alien race also quickly saw the contradiction between the two, and saw a needle in it. Compared to killing Frisia completely, copying someone who is good for your universe is still a good deal. Oh, really? Now that I say that, I'm very popular. Frisia was very interested, and it seemed that the gods were completely panicked now. This is the best time for his Frisia to come out. And once Frisia agreed to go to other universes, the 10 people in the 7th universe would naturally not be enough. Under this situation, if the number of personnel is not enough, then he will not be able to participate in the power conference and can only be disqualified. The consequences of losing without a fight are very serious, that is, being directly removed from the universe and disappearing by Zeno. Speaking of which, the result is quite serious, but what does such a result have to do with Frisia? No matter which universe he is in, Frisia is the same, and the king of containment in the universe will never change. And he always said that all he wanted was to live in another place and live better. Obviously, the current power conference is his best chance. Sounds good, let's think about it. On the other side, gods of destruction Sidra and Supreme Kai of the 9th universe are waiting anxiously in one place. A lot of time has passed and still no one has replied to the message. What's going on? It's almost time now, why hasn't there been any news yet? In any case, such a sneak attack in the dark is absolutely disgraceful. At this moment, the communication equipment they contacted suddenly responded. The two hurriedly opened the crystal ball, and what they saw was not the person they wanted, but an unfamiliar face, Frisia. Dear Supreme Kai and Lord Gods of Destruction, hello, I heard that you are after us, so I wanted to meet you this way. The words are very respectful, but the tone is frivolous, which can show that there is not much respect for God in this tone, but a provocative feeling. Who are you? Am I not the one you want to hunt down? Frisia, Emperor of the Universe. Listen, I'm not interested in exposing your conspiracy to the champion, but I have one point, I request to join you in the 9th universe. What do you mean? Now that the 7th universe has no cure, it will definitely be eliminated in the power conference. You have already seen my strength, and with my help, the Earth universe will definitely be able to win. But I have one condition. After the power assembly is over, I will be resurrected in this world. With the aid of the communication tools handed over from those alien invaders, Frisia has direct contact with the supreme god of the 9th universe, the Sword King and gods of destruction. Okay, I agree. The gods of destruction Sidra was extraordinarily firm, and as soon as he heard Frisia's proposal, he immediately agreed. But suddenly, the crystal ball was pressed down, and no matter how much I called, there was no response. I don't know what this means. Frisia, it's your fault for doing this. Indeed, all of this is Li Su's handle, and he finally passed so many levels to get Frisia out. How could Frisia be allowed to run his own way at such a critical juncture? There were still bursts of gunpowder smoke in Li Su's fingers, Li Su's eyes were cold, and his sleeves had no wind. His brows furrowed, but his fingers still did not retract. And Li Su's reaction is also very clear. If he wants to have any extreme behavior, then Li Su will not tolerate it and will kill Frisia. Li Su was very angry. Frisia was released to participate in the Tournament of Power after discussing with Son Goku and the others. If he was allowed to join the 9th universe, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face, which made Li Su, who is Saiyan, very angry. Don't get excited, I was just joking. I still believe the 7th universe can win, don't I? Seeing the angry Son Goku, Frisia panicked, and the more angry Saiyan was, the stronger Frisia knew. At this point Frisia began to regret why he had done so much. And in Li Su's mind, this is a speech from a wicked person, the words are pale, without the slightest strength and credibility. Li Su frowned, as if he didn't hear what Frisia just said. He didn't react at all. It's just that the figure moves quickly, the palm turns into a fist, and the figure suddenly disappears in front of Frisia's eyes. The speed of action is fast, and it is not sloppy at all. Li Su's breath is completely hidden, and even in the state of Golden Frisia, there is no way to feel a little breath from Li Su. At some point, Li Su's figure suddenly reached the root of Frisia, and his right index finger twitched. There wasn't even a shred of force aimed at Frisia's face with a very precise, hard punch. Occasionally, after only a few seconds, Li Su suddenly appeared behind Frisia. He hooked his right fist and hit Frisia hard. Frisia hurriedly turned around. Even Frisia had grabbed Li Su's fist and tried hard to prevent Li Su from escaping. Corundum moved again, and suddenly, Li Su's figure disappeared as if the world had evaporated. This style of play is very strange. Even though Golden Frisia's ability has improved, he can't feel the presence of Li Su's breath. Seeking flowers. Standing still, Li Su attacked again. Little did he know that Frisia would follow him to the power conference next. Suddenly, Li Su's figure disappeared again. What do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous? Out of nowhere, Li Su's figure reappeared not far away. Suddenly, a huge blue light group flashed in Li Su's palm, aiming at Frisia's body. 0. Frisia was particularly surprised. With such a turbulent energy, he didn't feel the majestic aura just now. Although Frisia has become stronger, it is not as fast as Li Su and others who have been fighting in the outside world. The power of God, Li Su has already possessed, but Frisia is the first time he has seen it. It is like a gap that cannot be bridged. Why didn't the gods of destruction of the 9th universe let assassins and subordinates attack Lee Su, Son Goku and others? That is, they could feel that Lee Su had the same powerful combat power as them, and it was impossible to attack only with the sneak attacks of his subordinates who Lee Su at all. Lee Su's eyes were calm, the corners of his mouth twitched, the 20-fold Kaioken came out, the sea roared, and the wind was fierce. And Frieza hurriedly exerted his energy to counteract it, placing his arms in front of his chest. In the sky, there was a pair of opposites, and Lee Su, who was obviously in a state of rage, was not something Frieza could fight against. Even if he has the form of Golden Frieza in Hell, he still does not have the ability to fight against God. I am the Emperor of Evil in this universe, you don't want to conquer or control me. Even at this time, Frieza was still unwilling to be driven by Lee Su. Now Lee Su can be very sure that he was in hell just now, and everything he showed back then was just an illusion to confuse them. Don't worry, I have a lot of time to help you get good. Even though Lee Su was 20 times Kaioken, Frieza stepped aside, looking extremely embarrassed. He was breathing heavily, but he still had the sinister and cunning August 10th in his eyes, and he was unwilling to say a soft word to Lee Su. Lee Su stepped forward again. Frieza slightly hooked his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. Suddenly, there was a little explosion and flashing sound in the air. Lee Su raised his right leg high, Frieza hurriedly blocked it, and with a feint, Lee Su's left fist hit Frieza's abdomen hard, with a force that shattered everything. Frieza was hit hard, and in midair, he couldn't help but make a noise, and his face was pale. Taking advantage of Frieza's injury, Lee Su went around and hit Frieza in the face again. Flash real power and Kaioken, suddenly the sky is broken. Indeed, Frieza's ability has been greatly improved in Hell. Thanks to the blessing of Hell, his spiritual ability is now highly unified. But that doesn't mean he can be bold and show off in front of Lee Su. Lee Su was ruthless, obviously trying to kill Frieza completely. And the information coming from these nuances tells Frieza that what happened seems to be quite different from what he had imagined. In any case, Lee Su is now asking for him. How could it be the attitude in front of him? Seeing that Lee Su's fist was about to reach his eyes, even with the violent wind noise, Frieza was really scared. Stop. And finally Lee Su's fist also made Frieza give in. Just when Lee Su was playing heartily, he suddenly heard Frieza's voice. Lee Su's mouth twitched slightly. All this was within Lee Su's expectations. No one is afraid of life and death, even Frieza, known as the king of evil in the universe. Even if he has now become a golden Frieza, the selfish, cowardly and treacherous nature that belongs to him will not change. And what Lee Su was betting on was that Frieza didn't dare to die at all, and finally escaped from hell. How could he give up the freedom he just got? I'll just go. The best way to deal with wicked people is to use fists and kicks. No matter how much gentle words and negotiation are, the icing on the cake is always the icing on the cake. After the defeat, Frieza spoke angrily, like a defeated rooster, bowing his head in dejection. And now Frieza is also very obvious, can feel that in the battle just now, Lee Su is fully capable of killing him directly. Just now, Lee Su made no secret of his murderous intentions. If he hadn't been clever and said it as soon as possible, he might have gone back to that hell now. Therefore, the person who knows the current affairs is Junja, and now Frieza has completely changed his face. You can remember that if you dare to play any tricks in the power conference, then I will definitely deal with you directly. 35. Now Frieza didn't dare to say anything more. The move that Lee Su showed just now disappeared into the air out of thin air. He had never seen a movement like this before. I see. And Frieza finally settled down after this beating. Now time is passing little by little. Beerus has long been waiting anxiously. Lee Su and Frieza hurried back to gather with Beerus Whis and the others to discuss countermeasures. And in the Boundless Realm, the highly anticipated arena was finally successfully built. It took 40 hours to imagine how huge he was. And 80 people selected by the 8 universes will compete in this huge 3.1 competition. Those who qualify will be eliminated, and others will formulate a series of strict rules. Indeed, if you are in the center of the arena, it is the least likely to be eliminated. If it is above the arena boundary, a bad person will be squeezed out of the line and disqualified. But on second thought, the location of the center of the arena is naturally very popular, and it is estimated that every universe will think so. Therefore, the best way now is to be adaptable, and finally the much anticipated power conference starts smoothly. And early on this power conference, other universe players have come to this area. It's coming, let's play a game now. Sounds like a good idea. Of course they didn't just do it out of a desire to fight. It's more about wanting to show their abilities in front of Zeno, the supreme ruler of all universes, and now it's showing on the playing field, and if Zeno sees it, there may be some rewards. When everyone has reached 70 or 80 people to engage in melee, their abilities may not be able to be highlighted. Or because of the dazzling eyes that don't make their abilities well discovered by Zeno. At this time, once someone proposes it, they will naturally not object. Come on, when Zeno is a little bored in the lounge, please use your energy to the fullest. I don't know when the Grand Priest has descended on the arena, and the people behind the hands behind 23, who are in the different universes below, answered. And Grand Priest's words were also a great encouragement, and after the 3 of them stood still, they started to fight in this area. Lightning, Flint, Fast Action, all 3 of them are on the field, and they will display their strongest ultimate move. For a while in this arena, all kinds of rays of light appeared, confronting each other. From time to time there was a roar of thunder and other buildings collapsed, and even the ground was hit with a huge hole. The strong wind hit, and the ground was torn apart like a spider web. Okay, that's it. In the first round, the individual played his biggest offensive, and just as they stood facing each other and were about to start again, suddenly their fight was stopped by the Grand Priest. Thank you for letting me see the inadequacies in the arena, and at the same time please restore the ruined venue. Thank you. His tone was calm, but his attitude was clear. Excuse me, we fought just now, did Zeno-sama see it? I'm sorry, but Zeno-sama just now fell asleep under the watch of the two guards, so he didn't see your fight. Several people from Universe have not been successful in their apprenticeships, and they have spent their own efforts. At the same time, looking at the arena that is now full of messes, how should they fill such a big hole? The Grand Priest, on the other hand, ignored it and continued to welcome other people in the universe who had not yet come to this boundless world. On the other side, Li Su finally persuaded Frisia and took Frisia to the place where the main force was. Now Beerus is already extremely anxious, time is passing by minute, and there is not much time left for them. Just when Beerus had been irritable in the same place, he finally saw Li Su and Frisia. The rest of the crowd also saw Frisia, and they were extremely disgusted in their hearts. Who would have thought that they would fight against this extraordinarily evil Frisia as a group, which is really unbearable for them. But now for the sake of the overall situation, they can't care about other things. Li Su, are you sure you want to add Frisia? Vegeta looked at Frisia with her arms in her arms, still as disgusting as before. Vegeta gritted her hair and stood up, and he was particularly disgusted with Frisia. Vegeta, I'm sorry, I'm your last member. Actually, you don't like me, but both Li Su and Beerus agreed. What can you do? Frisia enjoys the moment very much. Frisia also likes Vegeta very much, and now everyone is angry, but they can't help themselves. Although it was true that Frisia couldn't beat the rest of the crowd in the previous battle, but now when Universe is in danger and the power conference is about to start, everyone can only endure silently. Vegeta, you give me a stop. It was extremely uncooperative to have a Frisia on the stall, and Li Su also needed extra attention. If Vegeta is thinking about Hung Shang, then their group will be torn apart, and in the battle with other universes, they are really in a weak position. The most important thing for a team is to unify their thinking, and a team that is not in harmony and needs to guard against each other might as well not exist. Li Su stopped it. Now is not the time to be swayed. All universes have already found their 10 personnel. They are already far behind in their schedule. They must immediately rush to the borderless realm to participate in the tournament of power. Understood. Vegeta tried hard to ignore Frisia's extraordinarily arrogant face. He only had 1 day of freedom anyway. If Universe disappears, he will disappear with him. So now Frisia has no other choice, and it has no other ability to change the team other than being used by the 7th universe. Okay, then let's discuss the strategy above the power conference. Supreme Kai looked at the atmosphere on both sides, and finally eased, so he hurriedly asked. This is also a very headache for him, just looking at the current group of people falling apart. It's like a ticking time bomb for Frisia. And Son Goku and Vegeta are the attributes of the Super Saiyan fighting nation, making them completely obedient to fighting. I just want to rely on fists to solve things, but I don't know that in a group melee, a pair of powerful fists alone can't settle everything. So there is still a need to strategize how to act in order to minimize casualties while keeping them until the end. That's not easy. When the time comes, whoever comes over, we'll just go straight to it. 35. Son Goku is really puzzled, and the current Son Goku has a completely different mentality from others. Son Goku is a little excited now, and in 15 minutes, he will face the strongest from all the universes. Going to fight against the powerhouses in other universes is really something he dreams of. As for the disaster such as the demise of Universe, Son Goku will not think about it. Saiyan, who is dedicated to fighting like Son Goku Vegeta, does not think about what will happen after Universe is eliminated, but only considers his own battle to satisfy his desire to fight. Since it is like this, he will try his best to do things well. As long as they can win this battle, can't their 7th universe also be retained? No, your idea is completely wrong. The upcoming power meeting will be fought by 80 people at the same time, which is a group melee. Under such conditions, if you fight alone, you will easily be attacked by the enemy in your abdomen, and the consumption of vitality will not be conducive to long-term. 39. So the best way is for everyone to hold a group back-to-back at the beginning of the conference. If there is an enemy attack, if one person comes, we will win the battle with 2 people, we will fight with 3 people, and we will fight with the number of people. Advantage to overwhelm them. 35. Such a strategy Supreme Kai has been thinking about for a long time, and the most important thing about such a group battle is teamwork. If you fight alone, it is easy to be attacked in the abdomen, and it does not last long. How can this be possible? In this case, where will the attributes of our fighting nation be reflected? Shut up, what time is this? Universe is in danger and our 7th universe is about to disappear. Once the battle continues, everyone in universe will no longer exist, even your family and children will still disappear. Beerus is a little irritable. It's this time, Son Goku and Vegeta are still holding on. It really made Beerus want to go straight up, and he kicked Son Goku hard. Just like this, what are you talking about here about the spirit and attributes of a fighting nation? After all, Son Goku and Vegeta quietly glanced at their family members, and although they did not agree, they no longer objected, and it was considered acquiescence. Finally, the strategy has been successfully formulated. In any case, the 7th universe has stumbled, and it has finally gathered enough 10 players to participate in the power conference. Apply to the Grand Priest and all the people will form a ring hand in hand. After a burst of light, everyone disappeared, and the battle of the 7th universe started immediately. When the eyes of several people were darkened and opened again, they all came to the arena of Wazhija. Now several universes have come here, and the arena received seems to be extraordinarily lively due to the noise of the number of people. And the gods of destruction who fought here before this time also had no choice. He could only follow the orders of the Grand Priest and use his own divine power to gradually restore the field to its integrity. This is what Li Su saw when he entered the venue. Among the people on the scene, some were familiar or unfamiliar, some were male and female, some were old and some were young. The people selected by the 2nd universe are mostly women, who are all good-looking and slender. The 3rd universe is mostly based on machine technology, the 9th universe is an old acquaintance, and the 3 brothers who appeared in the previous preview conference are still built. Gabe, Califra, Kale, Frost, Hit are all faces that Li Su is familiar with. And Caulifla was even more excited when she saw Li Su. Although this irritable little girl looked very violent and unwilling to speak to others, she had to respect. She and you Li Su. A lot of. Uncle Li Su, you also come to participate in this power meeting. As soon as the words fell, Caulifla thought that Li Su would definitely attend this conference. Li Su's power alone cannot be easily let go by others, so participating in the power conference is also a logical thing. In short, everyone on the field is different, but one thing is very similar, so that others are the surging energy that emerges from each of them. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in this power conference is really exciting. The rules of the power conference are very simple. The victory is to go out of bounds. This is the rule of the power conference, but the area established by the boundless world, except for the large arena under their feet, once appeared. Then what is hidden in the abyss below? I don't know. The 8 universes participating in this power conference are the 2nd universe, the 3rd universe, the 4th universe, the 6th universe, the 7th universe, the 9th universe, the 10th universe, and the 11th universe. Hello, fighters from the universe, I'm very happy. The power conference is finally about to begin. Next, let's start a lively battle. First of all, there are 2 Zenos to make a brief remark before the start of the power conference. It can be seen that the 2 Zeno children are very excited about the next battle, and they are in a high position so that they can fully appreciate the battle below. Once they are defeated, they will be merciless, just as they had agreed before, they will be completely wiped out. Of course, the rules at the power conference are very strict, not allowing people to die, and not allowing the appearance of additional weapons with lethal power. It is not allowed to take medicines that can turn the vitality of 810, and it is forbidden to use flying skills such as flying technique, except for birds that originally have wings. In the arena of No Realm, there is a pole in a remote place with a scale marked on it. The specified time for this game is 100 tak, which is 45 minutes measured by the 7th universe. With the passage of time, the poles in the arena will gradually drop in height. This battle determines the life and death of all universes and affects countless lives. If once it landed and was level with the surface, then it means that time has completely elapsed. In short, the rules are very strict, and there are many requirements for everyone. Grand Priest took the trouble to read it again to everyone on the field. If it is on the arena, once there is a violation of regulations, it will be eliminated directly. At the same time, no one dared to play under the noses of Zeno and Grand Priest. With the order of the Grand Priest, the 80 players were already ready to go, and they launched the strongest offensive in an instant. For a while, fires exploded everywhere on the arena of no boundary, and there were various light groups displayed here. And such an exceptionally gorgeous scene made Zeno excited, his little hands clenched tightly, and even his eyes were full of excitement. Wow, it's really awesome. It is clear that the rest of the universe has no strategy. When they ordered something, they all acted independently, and the field was in chaos for a while. And everyone in the 7th universe initially thought about the ability of Beerus and Supreme Kai to persuade them to implement group warfare. But as time went on, they were gradually affected here. Therefore, many people were gradually shunted out, and there were not many people left. Hey, didn't they all tell them to act in unity? Beerus is a little helpless. After all, Beerus is still brooding about the fact that the 7th universe will disappear once it fails. Forget it, when it was known from the start that they, CDDB, wouldn't do it. Supreme Kai was quite open to it, and soon joined the cheers for the 7th universe. Obviously, no matter from Li Su, Vegeta, Son Goku, Frieza, none of them are team materials. Unless there is a special crisis situation, the Saiyans are naturally arrogant and will not allow themselves to cooperate with others, thinking that they are the strongest. Standing in the arena, Li Su saw Topo from the 11th universe at a glance. Topo and Li Su were piled up with a sense of justice in the preview conference before. Li Su is deeply impressed by this man who is full of justice. All his skills and tricks are named after justice, as if he is really full of justice. At that time, Li Su also felt that the strength of Dragpo was really good, and now there is a fire around. Li Su's thoughts have been completely mobilized, and he began to enjoy this rare fighting feast. Drag broken, here I come. Li Su's figure flashed, and he was instantly separated from the team. Immediately after that, Frisia was also itching to see. The killing intent emerging from the arena really made him feel unbearable. At this time, he also mentioned the teamwork of Luo Shizi, and fighting alone is the kingly way. After Frisia finished speaking, a golden light group turned into a golden Frisia at the same time, and exploded towards the surroundings. At the same time, he wagged his tail and walked slowly towards the chaotic crowd. Frisia was so excited that he hadn't participated in this kind of battle for a long time. Frisia felt his cold blood start to boil, eager to join the fight. At this time, Vegeta also flickered and disappeared in front of everyone in the 7th universe. The Supreme Kaimosko of the 3rd universe belongs to the madman of technology, and he created a huge rotating weapon like the Nari Lama, which is the most intelligent product of the 3rd universe Supreme Kaimosko. Nari Rama? Nari Rama? Meanwhile, Supreme Kaimosko of the 3rd universe gave Nari Lama an order to throw everyone in the arena down. For a time, Nari Rama even displayed a super spin mode, but all those close to Nari Rama were dodged. Nari Lama is a huge robot, and its arms can be used in super survival mode to make it into a whirlwind through rapid rotation, and people around him will be scattered. This is too shameless. Undoubtedly, technology is always the most intelligent law. The Supreme Kai of the 3rd universe pulls the horse and pushes the glasses frame, and is even more interested in things on the field. The 3rd universe, the universe created entirely by technology, has powerful energy and technological power. Heechul of the 6th universe still has the ability to make quick shots and flash the time. Although compared to other people, he didn't have a variety of abilities, but the name Hit, the king of ruthless killers, was not for nothing. Hit's flash time function, in this chaotic battlefield, can play a very strong strength, kill others with extreme speed sneak attacks, and quickly solve opponents. Wow, Hit, awesome. The 6th universe gods of destruction Compa sat in the viewing seat and shouted loudly. Basil of the 9th universe, the red fox who was good at using leg strength before, also showed his super powerful and ferocious right leg killing ability at this time. The west side of the 6th universe and Basil of the 9th universe are pulling horses to this where the storm is spinning, and Hit strikes first. Avoiding the extremely strong upper body, Hit saw the opportunity to aim at his leg and hit him hard. Narirama's center of gravity is uneven, and Narirama is about to fall. Looking at Basil from the 9th universe at this time, he stumbled again on Narirama's right leg with the help of his super strong leg strength. With a bang, Mosco, who was still complacent just now, tasted the meaning of shooting himself in the foot. It's a pity, I have such a perfect fighting strategy. The melee is still continuing, the 45 minutes is still passing bit by bit, and the pillar is gradually shrinking step by step. And the Lilib dance of the 10th universe faces Basil of the 9th universe. Lily has my own wings and can fly freely in the sky. Therefore, he is taking advantage of his ability to fly in the air, aiming at Basil of the 9th universe below to announce, and at the same time using the ability of his own wings to avoid. Really, why do you keep moving? Lilib Dance complained that Basil was too active, so that Lili Bei Wu's attacks were completely avoided by Basil, so she was impatient. Do you think it's great that you have wings? Although Basil, the red fox from the 9th universe, could not fly, but with the help of his strong leg strength, a flash shockwave burst out, and a huge energy rolled out from his right leg aimed at Lilib Dance who was in the sky. The full energy of Lilib Dance in time was mixed with the flash shockwave released by Basil, the red fox of the 9th universe. Lili Bei Wu's figure was in the air, looking rather embarrassed, panting, and sweating coldly. Ha, pick me up again. Before she could react more, Basil, the red fox of the 9th universe, attacked in the legs and made another blow. Such an offensive, Lili Bei Wu was completely unable to resist. For flowers. Lili Bei couldn't resist, and with a shrill cry, she was directly hit by this energy and fell out of the line. At this moment, Lili Bei even forgot the fact that she had wings and could fly, and her heart was filled with despair and fear. After a shrill scream passed, Lili Bei's figure suddenly appeared on the bench stand belonging to 10th universe. It turned out to be the case. Once the failure occurs, then he will return to the stand over there. 35. And the 10th universe lost one person when he appeared, and now there are only 9 fighters left, and the battle is even more heated. 0. Announcement, Lilib Dance from the 10th universe is out. Next, all the battles continued, and the Red Fox man Basil of the 9th universe faced the 10th universe again. Napapa belongs to the Grandmaster who is good at Earth defense in the 10th universe, and is the best defense. Basil from the 9th universe and Napapa from the 10th universe fought each other. On the other hand, Napapa from Universe 10 was strong and tall, and even had a sucker-like presence in his footsteps, which could firmly fix his entire body in place. Napapa's shot was also very quick, with countless shots, and the two quickly entangled together. Even if Basil's leg skills were strong, Napapa could not be beaten. Eat my leg. Repeating the same trick, Basil of the 9th universe carried a huge force in his legs and attacked Napapa of the 10th universe violently. Immediately, red energy appeared. Even if Papa hurriedly stretched out his palms, the palms merged to resist Basil's attack. And just when Li Su was fighting other monsters, Mu Ren found another existence that made him extremely excited. When he was at war with Tuopo Zheng Yan, defeating him was nothing. And the most powerful warrior in their 10th universe is Jiren, Grey Jiren. Li Su can feel the powerful energy in Jiren just by looking at the breath on Jiren. When he first arrived at the arena, Li Su discovered that there was a figure in the 10th universe that looked very different. He has a medium stature and is exceptionally calm, and even among this exceptionally common crowd, he stands out, like August 13th standing out from the crowd. Like a breakthrough, what he wears is also the unique team uniform of the Justice team. And the Grey Jiren just stood there, and didn't jump into the fight as quickly as the others. On the contrary, calm, extra calm, composed and calm, not at war with other people. Hey, it looks like this needs careful attention. Zeno, who was at a high place, quickly discovered the Grey Jiren, and also defined the Grey Jiren as a place that he needed to pay attention to. Li Su had just solved some minor harassment when he found the figure of Grey Jiren. Li Su's eyes were fixed, looking at the Grey Jiren, while Jiren stood there without any movement, just stood there and looked at Li Su fixedly. Just when Li Su raised his foot and walked towards the Grey Jiren, a pair of arms suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and his elbows instantly grabbed Li Su. The action is fierce, and Li Su can't move at all through such a clever angle. The throat was tightly shackled, and with the lack of oxygen, there was no way to exert power. Ha ha ha, I'll let you see how powerful Ninkei is. In fact, no matter how powerful you are, Ninkei won't let go. 35. The Gods of Destruction Quatella of the 4th universe has already developed a strategy, which is really sad. Didn't expect to give up this conference again. This was the first to be ousted from the stage. He was well aware of Link's power, during the previous tactical discussions between him and Link. I didn't even think that it would be impossible for Ninkei and Li Su to face each other. But if it was another aspect, he was caught by surprise, directly grabbed his vital points, and then threw Li Su down with inertia. Wouldn't it be possible? Li Su, what are you doing? Do you want to fall too? Ha ha ha, it's worth it for me to get you down. For example, seeing Li Su like this is really angry, and such a disaster could have been avoided. But because of his carelessness, he is now facing such a situation. Ninkei grabbed Li Su fiercely in the right joint of his right hand, and at the same time dragged Li Su to the boundary with the help of his powerful physical strength. And step by step, Ninkei finally achieved his goal, slowly dragging Li Su to the edge of the arena, making everyone pay attention. What Ninkei said is bad is the plan to die together. Even if he sacrifices himself, he has to drag down this powerful enemy completely. This is really a very good deal, isn't it? Li Su, just want to come and go to heaven with me. 99. And now Ninkei moved and was ready to fall to the border with Li Su. Everyone's eyes were fixed on here. With a bang, the figures of the two fell instantly, and everyone was shocked. I didn't expect Li Su to fall down in such a way, it's really embarrassing. I'm not going, just go and go by yourself. Just as the Grand Priest was about to be announced, he saw an arm under the steps of the arena. Li Su's arm moved, and the blue veins burst out on the arm, and there was a huge force at random to turn the book, relying on this inertia. This made Li Su vacate and land on the stage again. And the talented Ninkei was not so lucky. He originally planned to die together, but he didn't expect that even though he sacrificed himself, he still didn't defeat Li Su. This is very embarrassing. Ninkei originally planned to drag Li Su down, so it doesn't matter if he sacrificed himself. Sorry, I was careless just now. 99. Li Su slowly walked up to the front desk and everyone on the front desk was relieved after seeing it. But 3.1 in any case, Li Su's behavior is totally inappropriate. As the strongest person in the 7th universe, Li Su should shoulder the task of the 7th universe. If there is anyone who can support the 7th universe to the end, it must be Li Su. This kind of situation should not have happened at all. At this time, Li Su was in a good mood. He was just attacked and woke him up. Now is the time for big dogfights, not one-on-one battles against anyone else. Others may do it, one-on-one no longer exists, and now it's up to who can persevere in this big melee. Sorry Lord Gods of Destruction, the battle failed. After falling from the edge, Ninkei returned to the stand. And Gods of Destruction Quatella was angry when she saw Ninkei, who had already failed. Damn, their 4th universe is only 9 people away from destruction. And there is one thing that needs to be noticed, that is the 7th universe has already become everyone's heartache. Under such circumstances, how could they allow the remaining few people to work as a team? Make them fishermen profit? This is simply impossible. Several gods of destruction on the field exchanged glances with each other, tacit understanding of each other. Yes, they have to defeat each other, but the first to get down is the 7th universe. The people of the 7th universe are so arrogant that Zeno even convened this power meeting, so it is unforgivable from any point of view. Therefore, the 4th universe, the 6th universe, the 9th universe 23, the 10th universe, and the people of the 11th universe surround the people who are still standing still on the 7th universe. The people of the 7th universe were surrounded and attacked by people from other universes. If it weren't for the discord in other universes, the 7th universe would have appeared by now. Ha ha ha, do you think there will be nothing if you stand on the edge? Li Yi, Lazuli, Piccolo, Sun Goten, Lin, these people were all back to back, watching a large group of people now surrounded them. Now the situation of the 7th universe is very dangerous, and there is no way out. Obviously, this group of people has been negotiated in advance, and it depends on the universe where these people are located, and they are also targeting the 7th universe. Hateful? Beerus looked at the remaining crowd of the 7th universe already surrounded below. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the rest of the universe gods of destruction fiercely. It was always Beerus who bullied others, and there was no reason to be bullied by others. Where has Beerus suffered this kind of anger in his billions of years of life? If Zeno was not here, Beerus would have stepped forward to fight other gods of destruction. Beerus is very angry. If the warriors of the 7th universe are defeated, then the 7th universe will also disappear, and as the 7th universe's gods of destruction, it will definitely be destroyed by Zeno. Beerus wished he could go off the field and fight them himself. These universes are really abominable. They want to use this method to squeeze out the regional universes first, and they are fighting against each other. Supreme Kai and gods of destruction of each universe also use various methods to understand the information of the contestants of the 7th universe, and better deal with Li Su and others. Among the people who were fighting, there were many familiar faces. Li Yi, Lazuli, Piccolo, and others have all entered a fighting situation back to back, and at the same time, there are far more than a few of them who have encountered this situation at the same time. The rest belonged to the 7th universe. No matter who was Li Su, Son Goku, Vegeta, or Frieza, they were all besieged by other universes. And since the end of the last preview conference, the 3 wolves of the dangerous trio of 9th universe are still eyeing Li Su. At the beginning of the power conference just now, they were also gradually looking for Li Su during the battle. At this time, seeing that Li Su had just escaped from Nink's danger, the 3 of them turned into 3 corners and included Li Su, Bergamo, Lavanda, Basil. The 9th universe is an extraordinarily chaotic universe. Even if they searched for powerful players in the various planets of universe, in the end, they were the only 3 brothers who could really fight against each other. And now Bergamo, Lavanda, Basil's primary purpose is to kill Li Su. Li Su, this time we 3 brothers join forces to see if you can still have such good luck. As the eldest brother of the dangerous trio, Bergamo is the strongest among the players sent by the 9th universe this time. I still remember the last time you beat me. Thanks to your blessing, we can participate in the power conference this time. 35. Li Su didn't care at all. It was indeed dangerous for the trio of 3-headed wolves, and Bishanji was indeed a trouble. But for Li Su, it is not a completely difficult thing to solve. The intensity of the battle at this time is far from making it difficult for Li Su to arrive, and some are just endless excitement and fighting blood. There's a lot of nonsense, so come on. You are slightly hooked at the corner of your mouth, and instantly disappear in front of the 3 of them in a teleportation. Li Su's figure quickly shuttled in front of the 3-headed wolf sky, and at the same time took advantage of this exceptionally fast speed to entangle the 3 of them. And Li Su also used the huge energy on his own body, and did not want to use Super Saiyan or other skills that required energy consumption. There are still 47 minutes to the end, and every minute of it is extremely difficult for such a long time. Therefore, the distribution of power is extremely important at this time. If you can't preserve your strength, the more tyrannical opponents you encounter in the future can only be like fish on the chopping board, failed due to insufficient strength to recover. And these 3 wolves quickly saw Li Su's intentions, and their hands and feet were even faster. Oh, it seems that our 3 brothers are not enough to make you serious? Bergamo smirked, revealing the sharp fangs inside, faintly shining with silver light. Arrogant, the 3 brothers will soon let Li Su know how wrong his behavior is. Oh, 1 on 3, it's really an interesting duel? 99. Yes. The 2 Zeno were excited to watch Li Su play against the dangerous trio from the 9th universe with all the players' information in their hands. It looks like a really exciting matchup. Although Li Su's strength is indeed very powerful, if the 3 wolves of the 9th universe can solve Li Su, then your 7th universe will be greatly damaged. Ha ha ha. 5. Compa of the 6th universe, their players were not under siege, and there were no casualties for half a day. Therefore, Compa was a little gloating at this time, clasping his fists with both hands, and having a big belly. Seeing Beerus's frantic appearance, Compa was very happy. He even looked at the nervous Beerus with a smile, while Beerus, who was the 7th universe, was nervous and ruthless. Although the 7th universe at this time was the same as the 6th universe, no one was shot down. But the 7th universe is the common enemy of all universes and is hostile to all universes. At this time, Beerus is like dancing on the tip of a knife, which is very exciting. Li Su, don't push them out of the arena too hard, just save your strength. Beerus is a little anxious. What's going on? On the first stage, when the power conference just started, it was only within 1 minute. The players he was in were all under siege to varying degrees, and the current Beerus was very flustered, far less calm than before. Therefore, the words spoken are completely different from his belligerent image in the past. Clear. Soon I'll let you know what the consequences of underestimating us are. You're going to treat us as ordinary people, such a good player, you'll regret it. Li Su hooked his left index finger and middle finger and placed it in front of his chest. Then the dangerous 3 brothers Bergamo, Rafanda, Basil quickly began to move, and the 3 wolves attacked from different places. Basil took the lead in attacking his right leg, carrying strength, so that his right leg was covered with red light, aiming at Li Su. Li Su's figure slanted and could be avoided. At this time, Lavanda's figure again attacked and aimed at Li Su's abdomen, and Li Su's right fist directly punched it at the beginning. However, taking advantage of this time, Bergamo's figure appeared behind Li Su and punched hard. Due to the entanglement of the 2 people before, Li Su was incapacitated, so he was accidentally punched. Li Su's figure quickly swept back, and split a distance from the 3 dangerous brothers. It's really unfair to Li Su in a melee like 1 against 3. Beerus watched as Li Su was wrapped in a triangle. Any action would be attacked by the other two, finding a gap for shortcomings. Therefore, the always numb and ruthless Lord Gods of Destruction is rarely anxious, and even the rules set by Zeno can't help but complain. There's no way, that's the rules of the game, and this kind of melee is the most fun, isn't it? Angel Whis, on the other hand, has no such troubles. No matter whether the battle is won or lost, his angel status will not be shaken. Angel Whis is the same as Grand Priest, both belong to the angel family and will not disappear at all. And their angel lineage will not disappear, so Whis enjoys this particularly interesting duel with a spectator mentality. Whis, don't say bad things there. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, I forgot that our angel lineage will not disappear, ha ha ha. Beerus was full of black lines and sulking about Whis's condition. Immediately, he turned his attention to Li Su, who was besieged on the arena. Lavanda spit out from its big mouth, and spit it up to the two paws. In an instant, there is a full of poison gas in the two claws, and aiming at Li Su's claws whistling, good money, is to want to invade the top of the poison gas. Ha ha ha, Li Su, try my gas attack. Lavanda's figure is fast, and even the weasel Lavanda's eyes are full of excitement, and he keeps shouting. The figure gradually attacked, and Li Su gradually retreated, so he did not counterattack, but his movements were clever and brisk to avoid Lavanda's offensive. No more, no less, not even a single extra scar was received. Such an attack speed, even if it is full of poisonous gas, is simply the difference between clouds and mud for Li Su, and it can't reach a corner of Li Su's clothes at all. With a twinkle in his eyes, Li Su realized that he couldn't dodge now, so he was attacking from the front. After that, he clenched his fist, and then it was on top of his two fists. He was given a thin protective cover to completely wrap his arms and palms. Li Su shouted loudly, and then Li Su's fist was aimed at Lavanda like a rainstorm and attacked, and the shot was fierce, and each fist and palm print was aimed at the key point. And anyone with a discerning eye can see at a glance that Li Su's strength is more than several times stronger than Lavanda, and Fanda can only retreat under Li Su's offensive, without any strength to fight back. Even a paw stretched out to grab Li Su, but found that it didn't work at all. What's the matter with you? How are you immune to my poisonous gas? Yeah, sorry, I forgot to tell you, after the previous battle with your 9th universe, I had already discussed the strategy with Son Goku, so do you think I'm still afraid of your poisonous gas? Second brother, replace me. The Kix Basil saw that Lavanda's poisonous gas attack didn't seem to work for Li Su, so he hurriedly moved his legs and rushed forward to replace Lavanda's position. 813 Basil's right leg moved out again, and then flashed out between Basil's right leg, and the lightning shock wave was aimed at Li Su. The red clumps of light roared away at Li Su, in an endless stream. At this time, Bergamo was hiding behind Li Su again and wanted to attack him. Suddenly, Li Su was in the fight with Basil, and he suddenly blocked Bergamo with his tongue behind him and punched him directly. Show no mercy. Bergamo and Li Su are directly entangled, and Li Su dominates and is in a state of active attack. And Bergamo is mainly defensive. Bergamo has a stunt, that is, he can transform the opponent's strength into his own. No matter how much power the opponent exerts, it can incarnate it to gradually expand its stature, and on the other hand, it also makes the power it can have more and more tyrannical. CDDB. Last time, I took advantage of you. By absorbing my power to hide your own power, your own strength was not fully discovered at the preview conference. This time, you won't have such good luck. Li Su attacked hard and aimed at Bergamo. The blue werewolf Bergamo entangled Li Su, and the other two also took advantage of the situation to entangle. Continuous attacks by scumbags like this are the most annoying. Now Bergamo, Lavanda, Basil, the three are like forming a triangle offensive, generally using continuous attacks. The high-speed rotation made it impossible for Li Su to tell where their real people are now, ready to perform their combined stunts. You think the three of us can survive on the trash-like 9th universe? Do we really not have our own nirvana? It's really abhorrent to even treat us as ordinary people. The figures of the three people swirled like a whirlwind, as if they were preparing to make a big move. The three people from the 9th universe were very famous in the 9th universe. They were ignored by Li Su in this ring match. It stimulated the self-esteem of the three. The formation of this dangerous trio is due to the principle of the Golden Triangle. As long as the three of them exist, they are invincible. Listen to me, order all the other warriors of the 9th universe to step forward and get Li Su down. Supreme Kai of the 9th universe also saw the advantage of the large number of people in the current melee, so he was even more overjoyed. I can't wait to throw Li Su directly. Their 7th universe is badly damaged, and the remaining ones are just a rabble, and it's not good at all. Yes. 35. Following the order of the 9th universe Supreme Kai, the rest of the 9th universe also slowly walked to Li Su. Everyone was aiming at Li Su, and at this moment Son Goku fell from the sky. The two of them were back to back, facing the group attack of the 9th universe together. 2-8, it's so fun. Now the battle has turned into Li Su, Son Goku versus the rest of the 9th universe, etc., and the battle is fierce. Li Su and Son Goku faced off against the 9th universe players on their sides, 1-on-4. Ravanda's gas didn't work for Son Goku, who had already cast his shield. Although their individual strength may be a complete defeat if they directly confront each other, but if they are involved in the melee, then this situation is not easy to say. 2-8, they are also the most powerful group of people in each universe, shouldering the hopes of each universe. At this time, there is no difference between justice and injustice on the field, and some are just the hopes of each universe. A sharp paw print almost cut Li Su's face, and a simple cat woman appeared in front of Li Su's eyes. Short purple hair, gloomy face, and sharp fangs can be seen when he speaks. It really looks like the style of Ninth Universe. Little brother, watch your sister's sharp claws cut your face. With contempt at the corners of his mouth, Li Su directly attacked the sky, and Catwoman moved quickly evading Li Su's attack. Son Goku, are you okay? 9. Haha, it's already at this time. You still have the heart to worry about others. You should leave more thoughts to yourself. I don't fight back. You fight and see if you can hit me. 35. Chapier of the Ninth Universe has a skin like steel, so he is very confident. Looking at Li Su Shenshi, who was on the opposite side, he uttered wild words and patted his abdomen with the palm of his hand. The corners of Li Su's mouth twitched, and for some reason, at this power conference, everyone was very confident in their own power. Even like this, Li Su didn't mind letting them know what his strength was. Now it seems that no matter what level of Xiao Xiao, it is really inappropriate to dare to yell at him at such a level. Noisy? 99. Li Su in front of him was besieged by 3 or 4 players, and of course Son Goku was also facing an adjacent situation. Because the 7th universe is the target of public criticism, all other universe players are strategizing to implement new types of attacks on the 7th universe members. Next to every player in their 7th universe, there were at least 3 or 4 players around and a group fight was going on. You really piss me off. The opposite Chapier stood still. Li Su's fist hit lightly. Chapier's figure suddenly roared like a meteor and fell directly. A whistling wind passed, and with Chapier's scream, he fell out of the boundary smoothly and returned to the stand of the 9th universe over there. Bastard, it was solved so quickly. 35. I'm sorry, Lord Supreme Kai. After successfully resolving a member, the pressure has also been reduced a lot, so that it is more comfortable to deal with. Tigers don't show their power. They really think Li Su is a sick cat? When Li Su moved, the time flow around him dropped a lot, and the area around Li Su was now triangular again. Generally, there are 3 players in the 3 corners of the triangle, surrounded by Li Su, and want to use this method to fight. Victory by such inappropriate and despicable means. Comrades from the 9th universe, hurry up and take down the 7th universe. The Supreme Kai of the 9th universe saw that the 9th universe had a huge advantage at this time. Through a large number of people to achieve the effect of besieging the group, in such a situation, the outcome is only a matter of time. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. At this time, the Weasel Lavanda, the frozen giant Sishorp, and the 3 besiegers Son Goku, Bergamo, Chapel, and Basil besiege Li Su. Hearing Supreme Kai's order, Lavanda and Sishorp act quickly. Westhorp took the lead in spitting out a white condensate from Westhorp's mouth in an instant. While aiming directly at Son Goku hurriedly slapped his arms. In an instant, he found that the arm he was blocking had formed a large piece of ice. Ha ha ha, I'm at absolute 0, but once it is attacked by my ice cubes, the ice coldness will absolutely pierce the bone marrow. Sishorp's plan was achieved, and the right arm was frozen with ice. Equivalent to Son Goku, now only one arm can form, and its threat and influence is much less. Hateful? Son Goku gritted his teeth and understood, if each of these guys played him. Ask for flowers. These people are certainly not its opponents. If it is a group attack, this may not be the case. Son Goku knew that if it continued like this, he would definitely be eliminated, and he had to change his strategy. He will be my prey next. Werewolf Lavanda and Catwoman attacked again on tiptoe, and the 2 of them stood in front and behind Son Goku respectively and rushed towards Son Goku. Son Goku suddenly bent over when the 2 approached, and the 2 couldn't stop their movements. This time, when the time came together, Catwoman's sharp claws hit Lavanda directly. I'm sorry, Lord Lavanda. Catwoman didn't expect that there would be a mistake at this time, and this mistake made the other warriors of the 9th universe who were in full swing at the scene stunned and leaked, and Son Goku took advantage of this opportunity to fight back. Son Goku suddenly burst out in Super Saiyan's blue state, the whole person roared, and then his hair color changed to dark blue and his muscles burst out. What? Afterwards, he hit Na Lavanda with his fist, and with the strength of his fist, Lavanda was unable to dodge in time, and was instantly knocked out. And it is with this appearance, the danger of the 9th universe, the trio has broken a corner at this time, and can no longer become the perfect triangle state before. And this Na Lavanda's exit was only the tip of the iceberg, and the situation that followed was like a big reversal. Catwoman roared again. Her icy claws were long, the nails on each finger grew to 10 centimeters, and the tip of her toes once again killed Son Goku. Son Goku let out a roar, and then punched out, aiming at the unscrupulous Catwoman just now. Son Goku knocked Catwoman into the air with just 1 punch, but it wasn't over. Through teleportation, Son Goku's figure quickly appeared in the air, and then his arms were aimed at Catwoman's abdomen and slammed hard. Catwoman's body was slammed to the ground, and Son Goku's figure came one after another. Aiming at Catwoman's feet and kicking it hard, Catwoman's body rubbed against the icy ground and slipped out of the game. All the movements flowed smoothly. Before everyone in the 9th universe could react, their 2nd August 17th was out again. Naturally, the next frozen warrior, Sishorp, was the same. Without exception, he was successfully eliminated in less than 1 round. On the other side, Li Su's arm was entangled with an extraordinarily beautiful silk, tightly entangled. Ha ha ha, you are entangled in my silk, do you think you can escape? As expected of all Gaon, it really is different. Li Su watched as his left arm was entangled by this white thread, his eyes were slightly closed, and he made a laughing sound from time to time. It's really stupid, do you think you can block my power with just this kind of rubbish? That's too much to look down on me. Li Su suddenly opened his eyes, like a tiger who had just come out of the cage, with killing intent in his eyes. Immediately, the aura above Li Su's body suddenly increased, and the invincible silver thread that had been praised just now was directly broken. Immediately, Li Su grabbed the silver wire that had just been broken, and tugged it forward. As soon as he reached the front, he punched hard, and the golden light group faced the two people who were oncoming. Boom, 2 more members of the 9th universe were successfully thrown off the barrier, qualified, and returned to the stand. So far, there are only 2 players left in the 9th universe, Bergamo and Basil. What's the matter? So many people have gone out of bounds in just this moment of effort. Looking at the stands of the 9th universe, which are getting more and more full, the Supreme Kai of the 9th universe is also getting more and more anxious. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, looking particularly surprised. It was only after Son Goku seized the moment and fought back that he had such an effect. And Li Su also cooperated very cleverly, and the 9th universe looked a little dangerous. Bergamo, Basil, you two can't lose. Now, Li Su and Son Goku take on 2 wolves, Bergamo and Basil. Bergamo versus Li Su, Son Goku versus Basil. Both sides displayed their own nirvana, and the scene in the melee was very lively for a while. Obviously, if they were fighting alone, neither Bergamo nor Basil had the same strength as Li Su and Son Goku, and the precarious situation just now was just the result of the 9th universe's siege. Son Goku quickly became entangled with Basil, and his right leg attack was still very strong, and he took the initiative to attack. The leg wind is like a whirlwind, and Son Goku is taking advantage of this gap. Suddenly, a golden glitter appeared in the palm of his hand and hit Basil hard. Basil was injured, and hurriedly lowered his legs and jumped to the side. Soon, Bergamo and Basil were pushed over the boundary by Li Su and Son Goku, just 1 step away from falling. Don't worry, Lord Realm, I'll leave it to our brothers. The strongest light for the dangerous trio. At this time, Bergamo and Basil, the 2 stood together, and in an instant they displayed their strongest stunts. Red and blue rays of light were cast from their palms. The light of the 2 combined, and Son Goku and Li Su also had nirvana in an instant. Kamehameha. The strongest shock wave. The energies on both sides gradually confronted each other in midair, and a unilateral overwhelming victory soon emerged. Bergamo and Basil were so overwhelmed by Li Su and Son Goku's nirvana that they couldn't hold it any longer. Just taking a step back, he fell directly off the cliff and fell directly. When they looked again, they were already in the stands of the 9th universe. Looking at the angry face of Lord Kai Wang, it was obvious that all the players of the 9th universe were out smoothly now. Now on Zeno's iPad, the 9th universe is all dark and no one can fight. The 9th universe failed, all out. 3.1. The 9th universe fighters are all out, so the 9th universe disappears. Unfortunately, the Grand Priest was quickly counted, and the result was announced to the 9th universe from a high place. Accompanied by wailing and lamentation, Supreme Kai of the 9th universe hurriedly knelt down and wanted to pray for forgiveness. But Zeno was on top, and the 2 Zeno children moved their palms and there was a clear, bell-like laughter. After a burst of light appeared, all those people in the stand of 9th universe disappeared. I just want to be blown away by a gust of wind, as if the 9th universe never existed. It is extraordinarily clean, and not even a trace of bloody noise has caused no ripples, as if these people have never come to this world. Have they all disappeared? Beerus looked at the exceptionally clean stands on the 9th universe and couldn't help but be surprised. This is actually true. Supreme Kai of other universes was surprised. In this case, all the Supreme Kai gods of destruction of each universe and the contestants had a feeling of sadness. An existence on the same level as each universe, just because of Zeno's words, one action disappeared. Many mentalities almost felt like Supreme Kai and gods of destruction, and even became sad. All players in the competition are also facing this game completely at this time. If they lose this game, it is not only themselves who will die, but also the entire universe in which they are located. The people they want to protect will all disappear, and the game will enter from now on higher strength. Since then, all the contestants began to go all out. The 7th location of the universe Supreme Kai gods of destruction. It seems that 23 is indeed like this, and now there is no trace of the existence of the 9th universe in the universe. Whis hurriedly took out the scepter and slid the palm of his right hand to check the situation in universe. And what happened in the 9th universe also stunned all universes. The danger of universe was only a momentary thing, and their hearts were all heavy. And under such a situation, everyone on the field understands the heavy burden on their shoulders. Once they fail, the universe they are in will be removed from the entire universe directly. And none of the people or things they care about in the universe above will exist. Of course, except for the angel family, they can be excluded. The rest, whether it's Supreme Kai or gods of destruction, are all creatures that are closely related to this universe. After this event passed, there was a moment of silence in the arena, and all the players in the universe were now afraid to confront easily. Actually, the power conference is also thanks to Li Su. If it wasn't for Li Su's fight for this opportunity, then Zeno would have completely wiped out Universe, who was at the bottom of the ranking, and why would there be such a struggle now? Supreme Kai of the 7th universe saw the disappearance of the 9th universe as if he were enlightened. The lower ranking of human civilization and power is naturally to be eliminated. They all discovered one thing, that is, the 9th universe, who was the first to take the initiative to attack and provoke, has now been wiped out and is facing the point of destruction and disappearance. What's the matter? Why don't you all stop fighting? The two Zeno kids at the top don't understand why everyone seems to be standing on the spot now, not moving. Don't worry, soon this silence will be broken. Grand Priest was very responsible and suddenly showed up to inform Zeno of the situation. And everything was as expected by the Grand Priest, and now there are a lot of people who are eyeing and poking at the arena and want to do it. We don't take the initiative to provoke, but we do not let go of those who dare to take the initiative to provoke. After Piccolo knocked out a birdman who came to provoke him abnormally, he stood there and said. At the same time, Piccolo ripped off the cape behind him, showing a full-scale fighting attitude. Time passed bit by bit, and now the length of the pillar has gradually shrunk, and when he has completely retreated to be level with the horizon, everything will be knocked down. And only one of them, Universe, survived. Now Piccolo thinks it's a matter of strategy. If they are simply taking the initiative, then they are likely to end up like the 9th universe. So what they need now is that the strategy needs to be proactive or defensive. As long as one person stays to the end, then their 7th universe will still win. Although it has temporarily entered a calm, there are still some universes who have already fought a real fire, and it is impossible to completely end the battle. The current calm is just the eruption of a volcano. I hate 817 and dare to look down on me, it is really unforgivable. The Birdman from the 10th universe was furious when he saw Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Krillin's remarks. Immediately, the Birdman in midair whistled and flew towards the three people below. Son Gohan flickered in his hand, and a golden light flashed in his hand instantly, hitting the Birdman's wings. Birdman lost his balance and fluttered his wings in midair, and it took a long time to gradually stabilize. Shockwave. 99. After that, Son Gohan once again flashed the strongest attack Shockwave. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in Son Gohan's palm. The strong offensive made the Birdman's body unbalanced and was knocked off by extremely strong energy. After that, he fell into the boundless abyss and appeared on the stand. I told you not to underestimate the enemy, not to underestimate the enemy, you still fell. 39. The gods of destruction of the 10th universe was so angry that he wanted to beat him directly at the Birdman. The example of the 9th universe is in the front. The 9th universe that started first has disappeared, and the 10th universe that followed has actually started. This gave the 10th universe's gods of destruction a bad feeling. They are now only 8 people away from the elimination of the 10th universe, and each universe contestant has a secret in mind. Immediately after Wotai Magetta and Bodama came on stage, Wotai Magetta had an extremely strong magma offensive, and his whole body was made of steel, which was very hard. And Bodama, the big yellow fat bear, has the effect of completely absorbing the opponent's ability, and his body strength is extremely tyrannical. Therefore, during the course of the war, Bodham was hardly attacked by outside offensives. It starts with Son Goku versus Bodama. Son Goku has played against Bodama before, so understand that the mere formula of strength does not work for Bodham at all. It was just another ingenious method. By falling horizontally, Son Goku's figure instantly moved to the inside of the broad film. Holding Bodama's right arm wants to do it with a side fall, making Bodama unbalanced. Ha ha ha, your technique doesn't work for me now. 5. Bodham straightened his right arm, aimed at Son Goku, and attacked. Really? Then I'll change the method. Son Goku is entangling Bodama's left and right hands behind each other. After several laps, a dead knot was tied on Bodama's body, and Bodama's left and right hands were completely bound. After that, Son Goku raised Bodama directly, and his two arms simply lifted Bodama towards the border. Vote Megetta, are you dead? Hurry up and save Bodama? Kompa watched anxiously below, and the fat man with a big belly shouted angrily from below. Votamegetta quickly reacted, and then violent lava whistled towards Son Goku. Son Goku, an absent alliance, threw Bodama off and swept aside. You rubbish, rubbish. What rubbish are you all over? Son Goku has also played against Wotai Magetta before, and he knows Wotai Magetta's shortcomings, so he stood there and didn't rush to act, and cursed. Who would have thought that a robot that looks so huge and made of steel would have a glass heart comparable to a girl? This is also a weakness that Li Su and Son Goku found in previous battles, and it would be too easy to eliminate him based on this weakness. However, with Son Goku's ridicule, Votamegetta was not affected at all, but attacked faster and moved faster, and was not affected by the hero at all. This is, the people standing beside them wondered, why hasn't there been a change? Outside the court at this time, ha ha ha, do you think Votamegetta will still be affected by your words? She has already undergone my special training. Now she has a heart as steel and a body as rigid as steel. Kompas saw Son Goku's thoughts and laughed. Now the two players, Bodama and Votamegetta, are united. Bodama sat on Votamegetta's shoulders, and at the same time covered Votamegetta's ears. Hehe, I can still believe it if you remove those two hands you put on Votamegetta. Next, Son Goku entangled with Potamegea, but Potama was like a giant plasticine, and no matter how strong the attack was, it didn't work for him. On the other side, Android 18 Lazuli is now playing against Xiaomeng from the 4th universe. After the training of Lisu, the android number 18, Lashli, is fully capable of directly fighting universe, but the more she fights, the more courageous she becomes. In the current battle, the android Lashli has changed from the soft and weak appearance before, and shot quickly, and Xiaomeng is obviously in a state of passive defense now. As soon as Lazuli stepped out with his right foot, he swept towards Xiaomeng's head, and Xiaomeng was knocked to the ground. Shouldn't it be dead? It's really weak, it's troublesome now. If you kill your opponent in the arena, you will also be disqualified from the competition. The 7th universe's Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction Beerus were a little worried that Lazuli stood aside to observe carefully, wanting to see if Xiaomeng was still breathing. At this time, Lisu is also very worried, because if he kills people on the field, he will not only be disqualified, Chien Dezeo, but also may be obliterated by Zeno, although Lisu can resurrect the android through the Super Dragon Ball Rajri on the 18th, but an unprovoked death is something that no one wants to see. But at this moment, Xiaomeng suddenly opened his eyes, stretched out his lower body, turned around, and immediately kicked Lazuli aside. Lazuli was thrown into the air by being caught off guard. Xiaomeng took advantage of the purple light in his palm to shoot at Lazuli. Ha ha ha, what Xiaomeng is best at is pretending to be dead. Gods of Destruction Quitella of the 4th universe was very happy to watch on the stand of the 4th universe, and gave Xiaomeng a lot of energy, and wanted to throw down the android 18 Lazuli. In fact, android 18 Lazuli was caught by surprise because of Xiaomeng's deliberately pretending to be dead. Before he could react, Xiaomeng suddenly stood up and attacked. At this time, android 18 Lazuli is in a state of weak awareness, so unfortunately it is hit. The strength of the android number 18 is actually very strong after Lisu's training, but he has not fought for a long time, resulting in low combat experience, and was attacked in this battle, resulting in a stroke. In fact, Lisu has been strengthening the training of his family's combat power in his life. Lisu's son and wife are already very strong, and the technology industry on the earth has also been very perfect, which can improve his lifespan and health. At the same time, his daughter and son are also becoming stronger through constant exploration and battles. Today's Lisu family can be said to be the strongest family on earth. Back to the game scene of No Boundary. Lazuli's body was thrown violently towards the border, and there was no way to fight back. I'm really careless, how can such a big 817 be hit by such a trick? It seems that you will be punished well after you go back 5. Just now, when Zhenli felt that he must be helpless this time, suddenly his body was tightly hugged by a pair of arms. Afterwards, the voice of her husband Lisu came in his ears, and the gentle arm suggested that there should be Lisu's care, and everything was not a problem. Sorry? Rarely, the always arrogant Lazuli looked very cuddly in front of Lisu. In this fierce and dangerous arena, the android number 18 found a sense of security. In fact, the android number 18 is a very contradictory person. Although he is an android, he has his own emotions. He had no family when he was born. Since he met Lisu, he regarded Lisu as his only relative. At this dangerous moment, Lashli was hugged by Lisu, which gave Lashli great motivation. Lisu hugged android 18 Lazuli with one hand and hit the arena with the other. Then he gave a certain fulcrum rod effect in this way, and took Lazuli back to the arena again. I have to say that your current moves really annoy me. He is not afraid of Lisu, but if it is Lisu's wife. So I have to say that Xiaomeng has stabbed a big hole this time. Ha ha ha, husband and wife are very touching. However, I advise you to withdraw from the game as soon as possible, so as not to be too embarrassed for a while. 99. Xiaomeng stood aside, Lisu and Lazuli were just standing near the border. The corner of Lisu's mouth twitched, and then his entire body rhythmically moved, before Xiaomeng finished speaking. Suddenly, the first figure teleported out and moved towards Xiaomeng's abdomen, and the fist was aimed at Xiaomeng like a storm, changing color and attacking. And Xiaomeng also reacted quickly. The figures of the two were quickly pulled aside, and Lazuli quickly joined the battle between the two. The guy who loves to play dead, damn it. 35. The situation just now is indeed, CDDB, a shame for android 18 Lazuli. Although Lazuli is barely a little woman in Lisu, a little bird is like a human being, but when he treats other people, it is completely different. Lazuli is still a very arrogant woman in essence, and Lazuli must find a way to get revenge in this situation. Therefore, Lazuli can't wait to use his fist to smash this shameless Xiaomeng into the air. Android 18 Lazuli raised his thighs and aimed at Xiaomeng, just to kick him hard. Certainly, Xiaomeng could have done things to block and dodge, but just when he was about to make a move, Lisu spoke lightly. It's just a thought, asking Lisu's flashing power to activate, making Xiaomeng's current spatial velocity around his body much lower. Lisu's flash power is the power of gods, and only gods can resist. This is also the difference between gods and ordinary people. Lisu has not used the ability of flashing power in the battle until now. One is to preserve his strength, and the other is to not reveal his strength. It takes a lot of energy to activate the flash Shigong. The reason why Lisu is launching the flash Shigong now is because Lisu is too angry. Although Lisu looks calm, his heart has exploded. The reason why Lisu cultivated is to protect the person he should protect and fight for the person he loves. At this time, Xiaomeng has violated Lisu's inverse scale. Li Su decided not to hide his strength anymore. It's time to teach those other universe people a lesson. At this time, Xiao Meng was equivalent to standing in front of Lazuli completely harmless, even looking at Lazuli. There is no way to escape the lethal action now. The column stretched its legs across, and all the movements were done in one go, and after the smooth flow of water, it was aimed at that, and in his eyes, it was stunned in place. Xiao Meng, who didn't know how to resist, kicked him fiercely, sending him flying. Of course, everything Li Su did was done in secret. In Lazuli's view, it was only due to Xiao Meng's carelessness that it was stunned during the battle, so it was the wrong time. What? After Xiao Meng was kicked down the endless abyss, his figure reappeared on the stand of the fourth universe. Gods of Destruction Quitella sees the contestants in their universe once again losing and flabbergasted. I really told you, you can't lose, why can't you hold your breath, dash. Xiao Meng expressed great guilt, the entire huge body only dared to speak on one side, and even the words did not dare to refute. I'm sorry, Lord Gods of Destruction, I caused you trouble. Compared with the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, Beerus is very happy, and can't wait to put on the lights, and his face is full of joy. Beerus was still very nervous at first, but slowly calmed down, recalling Li Su's fighting ability. Li Su can even defeat Black Goku. Li Su possesses the power of God, so he can easily win against the vast majority of people on the field. God and other people are inherently different. Ha ha ha, Li Su is good, the young couple is indeed different. 39. When Fang Cai, Li Su, and other players in the universe were fighting, they suddenly discovered the predicament of Lazuli. Therefore, the figure hurriedly went down to save people, but only after a few minutes of delay, the group of players just now came to Li Su again. It seems that the other universes are eyeing the 7th universe. Without exception, everyone in their universe was surrounded by more or less players in other universes in groups of 3 or 5, and they fought in a group fight. Although this method is particularly shameful, it has to be said that increasing the number of people in the melee is indeed a great weapon to defeat the enemy. Yes, but it's more fun that way, isn't it? Whis stood behind Gods of Destruction Beerus, covering his mouth and sneering. Beerus was even more depressed when he saw Whis. Damn, the angel family is good, even if universe is destroyed, the angel family will not have the slightest impact. The angels are born gods, and they do not depend on a universe alone to exist. Just like the Grand Priest, it is also an angel family, immortal, and has no other desires other than serving Zeno. Just as Xiao Meng saw that he had been dealt with, another person suddenly attacked not far away, and he tried to attack with great strength with both feet. Li Su had to pass, the man's feet were missing, and he stood in the same place and looked elegant and serious. Hey, why are there so many people? There is no way, obviously all the universes now regard the 7th universe as a living target, so naturally we have the largest number of players in front of us 5. It is estimated that they have already formulated a strategy before, and understand that it is in the 7th universe. Li Su is the strongest, followed by Son Goku and Vegeta. Killing the thief kills the king first, and if they can work together to get Li Su down, the threat of the 7th universe will drop a lot, and their chances of surviving will be much higher. But both Li Su and Son Goku Vegeta looked flustered on the field. However, there was no major crisis, and all of them could handle it, which made the people of all universes feel flustered. The 7th universe has such a powerful force. No wonder the 7th universe dared to launch this power conference. Seeking flowers. What's even more ridiculous is that if they can throw down the initiator of this conference at the beginning of the game, it will be a very outrageous thing for them. On the other side, Kulin has also successfully solved it, and a player in the 4th universe watched him fall into the endless abyss and stood in place. However, at this time, there was a sudden silence behind him, and there was a sneak attack, which Kulin did not notice. Ha ha ha, you are careless. I don't know when Frost's figure suddenly appeared behind Kulin, and there were not so many complicated tricks, just a light palm pushed Kulin directly. And Kulin hadn't been satisfied from the joy just now, and he was suddenly attacked by someone. Kulin fell directly into the bottomless abyss and became the first candidate to be eliminated in the 7th universe. It's really overjoyed and paralyzed just after defeating an opponent. After returning to the stand, the 7th universe Gods of Destruction Beerus clasped his fists with both hands, his eyes were sharp, and he began to scold when he looked at Kulin. Sorry Lord Gods of Destruction. It doesn't matter, you've worked so hard now, just cheer on those people on the stage from the stand 35. On the side, the 7th Universe Supreme Kai began to talk to Comfort, but for some reason Kulin felt that the tone of Lord Supreme Kai was not the case. On the contrary, with a hint of coldness, his eyes are sharp, somewhat similar to Beerus. Kulin silently moved his body aside, trying hard to shrink his body into a corner. From the beginning of Kulin, the situation of the 7th Universe has been broken, and this is just the beginning. In the future, there will be more behaviors specifically aimed at the 7th Universe, and the players of the 7th Universe need to work harder to stand on this arena. 1 minute and 1 second has passed, and now there are only 43 minutes left until the end of the game, and the distance between the pillars of time in the arena is getting shorter and shorter. Now Gabe on the other side, finally found Vegeta. Master. Just when Vegeta was defending against the attacks of other universe players, he suddenly heard a voice of 820 coming from not far away. Immediately, a thin boy slowly appeared in Xiaoyan, and it was Gabe who appeared when he fought against the 6th universe. Master, I'm going to kick you down. In the process of talking, he even directly knocked the two Ants players who were preparing to attack him from nowhere. And now it's a battle between Vegeta and Gabe's figure has changed. He casts all his anger on his back, and immediately transforms into Super Saiyan with golden hair. As for Hit, he still had that calm look. The technology from the third universe, Nari Lama has now been forced to the border step by Hit, and it is only one step away from falling. Do you want to go down by yourself, or let me take you down? Hit put his hands in his pockets, looked calm, and asked. Robot Nari Lama has now been completely crushed by Hit, and he has almost no power to fight back after cutting off his arms, and he looks very embarrassed. Nari Lama? Even now Nari Lama's mechanical body is seriously injured, but still standing at the border, seems to be preparing for some action. Ha ha ha, even though Nari Lama's body has been greatly damaged now, its main body of strength lies in the left and right sides of the torso, so it still has the biggest killing weapon yet to be released. The main gun is loaded and ready to fire. Just in Nari Lama's chest cavity suddenly opened a gap, in which blue energy gradually gathered, showing the turbulent breath. No one can escape this blow from Nari Lama. Lord Supreme Kai of the third universe pushed his glasses and looked at the situation in the arena with confidence. But then a situation that he did not expect suddenly appeared in front of Supreme Kai of the third universe. Nari Lama, even his main gun did not have time, was completely defeated in just 1 second, not even a second of time. Hit's figure suddenly appeared in front of Nararama's eyes, and then his index finger moved to align it with Nararama's head lightly. Immediately, Nari Lama seemed to have completely lost his sense of autonomy and fell into the endless abyss. How is this possible? 35. Although Supreme Kai of the third universe doesn't believe it, it's happening now. In the third universe, there was also a breakthrough, and all the universe's players suffered different levels of damage. Time passed minute by minute, and the situation in the arena was in full swing. On the other side, now Kale and Caulifla are also fighting on arena supremacy. As a violent girl, Caulifla quickly adapted to this rhythm, but in comparison, Kale's situation was much worse. At this time, Kai was fighting against a mantis, and did not transform into Kai in Super Saiyan state. Although it can't be compared to Caulifla, it's really not a problem to fight against such a small minion. After the training of Li Su before, he played against Li Yi together. After so many times, Kai's Sing has also been continuously tempered, and now he is much more confident and cheerful than before. Kai's thin body and the Mantis Man faced each other head-on, and his thin arm slammed into the Mantis Man's face. And the Mantis Man suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit Kai's fist. Only seeing the existence of countless tiny mouths, it looks extremely disgusting. Looking at this appearance, Kai got goosebumps. Therefore, Kai fisted hard, ignoring the corrosion of the mantis, and directly punched with Shin's strength, stabbed deep into the face of the mantis. 3.1. What? Naturally, during this process, the timid Kai could not help but scream. A sharp and small voice unique to a girl came from the ear of the mantis. After that, what made him even more depressed was that the strength contained in Kai's thin fist actually caused him to push towards the side of the border, and finally pushed her to the edge. Just by saying goodbye to the arena in such a depressing way, no matter who it is, it will be extremely depressing. Sister, you did a great job. Caulifla, no, I can't. After successfully killing the mantis, Caulifla landed in front of Kai and looked at Kai with admiration and encouragement in her eyes. And the pink giant on the side saw the two little girls Caulifla and Kyle, who were extremely thin and stood aside. Directly with a particularly strong arm, the front grabbed Kai's hair, just want to throw Kai around and then throw it out. Because he was caught off guard, before Kai had time to react, he was caught by the pink giant. Damn, you dare to bully my junior, it's really worth your life. But what the pink giant didn't expect was that this time it seemed like he had completely stabbed a hornet's nest. The little girl Caulifla who was standing beside her burst into a violent outburst, applying the anger power of her entire body to her back, and then transformed into a Super Saiyan state. Her hair was golden and stood up completely. 23. The pink giant, relying on the advantage of his sturdy figure, collided with Caulifla directly, and wanted to throw Caulifla directly out of the box by virtue of his body advantage. You just fall down obediently. And this huge gap between thin and weak, one big and one small, makes it difficult for Caulifla to completely stop the pink giant on the opposite side. Caulifla mobilized her whole body strength, and when she was about to reach the boundary, with only one step left to go out, her feet stopped hard. It was a close call, and finally stopped. Hehe, you underestimate me too much. Suddenly standing on the pink giant's remaining skinny little girl, Caulifla, was like eating a Vajra pill, using the pink giant's arm as a support point and exerting force under her feet. Caulifla immediately roared and lifted the pink giant completely on one shoulder. What? He was thrown out of bounds and fell into the endless abyss by throwing his shoulders backwards. Due to the huge power exerted under their feet, the border area where Caulifla and the pink giant were just now completely shattered. You dare to bully my junior sister, this is the end. On the other side, Son Goku also started a tough battle. Seeing Son Goku, Cauliflower stopped and shouted, moving with her and entangled with Son Goku. Your strength is not bad. Son Goku can see at a glance the irritable energy and his cultivation talent contained in Caulifla's weak body. Sister, I'm here to help you too. However, Kyle, who was standing not far away, saw Caulifla fighting Son Goku, and felt that Caulifla seemed to be in a weak position. Therefore, Kaier stood aside and displayed it in the palm of Yutao, a killing move, which was a blow to Son Goku. Don't make trouble, okay. But Son Goku was unexpected. After he stopped, he looked at Kaier next to him, his face was serious, his eyes were sharp, his brows were furrowed, and he stopped. No, I just want to help my sister. 35. But even though she said that, Caulifla stood opposite Son Goku and didn't say a word. Indeed, in Caulifla's view, in the course of the battle, a third party's sneak attack is indeed not a glorious thing. Besides, he also had a lot of feelings in the battle with Son Goku, and learned a lot of things that he had never felt before. Son Goku? Seeing this appearance, Kale seemed to feel Caulifla's rebuke, and stood aside and began to cry silently. And under this circumstance, the anger contained in Kale's body gradually increased, but it was more of the anger towards Son Goku. It seems that it is due to the existence of Son Goku that Caulifla has now abandoned herself. Therefore, in this extreme anger situation, Kaier inspired the anger hidden in his heart and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan state. Obviously, Kyle's transformation into a Super Saiyan state is equivalent to awakening an extremely dangerous beast, and in his Super Saiyan state, it is rather that it cannot have full meaning, but can only have endless power. 820 Son Goku? 39. During the battle between Caulifla and Son Goku, Dang Shuang suddenly felt a very strong aura with endless killing intent coming from the side. Both of them stared in that direction in a daze, while Caulifla was very surprised. Sister, you have successfully transformed. At this time, Kyle, who was successfully transformed, changed his personality and shouted Son Goku's name in his mouth. After that, he swooped in the direction of Son Goku, step by step, even in the same place, and every step he took would collapse a deep footprint on the arena. Caulifla retreated in time, leaving the fight to Son Goku and Kyle. After the successful transformation, Kaier slowly walked to Son Goku's mouth, and Luhan suddenly attacked Son Goku's face again when he reached Son Goku. Son Goku hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him, and at the same time, his toes moved slightly, he stepped back a distance, and pulled away from Kaier, who had successfully transformed. You're such an interesting big guy. You dare to try to provoke the relationship between me and my sister, it's really unforgivable. Kaier, who has successfully transformed into a successful one, is like a tiger that has been released from its cage. Generally, the state of the whole person is uncontrollable. Even at the beginning, Caulifla was attacked by Kale. Ancient Kaier, who was walking slowly towards Son Goku at this time, made a fist with his right hand, and suddenly exerted force, aiming at Son Goku and punching him. It's obvious to see that Kale's transformation is very different from the others. Maybe other people's Super Saiyan transformation, but their own strength has been greatly improved, but the first is Kaier is very different. Even the extraordinarily crazy Kaier grabbed Son Goku's leg and threw it to the ground as if he was beating an object, so much so that a big hole was thrown out of the ground. Son Goku kicked his right foot, and at the same time, his palm bounced hard, dodging Kaier's attack and pulling a distance from Kaier, who had gone crazy. At the same time, Son Goku strikes again with the soles of his feet, stomping hard on Kale's face. Even, Kaier was completely irritated by the resistance displayed by Son Goku, shouted in his mouth, and at the same time, a larger energy appeared in his palm, aiming at Son Goku, and Son Goku ran away quickly. And the Mad Cow followed Son Goku's footsteps closely, and even hit a big gap in the surrounding hills. Kaier's transformation state is 50 times the normal value. Kaier's transformation is different from the Super Saiyan of the 7th universe. When transformed, his hair turns yellow-green and all stand up. At this time, Kaier has completely lost his mind, just like the ape-man form transformed by the 7th universe. But it is much stronger than the ape-man form, and its own strength becomes stronger, but the speed and fighting consciousness are completely unaffected. In the ape form, the tail will become a weak point, and the speed will become very slow, which is a complete violent state. The current Kale's combat experience is indeed continuously strengthened, just like a violent fighting machine. In the end, Son Goku was still caught by the Mad Kale. He even hit Son Goku very close to the ground again. This looks very miserable. A huge dark green mass of energy was displayed in Kaier's palm and slammed towards Son Goku, and suddenly a cloud of smoke grew, and the gravel splashed. After the smoke had passed, the figure of the fighting force could be slowly seen from the smoke, and it was the appearance of Son Goku. It seems that I can't do it if I don't care about it like this. The ability shown by Karl directly surpassed Son Goku's expectations. Perhaps the appearance shown by Karl is the original appearance that Saiyan should have after going crazy. Therefore, Son Goku's figure directly displays the state of Super Saiyan's blue. After the hair was raised high and showed a dark blue state, a blue flame-like thing appeared around Son Goku, and the momentum around Son Goku also changed drastically, and the whole person looked stronger. Kamehameha. After that, Son Goku showed off his special skills, and his left and right palms joined together. In the palm of his hand, a huge blue energy clump burst out and aimed at the extraordinarily large woman Kaier who was standing not far from him. Kaier didn't seem to think about defense at all, just kept muttering Son Goku's name in his mouth, with a grim expression, and his voice became more intense. At the same time, he did not walk head-on for the whole person, and to Son Goku's Kamehameha Kale's body seemed to have a reflection and absorption in general. Son Goku's Kamehameha had no effect on him at all. Seeing that Son Goku's offensive was getting weaker and weaker, Kale gradually came to Son Goku's eyes step by step. After grabbing Son Goku's neck directly with a big hand, it made Son Goku's Kamehameha invalid, and the whole person was extremely vulnerable and caught in Kyle's hands. Son Goku. The Mad Kel grabbed Son Goku's neck and threw it to the ground. At the same time, he grabbed Son Goku's neck, and just hit the ground and slammed into the ground, once, and again. Damn, what the hell is this monster? Everyone was extremely shocked by the abnormality shown by Kyle in this arena. Biggie's, Moneyed, Tower was even more angry, seeing Son Goku beaten by him so much that he couldn't fight back, but he didn't dare to approach him just from a high place. And at this moment, Kyle's actions suddenly loosened and grabbed Son Goku's neck. Violently turned to the side, Son Goku's figure was like a parabola, generally heading towards the side of the hill with a bang, and the hill fell down, and Son Goku's figure was blocked by those gravel. Seam. Whis looked at the change of Kyle on the stage, frowned, and felt that although the particularly strong woman in front of him looked extremely terrifying, but in fact, the energy in his body is beyond his control. A huge dark green mass suddenly appeared in Kyle's palm, Kyle's mouth whistled, and his face was particularly hideous. It's completely different from the cowardly, innocent, and self-confident shyness it showed before. Go to hell. And around Kyle, a green halo was released. The energy suddenly increased completely, centered on Kel, and surrounded by 360 degrees, like an arena around it. And this situation directly affects other people's combat base. Because of Kale's powerful offensive, the surrounding environment was severely impacted, and other players were also attacked by Kale's energy. That's not the way to go. Why is that? Kale has successfully transformed into Super Saiyan, and now Kale's power is so huge that even Son Goku is no match, so what's so bad? 35. Caulifla was a little puzzled, although Hit's strength was recognized as the strongest among their 6th universe. But as a violent teenage girl, Caulifla can't easily blame the influence. But in this game 820, the rule is not to cause death. Obviously, Kale, who has become a madman, may be killed if he misses, and he will lose the rules of the game at that time. Caulifla heard Hit's answer and felt the same in her heart, so she stood aside and hurriedly shouted to Kale, who had gone mad. But it is obvious that he has successfully transformed into Super Saiyan state change, and his own will has been completely blurred. There is only one thought in his heart, and that is to kill Son Goku, and everything else is out of his consideration. Before the transformation, Kyle was a relatively shy girl, and even a little unconfident, but after the transformation, Kyle has completely changed, with strong strength, bloodthirsty, and irritable. Son Goku, Son Goku. 35. Looking at Kyle, he kept muttering, and at the same time, the expression, CDDB, became more and more ferocious, and many players in the surrounding arena also kept falling because of Kyle's attack. Some buildings above the entire arena also collapsed suddenly, and the rubble flew out for a while, filling the air. It's clear that Kale's behavior now is not only causing trouble to the people in the other universes, but also causing a lot of attack to the people in their 6th universe. And now everyone has seen it. The weak girl Kyle, who seemed to be extremely humiliated and seemed unable to fight, changed her body at this moment and became the dark horse in this battle. Kale, calm down, and don't kill anyone. 35. Caulifla was a little anxious, and Kale couldn't withdraw no matter what, so she tried to get close. However, due to the mad Kale, and the huge power displayed around him, Caulifla couldn't get to the first half at all. Even more clearly, people in the other universes are afraid to step forward, and it is obvious that the current Kale has become a one-motion energy transmitter. Such a Kale is very powerful and dangerous, but because of its uncontrollability, it threatens the lives of others. Stop, you can't do this anymore. The people in the 11th universe have always prided themselves on justice, and the one wearing the Justice Team uniform is the battle uniform in the universe. Looking at Kyle's madness, he suddenly turned into a whip in the palm of his hand. At the same time, Kyle was tightly bound in his hands, pulling the whip tightly, trying to stop Kyle's actions. Son Goku, Son Goku. No matter how Kel's mouth kept muttering to himself, it was Son Goku's name roaring, which seemed to be due to the previous fight between Son Goku and Caulifla that had completely angered Kel. Li Su stood aside and did not stop Carl's actions. Although Kale is indeed a very dangerous energy conductor now, for others, this is indeed a good opportunity to eliminate opponents. With just one blow, Kale shattered the long whip that the warrior's hand turned into, and at the same time, he was completely irritated, and instead of chasing Son Goku, he began to rush towards the discovery of the 11th universe. Kale, who has gone mad, made a big move, and even his arms and skin can be seen full of blue veins and muscles. Kale suddenly stepped up, and the righteous warrior of the 11th universe who had just launched the attack directly grabbed the throat. Kale's hands are powerful, and suddenly Topo in the 11th universe suddenly attacks, saving his team from Kale's hands. You are really unforgivable like this. The team of justice in the 11th universe of the 11th universe, they have always been against the injustice and evil that exists in the universe. The current situation is that they have touched their inverse scales, and they are preparing to kill their teammates under their noses, which makes it even more unbearable. And what Topo looks at from the opposite side is the Grey Jiren who has never acted in the 11th universe. It is said that the ability of Grey Jiren is the strongest among the justice team, and even the strength of Dragon can only rank second. There is no way. Grey Jiren has been hiding his strength before, even in this competition. He didn't make a shot, he has been quietly observing. And those other universe players are also very obvious. You can see that this person has a completely different aura, and no one dares to come over to provoke them. The mutual induction between the strong makes the players with divine power not to fight against Jiren in the competition. Looking at the chaos caused by Kair now, the Grey Jiren just launched a teleport, and with a move of his hand, the knife fell, very fast. But with just one palm falling, Kair, who had just launched a violent state, was stunned. The action was quick, the shot was ruthless, and even the excess energy was not released. The battle was over. One move to defeat the enemy, and this appearance can show the endless power contained in the Grey Jiren. Standing not far away, Li Su happened to see the condition of Jiren in grey, but he was very interested. At this time, the other universe players were secretly rejoicing that they didn't shoot Jiren just now. With Jiren's strength just now, they could drop most of the players in the field in seconds. Terrifying and mysterious, this is what the players say to Jiren. Jiren's body looks very well proportioned and contains strength. It seems that it is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon at this power conference, where the strongest players from all universes are here. And Hit from the 6th universe happened to be standing here. Almost all of these strongest players cherished their feathers and physical strength, and would not join the tragic melee like other players. These hidden talents are the real powerhouses, and they absolutely disdain to sneak attack on others. They are all waiting for the opportunity, and they will only take action when the majority of people are eliminated. However, although Drag and Grey Jiren will not directly deal with Li Su now, it does not mean that others will not do so. I have sent 5 players to deal with Li Su of the 7th universe. As long as we can solve it, the pressure on our power conference will be relieved a lot. Li Su had come out of the situation just now, just by the side. Suddenly, 5 uniforms of the Justice team were standing on the top of the mountain. They were supposed to be players from 11 universe. Being dragged by our allies, we are here to deal with one person. Hey, isn't this the Kale who just caused damage to our teammates? If that's the case, then we can't let it go. 35. Glancing at their eyes while speaking, they suddenly turned away from Kale who was hiding behind Caulifla, and Kale was even more shy when he heard the words of several people, and hid his face behind Caulifla. These self-proclaimed righteous people, however, said that they used more and less to fight to the extreme. 5 fighters who claimed to be righteous came down to hunt down 2 little girls and besieged Li Su. In such a situation, only those virtuous people can handle it. Is this really justice? Sister, Uncle Li Su? 39. Do not be afraid. Caulifla, Kair, and Li Su are also old acquaintances. Thanks to Li Su, the strength of Caulifla and Kair has been continuously improved. Therefore, although Kair is shy, he respects Li Su very much. Flowers. On the other side, the rest of Piccolo Son Gohan and Teacher Wu Tian have also solved it again, and a player has made their battle more and more skilled through joint battles. Yo, another player fell? Now there are fewer and fewer people on the field. Zeno looks more excited now, more satisfied with the strength on display at this power meeting. Zeno's little finger on the top is just a light click. It determines a person's fate, and when all the players in the universe on his iPad are eliminated and turned into gray, the exclusive patterns belonging to their universe will also dim. 0. An extremely bad thing will happen and the entire universe will disappear completely and disappear. Li Su. Where is Li Su? Where is it? Special attention is paid to Li Su, the only friend they have made in the entire universe, and Zeno. Children Zeno had a great time watching this competition. There were all kinds of people in the universe, with all kinds of abilities and completely different fighting styles. This makes the Zeno children who have lived in Jingu for a long time be dazzled, completely different races in each universe, and even the appearance of some unimaginable races. Zeno felt that Li Su's proposal was very good and held this tournament of power. Hey, it seems that Li Su's current situation is not very good. Turning his eyes to Li Su's position, now Li Su Kair, Caulifla has fallen into the siege of the 5 members of the Justice team. Li Su's figure was tightly wrapped by one of the team members, Tuba, unable to move an inch. This is the attack strategy of the 11th universe, fighting in the name of justice, so that there is no psychological pressure to besiege a person. I didn't expect that. My ability is to be able to adjust my weight freely, but I want to see how much force you can bear. 99. The team member's words were stubborn and even his entire body appeared to be in a semi-petrified state, and at the same time, his body weight became heavier. This player belongs to the role of meat shield and control in this justice team. In the battle, he uses his own ability to quickly control a person. At this time, other teammates attack this fixed target. This can solve some powerful 820 enemies. In previous battles, he has been successful, but this time he met Li Su. Li Su's feet sank deeply into the ground, leaving 2 footprints that got deeper and deeper. The other team member, Zoe Lei, was weak, and with the characteristics of melee, he took advantage of the moment when Li Su's figure was restrained to display his high-speed rotation ability, using his head as a support point to form a vortex to aim at Li Su. Ha ha ha, this is the advantage of our combined attack. 35. Cartel fought against Caulifla, and Caulifla took the form of confrontation and violence. The maddened girl moved, her palms clenched into fists, and the machine was aimed in the direction of Cartel, but Cartel moved back and did not face the attack. You bastard, don't back away, it's nasty. Caulifla stopped and looked at Cartel, who was swept back quickly, standing not far from her, and spoke indignantly. Ha ha ha, instead of thinking about it, I might as well observe the situation around you and look up. After hearing the words, Caulifla looked up and suddenly found that there were many silver lightning clusters in the air at some point in time, densely packed and in huge numbers. Immediately under Kaidel's instructions, with just a wave of his hand, the huge energy light group displayed in the midair hit Caulifla. The dense clusters of silver light exploded, and for a while, the light in this area was full of light, and the silver light burst. Ha ha ha, you can never return to this space again. Just when Kair was anxious to hear Caulifla's condition, he felt bad, and when he was about to check it out, a strange energy suddenly appeared around him, and the spherical light group tightly wrapped Kair in it. Kokode in the Justice team stood on the small hill, and even if he hit hard now, it would be useless, Kair said. The purple hair grows to the back, and the woman has a slender figure. Even in the costumes of the Justice team, she can show her beautiful figure. As expected of the most talented supernatural magician, Coquette. So far, all three have been surrendered, and it seems that everything is very calm and smooth. In the human world, right at the place where Li Su was, a flash of fluorescent light suddenly shone out, and Tuba, who had been hooping tightly and behind him, was directly blown away. Act recklessly. Although Li Su was under control, his brain was thinking sharply how to break free of this control and fight back against them. It's time to explode. How could Li Su, who can master the law of force, the law of space, and the law of time, be crushed by the simple increase of power? And after knocking Tuba, who can control the power, into the air, Zoro standing on the opposite side belongs to the state of fighting against Li Su alone. At this time, the deadlock was broken, and Android 18 Lazuli also joined the battle. The relationship between the android number 18 Rajli and Li Su is very good. Seeing that her husband was controlled by another person just now, Rajli was very angry. In Lazuli's heart, Li Su is an invincible existence. Just now, these people in justice costumes, trying to control their husbands are simply courting death. Silently appeared behind Kasserol, just when Kasserol was complacent and felt that the mission had been completed this time, a high cold and fluttering voice came from behind. Looks like your mission this time is going well? Kasserol hadn't reacted at first, but in just 1 second, he reacted impressively, and suddenly there was a force behind him, causing Kasserol to hurriedly hide to the side. He dragged his palm to the side, and after the rebound, he stood firmly on the ground, keeping a distance from the person on the stage. I didn't expect you to appear behind me in 3.1 without making a sound. It's really good. Kasserol stood up straight, looked at the android 18 Lazuli standing opposite, the corners of his mouth rose, and he roared, suddenly showing golden energy in his palms. Immediately, the palms were placed on both sides of the head straight upwards, and golden sharp blades suddenly appeared in the palms. The Sword of Justice. It's not bad, it is very convenient to transform one's breath into a weapon by brewing breath. Lazuli watched Kasserol's actions and commented, although I don't only have such a little effort, I can transform it into different tools through the transformation of breath. Crap. Lazuli put his hands in his pockets and looked at Kasserol, who was standing opposite him with a righteous face. Justice bombing? Kasserol stood in the middle of a small hill, the corner of his mouth curled, revealing his palm. At the same time, the huge sharp blade in his right hand suddenly turned into a human-shaped palm again, and a huge golden energy suddenly appeared from the palm. And among this energy, the concentrated energy of Kasselar is in the direction where Lazuli is located. This trick of Kasselar can be said to be someone who has solved many planets, so it can be regarded as Kasselar's special skill. In the universe he is in, it is the same as a famous skill. 23. A burst of violent smoke passed, and Kasserol smiled. It doesn't seem like that. It really doesn't make sense to drag out why Lord Jiren let the 5 of them come over to deal with this group of people. It's really unnecessary. After a burst of violent smoke passed, Lazuli was still standing there. Except for a little bit of dust in the clothes, everything else was unchanged. It's all just a trick. Lazuli tried it and didn't think it was that much, but it just looked scary. Although Lazuli has not experienced many battles, Lazuli has seen Li Su's battles. Although these people have the name of justice, Lazuli knows that these people are not even 1/10 of Li Su's strength, so they came to provoke them. Li Su. On the other side, Li Su also broke free from Tuba's shackles, only by virtue of his Super Saiyan transformation. He successfully broke Tuba's body above his own body. After completely pulling Tuba down, Tuba and Zoro were ready to fight back. The two men paused, and stepped back on tiptoes. The two of them once again wanted to make this move. A double whirlwind of fusion. 35. Zoro is already good at high-speed rotation, so Tuba added his huge body to Zoro's advanced whirlwind after seeing that his gravity moves were ineffective against Li Su. In this high-speed whirlwind, the faces of 2 people could be faintly seen, and they suddenly whistled towards Li Su. The 2-person whirlwind team smashed in the direction they were sorted out, and Tuba's body was heavily branded on Li Su's body. If he wanted to rely on gravity again, Li Su was completely restrained and unable to move. Haha, that's all. 35. Tuba's body is now half confined to the ground. It is conceivable that Li Su's body has been completely oppressed by Tuba. But within a few seconds of the sword training, suddenly a pair of arms stretched out from under the ground and lifted Tuba directly. And under everyone's attention, his mother was spinning and rolling directly to the back, just like the scene just now. Since it was just transformed, it was originally in a semicircular state, so it was more convenient to roll without blocking it. Well, it was not easy for Tuba to finally be freed. He was only one step away from the state, and Tuba would fall down and heaved a long sigh of relief. The ground beneath the ground is unstoppable. After he cracked the ground under his feet, the whole person fell directly into the endless abyss, losing the rules, while the boxing champion waved his small hand and clicked the button of Tuba, and the 11th universe lost a general. At this time, the 5 people of the 11th universe have already gone, and they are no longer able to fight against Lisu and others. The Supreme Kai gods of destruction and others who watched the game did not expect this encounter to end so quickly. Especially the gods of destruction of the 11th universe. He knows that the fighting strength of these righteous teams, even if he is besieged by 5 people, is difficult to resist. This made him deeply feel the strength of 820 from the 7th universe and others, but he was not very worried. They had a real monster in the 11th universe, and it was outrageously powerful. As the 11th universe gods of destruction, he was in Jiren trembling in front of you. Okay, it's your turn next. Originally, it was Tuba and Zoro who fought together against Lisu, but now Tuba has been disqualified and Zoro is the only one left. Haha, do you think I'm afraid of you? With a sharp and harsh sound, Zoro's thin body stayed in place, and suddenly launched an attack again, and a violent high-speed whirlwind appeared. Lisu was just about to fight, and in just 1 second, the whirlwind drifted away, and it turned out to be fleeing. Oh, it's quite fast to escape. Zoro saw that Lisu's strength was not something he could deal with alone, so he chose to escape, and hurriedly contacted Kasserol through Erhui to inform him of the situation just now. The general's situation has changed, Tuba has been shot down, and a change of strategy seems to be needed. The next 4 were now damaged, so they had to choose a safe way to fight. The targets of the remaining 4 were Caulifla and Kale. Therefore, when Lazuli and Kasserol were fighting, suddenly, a golden light flashed at Kasserol's position, and then the whole person disappeared. Lazuli was a little curious, but he couldn't find anyone. Cocotte released an alien energy ball that enveloped us in groups, and now we need to change our strategic choices and safely deal with the 2 of them first. Yes. After that, the space magician Cocotte on the 11th universe released a huge opposite-sex energy ball, holding several of them together and occupying a huge position. As a soldier who protects justice, I didn't want to use this method at first, but now the situation is urgent, I have no other way. Kasserol looked at Caulifla and Kale who had been locked into a line of space by them, and it seemed that a quick solution was needed. Although the 11th universe is in the name of justice, but he acts, there has always been a feeling of bullying people with more and less. What's going on? It just feels like it's another space inside, and you can't feel their breath from the outside at all. 95. Lisu's fingers touched the center of his eyebrows, carefully feeling the breath of Kale and Caulifla within this huge energy group, but it was as if he was completely blocked, and he couldn't feel it at all. Of course, the situation of Caulifla in it will not be much better. Due to the siege of 4 people, now Caulifla is gradually at a disadvantage. There is no support in this alien space, and now Kale is in a state of madness, and his own strength is not enough to help Caulifla. At this time, Kaire's combat effectiveness is very low, and Kaire is still very unconfident and has some fear. Sister. It's okay, I said I will protect you. Caulifla was knocked down by the strong vortex of justice just now, and then slowly stood up with her arms up, and began to comfort Kale softly. But Kyle was even more excited when he saw the appearance of Caulifla, and every time he saw that Caulifla was hurt or did something special, he would become extraordinarily angry, so that he was more likely to become agitated. Super Saiyan status? What? After a roar, Kale successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan state, but this time it was obviously successful again, and it has gone crazy smoothly. He did not completely lose consciousness. On the contrary, his consciousness was clear, and this was his first victory. In this state, Kale would not attack randomly, but had an incomparably terrifying strength. With a roar, it directly shattered the space barrier that was set up by Kakit for Kair. From the outside, it can be seen that the alien energy ball gradually cracked and then completely shattered. Kair successfully transformed and burst out from the inside. Kair's sudden increase in strength made the besieged few of them not expect that the powerful strength could actually suppress the energy ball. This kind of combat power reminded them of Jiren. At this time, Son Goku and his party saw Jiren transformed, and they were shocked. Just now, Son Goku was pressed and rubbed on the ground by Kair. Seeing Kair coming out now, thinking that Kair is still irrational, he hurriedly made a defensive posture to prevent Kair from breaking out again. Kasserol, who came out of the broken energy ball, saw their defensive appearance, and hurriedly explained, "Don't be afraid of Kale. He looks like this now, but his hair color has changed, and it's not as scary as before." Kasserol comforted his group, and at the same time they launched a joint attack, wanting to take advantage of the current state to quickly defeat a few people. United Justice Torrent. The remaining 4 all sent out their strongest attack shields. Within this row of energy balls, 4 colors of red, orange, blue, and purple were blasted out. And Caulifla and Kale fought side by side, and they have successfully turned into Kale in Super Saiyan state. It is like turning on a switch. Generally, once someone initiates a provocation, they will activate their strongest attack. Obviously, the group of people who are now good money in the 11th universe really stepped on the iron plate. The two sides compete against each other, and the 4 players of the 11th universe are showing a colorful rainbow of colors. On the other hand, the impact of the strength of Caulifla and Kyre is also gradually increasing. It was even more so because of the opening that he was attacked again by rage, so that his completely mad muscle body became aggravated, and the power surging on his body also increased again. From the state of mutual confrontation between the forces just now, it was directly accelerated and became a one-sided state. And the dark green energy gradually tilted. Kasserol, Zoro and others finally couldn't hold on to such a powerful strength, and were finally shaken by this strong energy. Out of bounds, disqualification, the body returned to the stand. At the last second, Cocotte hurriedly closed out a small alien energy group. Due to the suddenness of the incident, Cocotte was too late to protect the other 3 teammates. The other 3 have appeared and Cocotte is lucky not to be out of bounds. Ha ha ha, what can you do? I'm in my energy group, can you hit me? I really can't stop you, but... Before she could finish her words, Caulifla directly lifted up the one-line energy group where Cocotte was, and threw her arms straight at the boundary. Indeed, if he has been locked in his tortoise shell, Lisu, Caulifla, and his party really have nothing to do, but this does not mean that he can't lend it out. After all, it is just a small heterosexual energy group. 823 will form it together, just throw it out. In fact, Caulifla did exactly that. So now, after just a short while, the 11th universe has lost 5 people, a huge loss. Now there are only 4 people left in 11 universe to support, and this power conference has also been transformed from a strategic contest just now to a power showdown at the highest level. The real climax of the power conference is coming. Those ants before may struggle because of the melee, but now the power conference is in the middle, and those who are not strong enough to be tyrannical have been completely cleaned up. It seems that strategic conservative measures can no longer be taken, and an active offensive must be launched. Supreme Kai of the 11th universe is also very worried. It's now this time, and there are only 4 people left, and they can't take the slightest risk at all. If the remaining people are out, then it is particularly dangerous for their 11th universe, which will be completely destroyed and disappeared like the previous 9th universe, without a trace. Off the court, your Supreme Kai gods of destruction are all worried, and now the distance between the 10 pillars on the arena is getting shorter and shorter, and their anxiety and worry are getting worse. It's time to get started. Above their battle, there was a figure silently watching their battle, but never made a move. After Lisu and Caulifla passed by, a young girl walked out slowly, the corners of her mouth raised, wearing a pink dress. She looked extra cute. However, on the scene of the power conference, would there really be such a lovely person? It is definitely impossible. It really is still a good view from a high place. Who the hell are you talking about? Without thinking, 3 young girls suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. They were all slender and brightly dressed. At this time, they all had their hands on their hips and looked confident. I am Brian de Chateau, a warrior of the 2nd universe. My name is Sanka Ko. 35. My name is Sue Rose. CDDB. When the 3 girls introduced their names, they all twisted their bodies and put on a very skilled pose to introduce their identities to the people below. Brian de Chardo, who was headed by him, reached out and stroked his hair triumphantly, looking like a peacock with an open screen. Haha, the flowers of our 2nd universe are finally blooming. Let the flowers of love and justice bloom in this area. Damn it, what lovely flowers. It's really disgusting. Gods of destruction Compa of the 6th universe and Beerus of the 7th universe are worthy of being twin brothers, and they all shouted disgust when they heard the voice of Supreme Kai of the 2nd universe. What wording? Like he felt goosebumps all over his body. The 2nd universe's style of painting is too pink, and people like them will not understand it at all. Now, transform. After the 3 people finished their opening declarations, the 3 girls stood on a high place, all with left arms, and then Denian transformed into a scene like the whole body of Balala Little Demon Fairy. Transformation, Brian. Transformation, Sanka, Sankako. Styling, Susu, Soluo, Susu Soluasi. The 3 girls were all standing at high places, and all of a sudden, bright colors of pink, blue, and yellow appeared around their bodies, and the color of this extra girl was completely different from the style of the entire power conference. I have to say that the strategy of the 2nd universe is still very secretive. As of now, their 2nd universe has not suffered any casualties. But it was only after seeing that the current situation became more and more invented, their 2nd universe began to take action. Successful transformation? Librian, send love and blessings to everyone. 99. Brian's transformation was successful, and Ribrian was born. The beautiful young lady who was extraordinarily thin and slender, has now transformed into an extraordinarily large fat girl. The arms are hypertrophic and the legs are thick and heavy, which is more than a few degrees fatter than the previous situation. The roar of the wild, the roar of love, Kakunza. The bearer of dreams and magic, my name is Ragi. The 3 very thin little girls just now have all successfully transformed themselves, and they have transformed from their beautiful and cute appearance outside the house to their current state of obesity. Obviously, Lisu was a little helpless looking at the expressions of people in other universes, and it seemed that everyone in each universe had different aesthetics. While people on other planets obviously like this kind of fat and muscular body, but for Li Shi, the likes of Lazuli and Bulma are still biased towards his taste. Even the other players on the court now have love in their eyes, expressing their love for the three young ladies who have only been transformed successfully on the court. Due to the appearance of the players of the second universe, this power conference has a little different color. Even the vibe of the whole area has changed, soft and pink, a lot. For a while, there was a lot of discussion even off the field. It seems that the second universe's status and influence in the entire universe are not weak. Then we will dedicate this love and kindness to everyone. The fat girl Librian Sauce took a few moments to draw a small heart shape in her fat palm. There is a same pink tentacle on the head, which is constantly moving with the touch of the fingers. The heart shapes of the three little girls come together, and the three different new types of wiki, pink, yellow and blue, merge into a big pink love, and then merge into the second universe. So there is the deep love of the contestants, like launched by all the remaining players from different universes on the field. Ha ha ha, this is the breath of love. If you smell this breath and fall in love with it, then it will be over, and you will only have the consequence of burning your body and mind. Because the little sisters of the second universe are not Li Su's food, and to the rest of the seventh universe, they don't seem to be interested. Although it was said that everyone else on the field smelled this sweet scent, and when they were attacked by their minds, a pink explosion would occur in an instant. Moreover, many people in the market were dazzled by this non-pink, sweet smell. For a while, pink mushroom clouds exploded on the arena, and the sound of bombardment came. The explosion of love should be just like this. But obviously such a move won't work for everyone in the seventh universe. The previous ones were because they were not interested in these three girls, and the most worrisome Son Goku's master, Wu Tian-sensei, overcame his own inner demons and didn't drop the chain here, which is quite disturbing. Novel. It looks like we need to change our strategy a bit and act separately. As soon as the words fell, the people of the seventh universe dispersed, and now they are gathered together. The target is too big and it is too easy to be attacked. Li Su stood there and looked at the pink hearts that Librian splattered in no time. The palm of his right hand was placed in the sky, and it was a blow when he aimed at Librian's position. A golden light appeared from Li Su's palm, and the chaos that Librian had just created was completely reversed. The pink world disappeared completely, and Librian fell from the sky, and his fat body gave it a chance to buffer. After waiting for a long time, I thought you had some special moves, but it turned out to be just that. Vegeta looked a little upset, and a pink move like this really made people feel a little fancy and unrealistic. Don't worry, the real battle has not yet begun, it is just the opening warm-up, and the next battle is the home court. For flowers. All the warriors of the second universe are dispatched at the command of Ribrian, who is entangled with Vegeta. Beautiful girl fireball, activate? He ignored it for a moment, his fat and huge body rolled into a ball, and he could faintly see his extra fat and ugly face. Beautiful girl shock, activate. Ribrian formed a mass and began to move forward quickly, carrying the guitar in the direction of Vegeta, and dodging with his toes. After Vegeta escaped, a soldier in the 10th universe was affected, and was directly swept away, disqualifying him. And the sight of such a disaster affecting Chaya made Lord Gods of Destruction of 10th Universe particularly angry. Damn, good things can be affected, it seems that I really don't work hard. 10th Universe Gods of Destruction Lord expressed anger intolerable. On the other side, Ragi, one of the beautiful girls just now, fights Son Goku. Ragi's own style of punching is a smashing punch, the shot is fierce, the action is faster, the punch is faster, and it is more difficult to resist. The power is more ferocious, and Ragi's ability to beat this scumbag is the pinnacle. It can be seen that Son Goku is also a little bit overwhelmed now. Son Goku's toes are a little bit in the air, trying to avoid Ragi's attack. Yeah, beat. A lot of green round balls suddenly appeared in front of Menji. Even when Son Goku teleported into the air, the golden balls in front of Luigi gathered more and more, and they shot them all at Son Goku, as if storm points generally come out in a hurry. Accidentally knocked it down on Son Goku's skin. It was very painful. And one of the golden balls stopped abruptly in front of Son Goku's eyes, and after the official match with Son Goku, the speed of action suddenly accelerated, and it hit Son Goku's face suddenly. With just a little stunned effort, Son Goku was hit by Ragi. Ha ha ha, the second universe Menji's beatings are sometimes swift as wind, and sometimes gentle, which is really unpredictable. 35. The Supreme Kai of the second universe looks very excited at the moment, like the commentary of the whole power conference, the whole person is ecstatic. 827 Shut up, old witch. The 6th universe Gods of Destruction Compa was the first to hold back and curse directly. Aside from the stand, I moved my gaze to the arena again, and now Kakunsha of the second universe is fighting against Li Yi. Kakunsa's transformation is very different from his previous appearance, the whole person has become very wild, and wild is like a wild personality. The sharp-edged nails on Kakunsha's fingers were aimed at Li Yi, and the whole person was in the air. After that, the attack on the index finger had no room for breathing. The action is fast, and the shot can be seen to be sharp and boundless. And even with such an attack, Li Yi didn't even use Yun's transformation, and he easily avoided Kakunsha's attack with his hands in his pockets. But so, it really makes no sense. Looking at the little boy in front of him, but he was extremely weak, and he dared to speak nonsense to himself, it was really fatal. Kakunsha's toes swept back in an instant, and before Li Yi could make a move at a distance of more than 10 meters, Kakunsha's figure suddenly ran forward again within a second. And this time, what he attacked was his teeth. Kakunsha stretched out her huge fangs and aimed at Li Yi's arm and bit it fiercely. It can be seen that in the process of biting, Kakunsha's wild fangs with all their strength will be exposed and extremely sharp. Ha ha ha, Kakunsha is the most wild and charming girl in our second universe, and her fangs and claws are his sharpest weapons. Once Kakunsha is stared at, it is equivalent to falling into a trap. It is also assumed that there is no room for jumping and returning at all. At this moment, the explanation of Supreme Kai of the second universe begins again. Naturally, Supreme Kai's behavior is once again despised by other universe gods of destruction. Supreme Kai, haha, aren't my fangs and claws pretty good? Li Yi stood there and didn't move, even his arm was still straight. Kakunsha bit on Li Yi's arm and refused to let go. Suddenly Li Yi stood on the spot and turned around, kicking Kakunsha directly. And Kakunsha will really be kicked away as Li Yi wanted, and she will lose her ability to move. Naturally, it is impossible. After Kakunsha reversed in the air, she pointed her toes and landed firmly on the gravel beside the rubble, as if she had completed a gorgeous turn. You guys were very rude just now, so now I'm angry. Kakunsha is now dealing with Li Yi, but she has displayed her full strength, as if she has already caught the beast that has fallen into the trap, in order to solve her hatred. Bring it on. Kakunsha's figure was once again entangled with Li Yi. In this extra crowded area, the surrounding gravel and rubble were covered with ruins. Due to the constant battles before, the arena of the power conference is now not in a complete state, and the rubble and ruins are disappearing everywhere. And such a state of scattered stones seems to be the best combat environment for beasts. Layouts for harsh environments seem to be no problem for beasts who are good at fighting. Kakunsha's figure quickly tangled with Li Yi, quickly jumping and spinning in this area. Almost no figure of Kakunsha could be seen around, only the afterimage golden light that appeared in the surrounding environment. Bite, jump, and claws. These are all 10 beasts. It seems that this Miss Kakunsha has a lot of experience in this area. 35. Angel Whis stood on the stand of the 9th universe, watching Kakunsha's extraordinarily wild behavior, and said coolly, in a tone of admiration. It's just that what Whis's words exchanged for Beerus backstaring and warning. Whis chuckled. 3.1 didn't care. It's true that rubble like this is what Kakunsha does best. Attacks that are breathless, so that there is no chance of hiding at all. Coupled with the powerful fighting power and continuous ability of the orc warriors, even if the prey tries to hide, it will eventually fall into the trap because it is immediately and obediently. The Supreme Kai commentary of the second universe has started again, and now the second universe Supreme Kai is enjoying the blooming of the flowers of the second universe. And his purpose is to make the lovely girls of the second universe like flowers, completely present in front of all universes and make a blockbuster. Kakunsha's attack is like a storm, almost 360 degrees without dead ends. In such a situation, there will naturally be some injuries, so after a while, there were different degrees of tearing scars on Li Su's neck, arms, and thighs. Under everyone's attention, they could only see that Li Yi was extremely tired now, and that he was within Kakunsha's encirclement, and he didn't even have the slightest wiggle room or reversal power. What's the matter? Is Li Yi about to give up? Beerus was a little surprised, but still a little worried in his heart. Ha ha ha, don't try to hide anymore, just keep your hands down and capture it. Kakunsha's voice came from Li Yi's ears, along with the whistling sound of the gust of wind. It seemed that he had already grasped it. Kakunsha's figure appeared to be freed from the high-speed attack state just now, ready to give Li Yi a fatal 23 blow. Li Yi's body stood upright and silently stood there, and just when Kakunsha's claws were about to touch Li Yi's body, a green light suddenly appeared on Li Yi's body. What? Shield. And after the green light passed, Kakunsha's figure could no longer touch Li Yi, and what was blocking it was an emerald green protective cover. Do you think you are the only one who can attack? It just so happens that my power is also infinite. You liar, you just lied to me. Kakunsha stuck her whole body to the outside of the protective shield that Li Yi had displayed, gnashing her teeth, her sharp claws trying hard to reach into it and touch Li Yi's body. But I'm sorry, you have no chance now. As soon as the words fell, the light of the protective shield that Li Yi displayed became more and more intense, and Kakunsha was knocked up by the energy given by the protective shield and flew into the air. And Li Yi's figure didn't know when to synchronize with Kakunsha. So far, Li Yi's legs aimed at Kakunsha's back and kicked down heavily towards the border. You should go too. Well, it will definitely be out of bounds this time. Beerus was very happy to see this look, and couldn't help shouting. But the situation that emerged next made him a little disappointed. The second universe seemed to prevent this from happening, so one of the players who accompanied them was wearing wings. Baikar, who was wearing wings specially to prevent someone from falling, saw that Kakunsha was about to fall, and gently activated his extra large and beautiful colored wings. The huge butterfly wings fluttered gently and took off, almost rescuing Kakunsha in an instant like an arrow from the string. At the critical moment, Kakunsha was vacated again to make it difficult to fall. Thank you, Picard. You're welcome, Lady Kakunsha, you have to do your best. And in midair, the extraordinarily affectionate scene shown by the two of them made Beerus even more nauseated. Damn, why is there no normal person above this power conference? The former is love and kindness, and the latter is the sword of justice. But Li Yi didn't expect this situation. It happened before Li Yi could react, and suddenly Kakunsha, carried by Baikar's wings, launched another attack on Li Yi in an instant. After the huge dark cloud disappeared, Li Yi lay on the spot, his eyes widened, and the corner of his mouth even slightly raised. Oh, a player with wings is really hard to deal with, and if that's the case, then we can only use you. 35. At this moment, in the air, it was said that the love between Baikar and Kakunza was not over yet, and Supreme Kai of the second universe was even more excited by the love and kindness shown by the two. Li Yi suddenly changed his mind from just now. The place where you fell disappears. The figure suddenly appeared in midair. At this time, Kakunza and Baikar had just finished their reminiscences. Baikar whistled his huge colorful wings and was about to leave to meet other teammates, but he didn't want Li Yi's figure to come suddenly. Li Yi's body suddenly appeared behind Baikar, and his hand slammed down several times against 827's quasi-Baikar. After Baikar was hit, Li Yi grabbed Baikar's body tightly and rotate 360 degrees. Afterwards, relying on the inertia of strength, he directly threw Baikar out of the border after being stunned. Baikar went out of the border smoothly, and the second universe lost one person. Damn it! I can't spare you, how dare you play Baikar. Kakunza, who just happened to return to the ground at this time, saw what happened in the air, and was furious. Facing Li Yi who was standing not far from him, he even gritted his teeth, and almost instantly launched his strongest attack on Li Yi again. Second universe Picard is out of bounds. The icy and fair voice of Grand Priest made the Supreme Kai of the second universe wake up from his own imagination, and then a basin of icy rain came. Damn, I was out of the situation so soon, so disrespectful to the beautiful, elegant, and cute girl, should really be beaten up. You are dead. Kakunza unleashed an extremely fast attack like a beast just now, aiming at Li Yi 360 degrees without dead ends. Due to the special physique of the Orc Warrior, he was not tired at all, and for a while, the battle between Kakunza and Li Yi was in full swing. And Li Yi suddenly pointed his toes to a high place, the highest place in the sky, and then Kakunza's figure followed closely. And when Kakunza's figure was about to come, he was shocked to see the scene of Li Yi in front of him. The eyes were shrouded in intense light, and there was almost no human figure in sight. What is this? Due to inertia, Kakunza was unable to stop at once, and Li Yi used this brief moment of less than a second to display a Nirvana stunt in his palms, aiming at Kakunza. Goodbye. What? There was a shrill scream from Kakunza, and a violent sound like a beast came. Instantly, there was a violent golden energy, and it roared towards Kakunza from midair, directly knocking Kakunza out of bounds. Second universe Kakunza is out of bounds and disqualified. The Grand Priest announced again, and in just a short while, the second universe lost 2 generals. Time has passed, and now there are only 37 minutes left until the end of the power conference. You dare to bully Baikal and Kukun to kill me and I will never spare you. Sailor Moon is completely angry. Just when Li Yi had just ended the battle with Kakunza, there was no time when Brian appeared in front of Li Yi. Just now, he was exceptionally fat, but the fat face full of love looked furious at the moment, and seemed to be really provoked by Li Yi's behavior. It was obvious that they had just shot down the second universe directly, and the 2 players made the remaining players of the second universe even more angry, and even their attacks were sharper. It seemed that they wanted to solve the 7th universe's players Kaiwei Biker and Kakunza takes revenge. Beat it up, beat it up. Ragi was still fighting Son Goku at this time, and Son Goku had just been caught by Ragi's extremely dense and aggressive Golden Light group, so it was difficult to get out for a while. The behavior you have just done is really unforgivable, so you must not be merciful when dealing with you wicked people in the 7th universe. Luigi's palm was like a storm, and it turned around quickly, and in front of Menji, countless Golden Light groups quickly appeared, and they quietly placed in front of Menji. Immediately after Ragi waved his big hand, those extremely lethal and aggressive Golden Light groups attacked Son Goku impressively. As if born with intellect, Son Goku will still be attacked even if he tries to avoid it. So Son Goku suffered a lot, and even got some scratches on his face. Son Goku, cheer me up, what are you doing? Beerus knows Son Goku's strength. Not only that, it's worrying to see Son Goku so careless, so he scolded Son Goku directly. Hearing Beerus's words, he hurriedly corrected his attitude and apologized. Okay, Lord Beerus, I see. Ha, now I've figured out all your tactics, in fact, you're nothing more than that. Son Goku changed his defensive state and started to take the initiative to attack. Son Goku's finger touched his eyebrows and disappeared in front of Menji's eyes in an instant. Son Goku suddenly appeared behind Menji through teleportation, and those golden light clusters quickly passed by, beside Son Goku and Roji. Those golden light clusters were like huge energy circles, wrapping Son Goku and Luigi together, and the golden energy clusters exploded like a huge golden halo. After that, a person was thrown out like a parabola, like a black shadow passing through the air, and he was about to fall out of bounds after only 1 meter. Damn, how dare you treat my companion like this? Librian was the first to discover the situation here, so he hurriedly retreated even in the battle with Yu Li Yi, and hurriedly appeared beside Meng Ji to protect him. Just at the moment when Menji's golden aperture was about to explode, Money Zhao, Son Goku's figure disappeared through teleportation, and later Luigi tasted the power of its own energy. Naturally this is also a self-confidence. Eat bitter fruit. It's really outrageous that you treat an elegant and beautiful girl like this. You're a villain. I can leave you alone. You both can choose to jump off, or I will kick you off. 55. Liang Xiangxiu has never been the true colors of the 2 people, and the explosive abilities they showed before did not require Li Yi and Son Goku to show mercy at all. Immediately opposite Li Yi and Son Goku, a knight of the second universe appears again to protect the elegant and lovely flower of their second universe. Not good. Withdraw. The current situation presented an unfavorable state, and the players of the second universe hurriedly retreated, disappearing in front of Li Yi and Son Goku in an instant. Wow, this Son Goku is really, always worrying, really scary. Ha ha ha, what is this? You universe have more to worry about, ha ha ha. Gods of Destruction Compa of the 6th universe, with a big belly, showing a mouthful of fangs, is particularly excited. For the jokes of the 7th universe, he has always been very happy to watch. Beerus turned his gaze to another part of the arena. In another space, Son Gohan and Piccolo face off against the 6th universe's Bodama. The 6th universe's Bodama, Beerus also knows that he can transfer the enemy's attack into another time and space, so even a tyrannical attack will not work for Bodama if it is replaced by Son Goku, or there will be another battle. As for Son Gohan, 827 doesn't know how many successes he can learn from his father, and Beerus is really worried. Son Gohan took the initiative to attack from the beginning, punching his fists and attacking Bodama's abdomen violently. Since Bodhammer is immune to such attacks and even splits his fists, Son Gohan takes the initiative to attack. Idiot, you're just exhausting yourself like this, you're an idiot. Beerus looked extremely angry below, and even made Supreme Kai on the side feel that Beerus could not wait to rush to the stage to fight for them. On the other hand, Piccolo didn't stop him. He was very confident in Son Gohan, whom he taught. Gohan always thinks clearly about countermeasures before doing things. As for Bodama, Son Gohan also saw the situation of the war between the two sides at the time, and he naturally dared to go up, CDDB, when he was sure. Son Gohan's attack continued. His fist slammed into Bodama's thin abdomen, and Bodhidharma didn't care, a sneer grinned at the corner of his mouth. Bodhidharma, take the initiative and stop playing with him. Gods of Destruction Compa of the 6th universe issued an order in the stands, and Bodama touched Shuang Quan to prepare to attack, but suddenly found that his feet were slightly off the ground, and he even slowly stepped back. Idiot, start the attack, stop his attack. Bodama spit out a huge emerald green light group aimed at Son Gohan, but due to its high bulging abdomen and the huge height contrast with Son Gohan, its energy group could not hit Son Gohan at all. Run, get out of this place. In the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe, Compa watched anxiously, while Bodama was tightly shackled by Son Gohan and could not even hide. From time to time, Bodama spit out huge clumps of energy, trying to blast Son Gohan apart, to no avail. After that, Son Gohan relied on this little bit of backward attack to make Bodama be pushed out of the edge. Son Gohan even used a shockwave at the last moment to send Bodama a fight, and Bodama's body accelerated the speed of his fall. Oh, thinking that you have no shortcomings, and invincibility is not necessarily a good thing. It is indeed because of Bodham's carelessness that Son Gohan could implement his plan so smoothly and defeat Bodham. Now that he was defeated and out, he returned to the yellow giant Pitamo in the stands, and when he saw the face of the 6th universe Gods of Destruction Compa, he was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe. Idiot, it's really stupid to make such a low-level mistake. As if he was afraid of being out of breath and only felt that his liver hurts, the battle that he thought was a sure win was lost in an instant. Now that Beerus is making jokes for nothing, he is really going to piss him off. Bodama's huge body only dared to shrink in a corner silently, feeling the blood and rain from Compa, and the saliva attacked. Yo, well done, really admirable. Son Gohan and Piccolo had just finished the battle, and suddenly the figure of 10th universe landed not far away and landed on a small mountain not far away. Accompanied by the sound of applause, the tone was frivolous, as if he didn't care. I am Wabni, the warrior of the 10th universe. My name is Rubart. After a round of observation, I found that you are indeed qualified to be my opponent. The tone is full, and it sounds uncomfortable. The two stood high up, looking down at Son Gohan and Piccolo below. At this time, Wabni and Rubart are the 10th universe, and there are only 2 remaining players as of now, so they can be regarded as the bearers of the 10th universe's all hope. If the 2 lose, and all the 10th universe will be eliminated, they will face the same fate as the 9th universe before, and they will be destroyed and no longer exist. Therefore, the battle between several people is very important, and it is related to the life and death of everyone. Even the high-ranking Lord Gods of Destruction is now showing a state of anxiety. Taking the lead, Son Gohan and Wabni were entangled, and the two punched directly head-to-head. With a bang, both of them took a few steps backwards, and Wabni seemed even more excited. It seems so, you do have the qualifications to make me face up. 35. Wabni was even more excited, and then the corner of his mouth twitched, and the whole person's aura was completely different, as if he was performing some kind of nirvana. Looks like Wabni has a chance of winning. Kvas is the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, even though most of the 10th universe players are out now, but there is still hope. What if their 10th universe's Wabni wins? That's a possibility. Kvas looks a little excited now, and no one is not eager to live, even if he now probably knows the truth. Come on then. Son Gohan was also very excited. Wabni took the lead in attacking. Son Gohan took a good posture and slightly hooked his left hand. He was still looking forward to Wabni's attack. Wabni's fighting style is very magical. Wabni separates his own breath from the direction of movement. Although this trick looks very ordinary, it doesn't even feel like it's used much, but this trick is really about chi. The secret method. The warriors that the 10th universe hopes for are indeed not ordinary. Each universe has its own unique tactics, and each universe has powerful warriors. We cannot underestimate any universe. At this time, Piccolo was in the battle and tackled the 10th universe's penultimate player, Reborn. Reborn's fighting power was not weak, but he was slowly exhausted under Piccolo's saturated attack and fell down. Piccolo is an intelligent player, so Piccolo will never choose to fight like Son Goku and Lisu. Instead, he will adopt a more labor-saving and potential way to defeat the enemy. The fallen Reborn was crossed out by Zeno on the tablet and appeared on the viewing platform. Sorry for disappointing you. The 10th universe's Reborn apologized to the 10th universe's Supreme Kai Kvas, although Kvas Supreme Kai was also very disappointed, and now their 10th universe can only pin all their hopes on Wabney. But this what else can be done? It's okay, we have Wabney left in the universe. As long as he is there, our 10th universe is not a failure. How can we lose? At this time, there is only one last player left in the 10th universe, and it gathers Wabney, where the 10th universe hopes to be. Readjusting the line of sight, Wabney, who is now fighting, is inspired by Son Gohan. Therefore, in front of Son Gohan's eyes, the figure of Wabney, who was alone, suddenly trembled and flashed, and dozens of phantoms appeared. It was only for a moment that Son Gohan could hardly tell whether he was on the main body or a clone, or did he have hallucinations due to his long fighting time. Son Gohan worked hard to keep himself in a state of high concentration, while still maintaining his protective vigilance. With his left hand slightly hooked, Son Gohan watched the dozens of Wabney clones vigilantly. The dozens of extraordinarily splendid clones started to act together at this time, and the scene was simply dazzling and overwhelming. Although Son Gohan can clearly see that an enemy is knocked down, it is a pity that even if he can see the active attack, due to the effect of dozens of clones, Son Gohan cannot identify which one is the real one. Seeking flowers. Son Gohan's fist, full of energy, whizzed away at the middlemost Wabney. Dozens of clones even have the same face and face, the corners of the mouth are slightly hooked, and they look like they are winning, which makes Son Gohan particularly displeased. With a punch like steel, it hit the air, and the dozens of clones passed directly through Son Gohan's body, and Son Gohan turned around in a hurry but couldn't keep up with Wabney's action. Wabney's fist was close at hand, his tentacles were ruthless and swift, hitting Son Gohan's face with a bang. Son Gohan was hit, lifted at will, and was slammed to the side, while Wabney chased after the victory again, used teleportation, and kicked Son Gohan's body directly again. Gohan's body was severely injured due to this extra heavy kick, and with a thud, Son Gohan's body fell violently and fell to the spot. Standing up hard, Son Gohan may have some pain in the corner just now, but he did not reach the state of direct coma and disqualification. So Son Gohan stood up and remained vigilant, still in the defensive posture just now, and wanted to entangle with Wabney again. At this time, Gohan can only capture the breath that Wabney deliberately leaked through the senses of Chi, and the phantom that Wabney produced by moving at high speed. You are not my opponent, admit defeat as soon as possible. Kun. Don't you think it's too early to say these things? 99. Son Gohan stood up, maintaining the vigilance he had just now, and looking at Wabney, who had turned into a douchebag again, he still did not give up. Son Gohan wants to find out the inadequacies and the flaws in the constant fighting, so that the battle will have a bright future. It looks like Son Gohan is in trouble this time. Whis, who was in the 7th universe stand, also saw the battle between Son Gohan and the 10th universe's only hope, Wabney. In addition to the naked eye, Son Gohan can also get information about the opponent's location by sensing the 830 breath of the other party. There is no doubt that this is a method that everyone is used to. However, with the exception of Wabney in this battle, its clone can bind its own chi to other phantoms at the same time. Therefore, it is not easy to find the main body from these dozens of phantoms. Matter. Wabney took the initiative again, and Gohan calmed down, trying to keep himself in a state of high tension and composure. Excessive tension and anxiety will make it impossible for your brain to operate at a high speed and see the situation in front of you clearly, but even in this way, Son Gohan is once again hit. Under the situation that dozens of body and dozens of breaths exist in the same way, Son Gohan has no way to judge which of them is real and which is illusion. At the same time binding his own chi to the phantom, Son Gohan had no choice but to passively be beaten unilaterally by Wabney. Under the high-speed phantom, Gohan couldn't find any chance at all, and if he couldn't find any chance, he could only be beaten passively. And Son Gohan was attacked again, and the moment Gohan caught the attack, he began to transform into Super Saiyan in an instant. The imposing manner of the whole person is suddenly different, the combat power has increased sharply, and even the sensitivity and perception ability of the breath has been greatly enhanced. After Super Saiyan's transformation, Son Gohan's fighting ability and combat power have been greatly improved, and he can even feel Wabney's chi. At the moment of Wabney's attack, Son Gohan started a counterattack. At this time, Son Gohan was finally able to perceive the existence of his real body Wabney. Therefore, Son Gohan's attack became more and more serious, and he moved quickly to defeat the enemy. With the power of Super Saiyan's transformation, he knocked down Wabney in an instant. Son Gohan became stronger after Li Su's training, and his ability to sense chi was also handy. Even Li Su and Son Gohan had practiced combat training. In the face of Wabney's attack, Son Gohan can already be caught. Now when the battle is fierce, Son Gohan and Wabney are both fighting fiercely. Now it is the test of who has the stronger chi, and both of them are fighting hard. Wabney is the last hope of the 10th universe, and naturally he doesn't want to lose. And Son Gohan also has his own mother and wife behind him. At this time, both of them have no way out. At this time, the energy of Son Gohan after the transformation is stronger. Son Gohan has been trained by Li Su and specially trained Son Gohan's energy accumulation. Son Gohan has shown his talent, and with his superior energy accumulation, Wabney's energy has been exhausted by Son Gohan. Since his own energy has been consumed almost, the current Wabney is the first to leak out the flaws. Wabney's energy could no longer maintain the control of his high-intensity chi, and the prototype appeared, the phantom of the clone disappeared again, and the last protective wall left for him also collapsed. And Son Gohan seized the opportunity and attacked quickly. Kamehameha. Son Gohan saw the opportunity, and immediately pointed his toes, soaring in midair, aiming at Wabney who only had his only true body left, and a huge energy clump burst out from the palm of his hand. Knocked down Wabney, Son Gohan chased after the victory, and successfully solved Wabney with a Kamehameha. In the face of such a powerful force, Wabney, who had completely consumed his own energy, could no longer resist, and could only watch the huge blue energy grow more and more away from him. To no avail, he could only wait for the event to happen, and after that, Wabney, who placed his hope in the 10th universe, was defeated. Since then, the avatars of everyone in the 10th universe have shown grayish colors, and all of them have lost 3.1, and even the pattern totem with the 10th universe has been completely darkened. The 10th universe player Wabney is out, and all the 10th universe players are completely out, so the 10th universe will disappear. Grand Priest's voice was still as usual, cold and serious, as if what he said was irrelevant, announcing the news. Yeah, the 10th universe is over. Once again, Zeno's voice sounded, and the two Zeno's thin palms rose. After that, in just a moment, all the figures of the 10th universe disappeared, extremely clean, and not even a single trace of the 10th universe remained. At this moment, whether it is a thing or an event, as long as the battle is defeated, then everything in the universe that you are in has no qualification to exist, and this is the real cruelty of this power conference. It seems that in the boundless realm, the sad song sounded again, and the whole atmosphere became extraordinarily depressing and treacherous. Everyone understands that if all the players present are out, what kind of situation they will face, and every minute and second of suffering like this time is Ling Chi. Since then, Zeno has eliminated another universe, and with a phantom, the 10th universe and others sitting in the spectator seat were eliminated. The atmosphere on the field was tense again, everyone was extremely depressed at the moment, and the duel between those real masters was about to begin. At this moment, there are 35 minutes left until the end of the game, and there is not a moment that will not make them feel so difficult. Above each of their bodies, they all carry the hopes of their respective universes, without exception. And they did not dare to slacken in the slightest, and did not dare to slack off easily. Everyone understood this truth in this cruel battle. Son Gohan frowned and clenched his palms involuntarily as he looked at the scene that was completely cleared in front of him. In my heart, I was even more shocked. If they lost just now, what kind of situation would they face if the 7th universe lost? The 7th universe will disappear, and everything they once cherished and cared for will no longer exist. But at the same time Son Gohan is also more vigilant in his heart. The conference has come to this stage, so he must cheer up. Naturally, those ants have been completely eliminated now, and everyone who stayed at the power conference site is definitely a strong and empty existence. At this time, Dispo of the 11th universe played against Hit of the 6th universe on the other side. "Hey, you're Hit from the 6th universe, right? I came here just to crack your flashy skills." He spoke very loudly, with a particularly arrogant tone, and even Hyder, who had always been calm, was slightly surprised and glanced at it. "Do you still know flash time? There is no way for our 11th universe to survive smoothly, so naturally we will know your news. Killer Hitka is the ace of the 6th universe and the spiritual pillar of everyone in the 6th universe. I want to teach you. If the solution is finished, the 6th universe may collapse completely, which is not necessarily true. 35. Therefore, Dispo wanted to challenge Hittite Hitter stood there, but in a split second, the two entered the fighting state respectively. The atmosphere on the field was very calm and tense. Dispo's figure suddenly moved forward, and Hitter was about to perform the flash time when Dispo's figure suddenly came to Hyder's eyes. Dispo's fist was aimed at Hit's face, and he shot hard and hit directly. Looking at this appearance, it seems that Hit's flash power does not play any role in Dispo. Sure enough, you dared to take the initiative to challenge me, and you naturally depended on it. Hit was directly knocked to the ground, and this appearance made Compa in the 6th universe stand extremely surprised, and he didn't even hold the usual gods of destruction bearing. What to do? Hit got hit? Impossible, impossible, it must be just a coincidence. 35. Compa was also very surprised, so he thought it was just a coincidence. As a killer, Hit is also the ace of his 6th universe. How could he be defeated by an invisible player in front of him? It is indeed worthy of being Hitter, the killer. Even now you are at a disadvantage, but you still look unhurried and confident, but there is no doubt that I really can't stand your appearance. Before the words were finished, Dispo's actions began again, and Hit also used his flashing skills, and the two began to entangle again. Without even being able to see what happened, Hit was kicked to the ground by Dispo, and this appearance surprised Compa in the stands. Yeah, What to do? Hit has eaten 2 feet now. 99. As for the universe next to him, he was naturally very happy when he saw Hyder of the 6th universe 830 universe deflated. Ha ha ha, fight, fight. It's better that the last two get hurt together. In any case, if Hit is defeated by victory, then they will also have one less rival naturally, and now Compa is even more at a loss. The battle between the two just now, not even Compa could see what happened, and only Angel Vados could barely see the battle between the two. Although it was Hit who performed the flash time skill, if it was seen by others, they would definitely think that Dispo could also do this skill or even more powerful than the West side. As expected of Dispo, the Vanguard captain of the 11th universe, after many battles, his current speed has completely surpassed the speed of sound and light, and his ability to deal with Hit's flash time is naturally no problem. 99. Although Hit's time-defining ability can jump for a few seconds in a different time and space, but for the Vanguard Captain Dispo, it is not necessarily impossible to fight. Dispo's speed is faster, so Hit is also at a disadvantage at the moment. Oh, so that's what happened. Just a moment before I used the flash time skill, in that very short period of time, you were moving at a super high speed, so you were able to intercept my offensive. Yes, this principle is indeed the correct answer, but what can you do? Then just wait and see. Hit's palms folded slightly, and then he immediately used the flash skill, trying to attack Dispo. Naturally, without exception, Hit's attack this time was also at a disadvantage. There was no way to inflict damage on Dispo, but instead again inflicted damage on himself. I see, it's the sound, right? The moment before I exerted my power, my palms closed slightly, so I made a sound, and you judged by this sound. It's true, I do judge your movements and orientations by your voice, but so what? As long as you take action, there will inevitably be muscle movement, and naturally there will be sound transmission, not to mention the display of superpowers. The noise caused by that is also greater, which is something you can't avoid at all, so the outcome between us can be imagined. 39. Dispo really has no way to break Shit's flash hour, but if there is merit, there will be sound waves. And Dispo's ears can hear the sound of the same frequency he wants to hear in a particularly noisy environment, so Hit must be down this time. Even so, are you going to attack again? I think you should concede as soon as possible. 99. Hit didn't say a word, and the two entangled and fought together again, and it was obvious that Hyder was in a passive state of being beaten. Dispo's high-speed attack was so fast that other people in the stands couldn't see what Dispo was doing. Gradually, little by little, Dispo pushed Hyder to the edge, just one step away, and Hitter was about to fall. You lost. No, the real loser is you. Dispo's fist was aimed at Hit again, intending to launch a final attack. But at this moment, he didn't expect that when he was about to touch the surface of Hit's skin, Hit's figure suddenly disappeared. And relying on the inertia of the straight line, Dispo's body fell fiercely, making a shrill sound. Okay, finally solved it. Everyone now understands that the reason why Hit has been passively beaten just now is nothing more than wanting to deceive Dispo step by step to come to this border. Just when Hit let out a sigh of relief and felt that he had finally solved the troublesome guy in front of him, a burst of golden threads suddenly came from behind him. The golden threads stretched all the way to the bottom of the boundary, and those threads seemed to be born with intellect, and they were aimed at Dispo's hands and feet and wrapped tightly around them. After Hit's figure turned slightly, it was clear that the person in front of him was wearing the 11 Universe Justice uniform. I will not give you the opportunity to want to use such despicable means against the warriors of the 11th universe. The visitor was Quincy from the 11th universe, and the two were exactly the same universe. Quincy moved the golden threads with a slight movement in his hands, and that Dispo was also directly dragged up by Quincy and returned to the arena again. The golden thread in Quincy's hand was formed by his own energy, so it was not a foul. But at the scene of this power conference, it seems extraordinarily practical. Thank you. After that, the two men stood on the arena and began to besiege Hit. Hit was still as immobile as before, even when two particularly troublesome people joined forces. Hyder was still extraordinarily quiet. It has to be said that the two teamed up to deal with Hit, who was obviously at a disadvantage in the subsequent battles. Quincy used the golden thread in his hand to bind Hit's hands and feet, preventing him from moving forward, and that Dispo attacked Hit even more with this appearance. Hit was clearly at a disadvantage at this point, as Quincy tied Hit's feet to make it difficult to escape, and Dispo used this to develop his final attack. If Dispo really hit, then Hit's situation can be imagined. Just when Compa was almost desperate and felt that there was no way to do this game, suddenly a golden light flashed in the sky. Qian Hao immediately isolated Dispo's actions and appeared in front of Hit's eyes. It was Li Su who came. How could Li Su miss such a good show? Li Su had fought against Hit, and he knew that Hit, who possessed the power of Flash, was very powerful. It was very difficult for him to fight against him. He never thought that the 11th universe could make Hit so embarrassed. The universe where Hit is located is the 6th universe, which is closely related to the 7th universe. Li Su does not want the 6th universe to go wrong. Moreover, the siege of Hit by the two just now was too despicable and too deceiving. The battle between the two of them was far from the justice they had been talking about. Don't worry about this kind of situation, I can handle it myself. Hit didn't want Li Su to intervene, and Li Su took a fighting stance and stood in front of Hit. Looking at this appearance in the arena, even the 6th universe gods of destruction seemed to be reluctant to admit that he was relieved. Anyway, it was because of Li Su, otherwise their 6th universe would be dangerous. Ha ha ha, Compa, you are my blessing this time. The 6th universe gods of destruction. Compa gritted his teeth, but finally mumbled and did not speak. Actually, I didn't really want to help you, but when I saw them besieging you, I couldn't help itching. I want to try, if I can handle such a situation. 5. Before he finished speaking, Li Su began to freely transform into Super Saiyan God. The advantage of this transformation is that it saves energy, and its own combat speed and strength are not weak at 830. Li Su, you hear that? Dispo is my prey, you are not allowed to interfere. 35. Then there's no way to tell the truth, and I'm eyeing him too. 35. The words were stubborn, Li Su's figure was a little bit, and then the whole person quickly rushed forward and entangled with the pioneer, Captain Dispo. Indeed, as Hit said, that Dispo's action was fast. It can teleport hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters in 1 second, so if Li Su is fighting, it is indeed a little difficult. In the beginning, Li Su could only be entangled with Dispo in the state of being transformed into Super Saiyan God. But only when the two were about to attack head-on, they immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. In the state of Super Saiyan's Blue, its power display is even greater, and the resulting lethality is also greater. The fist just attacked Dispo's figure suddenly disappeared, which was completely different from the flash, but it was simply fast. Dispo's fist hit Li Su just because he punched too fast. Li Su was caught off guard and was directly hit and went backwards. Although your speed is really fast, there is no way to deal with two opponents one after another. Just as Li Su's action had just ended, Hit followed suit, his fists had just attacked, and Dispo was ready to attack hard. In an instant, from not far away, a golden silk thread was bound to bind Hit's arm, making it impossible for him to attack recklessly. Condensation time power. Indeed, Dispo's action was fast, and under the influence of Li Su's condensation, everything was in vain. By reducing the flow velocity in the air around him, even at drastic speeds, as long as the air velocity around it is continuously slowed down, the lethality caused by the Dispo will plummet. Moreover, when a person performs an action, his action is generally only linear. Under such circumstances, for Li Su, it is not as dazzling and overwhelming as before to deal with the first breach. CDDB. Quincy was fighting against Hit at this moment, and at this time, a dense mass of golden silk threads had spread out on the ground, surrounding the ground, and there was no space to stand up. What are you doing with that mess on the ground? Does it explode when you touch it? 35. Yes, if you don't believe it, you can try it. As the top killer of the 6th universe, how can Hitter's own strength be comparable to a player like Quincy, who said I had to touch you to fight? Hit stood on the spot without even changing his posture, and suddenly there was an explosion at the place Quincy occupied. Through the transparent gas bomb that emerged from the fist, it aimed directly at Quincy without touching it, and Quincy fell to the ground with a bang. Hit moved slightly, standing next to Li Su, and Dispo was standing opposite. Li Su, don't move, it's my turn now. Hit was still brooding about Dispo's behavior just now, so after finishing Quincy, Hit went straight to prepare to fight against Dispo by himself. Slightly forward, muscled, Hit and Dispo lined up head-on and Hitter's fist didn't hesitate this time. Even under Dispo's high speed of action, it still hits Dispo very accurately. The shot is ruthless and ruthless, the action is quick, and it hits the key point of Dispo directly. How so? Such a situation would be Hit, which is really something that Dispo did not expect. It's true that your ears are very sensitive, you can hear the sounds from your muscles, and you can use muscle movements to replace flashes of time. How much can you judge? You are confusing me. Indeed, what Hit did was to confuse, and in such a fast-paced war, just a moment of hesitation may cause this round to fail. So now Dispo has some doubts about Hit's behavior, what will happen next? In fact, the balance has gradually begun to tilt slightly, and Hit's combat effectiveness is actually very powerful, stronger than most of the people present. You can think so too. Why don't you guess what I will do next? Before he finished speaking, Hit started to act again. It seemed that it was just a bell ringing before, and then, Dispo no longer had the appearance of sweeping thousands of troops unscrupulously before, but had been in a state of passive beating. Gradually, Dispo also felt more and more exhausted. As expected of Hit, the killer of the 6th universe, you do have two brushes. On the other side, now Quincy has once again discovered the crisis between the 4th wave. Surging in his hands, he wanted to help his comrades again. And this kind of help was blocked by Li Su, and with just a casual blow, those golden threads who had been unscrupulous just now bowed their heads slightly. At a glance, Li Su's eyes seemed to be disturbed by such annoyance. And Li Su also started to clear the battlefield and solve some unnecessary troubles for the fight between Hit and Dispo. Quincy immediately stood on the spot, followed suit, and performed the same moves just now. Just like what Hit faced just now, what was displayed on the ground at this time was a dense mess of warp threads. Naturally, these thrills are not just that simple. You can't touch them at will, and a single touch will immediately cause an explosion. Faced with this situation, Li Su directly attacked head-on with the most rude and simple frontal posture, and the warps laid on the ground exploded directly in the sound of Li Su's impact. Among the rumbling sounds, it was Quincy who was injured the most. Immediately afterwards, Li Su's figure was not affected by these explosions, and he rushed forward, clenched his fists, aimed at Quincy, and fell down, attacking the enemy. turning the line at the end of his line of sight to the other side. Dispo was now dazed by Hit's frontal attack and Shishi Gong's double confounding attack. Guess what kind of attack I'm going to use next? Hit condescendingly looked at Dispo, who was now gradually fatigued and showed his apprenticeship. His face was calm and composed, and his words were cold. You still admit defeat? Impossible. We warriors of 11 Universe will never allow such a situation to happen. Even if he can feel that his current physical strength is weak, he needs to have enough physical strength to ensure an absolutely high speed in this battle. Relying on Dispo's current strength can no longer reflect the advantage of his strength, and he is unwilling to let go. Since you say that, then I'll give you a ride. Hit kicked, ruthless, just one kick, kicking Dispo aside, rubbing on the ground, and even faintly blazing. Reaching the boundary, the entire body has falling into the endless abyss. The golden thread descended into the sky again, rescuing Dispo, who had just fallen. You retreat first, and I will deal with the rest, and try to pull them all to their deaths. Now that things have progressed to this point, if Quincy can pull another person to fall out of bounds together, it will definitely be an excellent thing for them 11 Universe. It's not necessary, you might as well go down by yourself. I don't know when their fourth shop was conspiring with Quincy, suddenly, Li Su's figure suddenly appeared behind him, kicked them apart and kicked them fiercely. For flowers. Due to his timely response, Dispo quickly encouraged his high speed of action, barely avoiding the inertia, allowing himself to remain on the arena. But Quincy wasn't so lucky. He was kicked out of the bounds and into the endless abyss by Li Su. He was completely out of bounds and disqualified. However, it was a pity that their hard work did not bring the fourth shop down. Now we only have 3 players left in 11 Universe. 0. The Supreme Kai of the 11th Universe is still full of worries, but the remaining 3 people are Topo, Grey Jiren, and Dispo. Their strengths are undoubtedly the strongest. Now in front of everyone's eyes, there is only life or death. These 2 paths can be chosen. As for other love or justice, these are just additions based on peace. But on the other side of the arena, now Teacher Wu Tian has just ended his battle, standing on the spot, suddenly aimed at a dark place behind him, and said, as a strong human being, Teacher Wu Tian has no doubts about chi perception and fighting skills. Before participating in the power conference, he has undergone intensive training by Li Su, and his combat power has increased a lot. With Wu Tian's fighting skills, Mr. Wu Tian has never met a formidable opponent in Tournament of Power. This makes Teacher Wu Tian very happy, and it turns out that human beings also have the fighting power to stand in the forest of universe. How long do you want to watch in the back? Not out yet. After only a short while, suddenly quietly emerged from the shadowy place of the rock behind, and a person also appeared to be a tall, slender woman. Yes, the old man's perception ability is not weak. 99. I know you, the illusionist of the 4th Universe, just watched your fight. The woman on the opposite side didn't care, so what? Could it be that he thought he could escape from the palm of his hand? If that's the case, then let's try it. Illusionists are best at using illusion spells. A golden blue spell is issued and aimed at Master Roshi, and Master Roshi directly hits 830 with his fist. What this illusionist is best at is to make the opponent fall into psychedelics, and then solve the opponent when the opponent is not paying attention, unconscious and defenseless. When fighting against this kind of person, you must not be deluded. Those with firm will are the key to dealing with this kind of person. When the talisman reached Master Roshi's fist, it suddenly turned into a huge flame, directly touching the fist without the slightest burning sensation. My guess is indeed correct, it is indeed just an illusion. Indeed, can you still escape like this? Dozens of magic charms were thrown out of the woman's palm for a while, but they were not in the direction of Master Roshi, but in the surroundings of Master Roshi. These illusion spells sank into the rocky ground and the surrounding areas, respectively, and then disappeared. You are indeed a bit powerful, but my illusions include 79 attack symbols and 129 illusion modes. Can you guess each of them correctly? I don't think so. After those illusion spells submerged into the ground, the surrounding environment where Master Roshi was located suddenly changed dramatically, and it seemed that he had fallen into another space along with it. Teacher Wu Tian, Master Roshi was just about to start, but the woman in front of him had disappeared, and he looked down, so that the margin was only half a foot away, and she would be completely out of bounds. It must be illusion. The ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, and Master Roshi hurriedly ran towards a deeper and more intact place, but the figure of the woman suddenly appeared, and it was dozens of times larger than Master Roshi's figure. The black shadow of the woman suddenly appeared, not far away, with a big hand. Master Roshi was instantly brushed off, falling into a darker shadow. Since the planet where the woman lived was pitch dark, and there was not a trace of light to reveal, he was more accustomed to fighting in complete darkness and without light. To put it another way, this means that in the darkness, the woman's combat power will increase exponentially. That's why he tried so hard to introduce Master Roshi into the darkness. Now the dark shadow of the woman is gradually revealed, and the state of being extraordinarily cold just now is completely different. Instead, it is more addictive. Blood, a more brutal state, and even the eyes are faintly scarlet. I am the king in this darkness, and now you fall into my trap, you are finished. The woman's voice became more and more excited, and it seemed that even her voice was stained with bloodthirsty aura, and the whole person was even more excited. Do you look confident? Different from the very excited woman on the opposite side, Master Roshi seemed extraordinarily calm at the moment. Besides, who said that I would only fight head-on like that? Fortunately, it was me that you met. If it was someone else in our 7th universe, maybe you really wanted your way, but I still have more than enough for you. Not in a hurry, Master Roshi slowly took out a small bottle from his pocket, opened the cap, and put it on the ground. Magic seal wave? Naturally, for such a sinister and treacherous person, he could no longer use such a direct method, which would be too disadvantageous. In such a state, Master Roshi, who was still arrogant just now, seemed to be about to enter a state of slaughter, and directly absorbed it into the small bottle in front of him, and then closed the bottle cap tightly. With a raised arm, he threw the bottle out of bounds, the woman was out, and Master Roshi won again. Report, the old man just now used things from the outside world, so it should be counted as a foul out of bounds. Why doesn't your 3.14th universe use something from abroad? Why is it counted as a foul by our 7th universe? It doesn't count. The gods of destruction Quatella of the 4th universe and the gods of destruction Beerus of the 7th universe are arguing about this. The gods of destruction who used to be high above and hardly eat fireworks are now arguing about the human beings who win or lose in the arena. This game is not a foul. Zeno's voice is certain. The two people who were arguing just now have no voice anymore. They are as good as a docile lamb. Generally, they don't dare to be presumptuous in front of Zeno at all. Zeno's strength has the ability to flatten and earn a universe ability. Both of my teammates were defeated by you. It's really unforgivable. I must tear you apart. Ganos howled to the sky and let out a roar, and then the whole person transformed into a bird-headed body with blue veins bursting out. After the successful transformation, Ganos punched out and hit Master Roshi directly. A move like yours will not defeat me. Master Roshi Wushin was a little disappointed and looked down on the young man in front of him. Originally, he thought that after his opponent Ganos transformed into a successful one, his moves should be a little different, but he didn't expect that it was still the same rampant move just now. Even Master Roshi stood in place for 23 without even throwing out his fists. With his hands behind his back, he just retreated slightly with a certain regularity to escape his attack. Left, right, down, left, right, down. With certain rules, the opponent's stamina can be consumed without even attacking, and such an attack will not pose any threat to Master Roshi at all. It seems that today I am your rival of the 4th universe. As soon as the words fell, Master Roshi moved his legs and kicked Ganos. Ganos was hit by Master Roshi, and he fell backwards and slammed into the wall behind him. The eagle's scissors. Ganos stood up, a shape like a pair of scissors suddenly appeared in his arms, and he aimed at Master Roshi to face him again. Go to hell. Master Roshi squinted his body and avoided it directly, which seemed very easy. Yes, you are stronger than me in both strength and speed, but one thing you can't match is that I have more experience. 35. Teacher Wu Tian stepped forward, ready to give him the final blow. No, I don't give in so easily. The one who had been downcast just now, Ganos suddenly had a faint electric current flashing in his blue-veined muscles. After that, the whole person fell into a more violent situation, and rushed towards Teacher Wu Tian with a loud roar. Not good. During this process, Ganos' hidden aura on his body was even greater, his action speed was faster, and his shots were more tyrannical. In the process, Master Roshi happened to find the vacancy and weakness, and it was a blow to Master Roshi's abdomen. This bad old man really underestimated Ganos. Under this extreme state, Ganos is growing every minute and every second in this power conference. Gods of Destruction Quatella of the 4th universe saw Ganos' behavior and smiled, and the whole person looked more treacherous. On the arena, Ganos did not stop, and a huge energy emerged from the palm of his hand, aiming at Master Roshi. Suddenly, a huge and explosive energy burst out. Master Roshi was directly knocked into the air, and the whole person was thrown aside mercilessly like a piece of rag. Master Roshi was knocked to the ground, unconscious, and after a short while, his fingers trembled slightly. Grandpa Turtle, Kulin and Son Goku, who had already returned to the stands, were particularly worried, so even Son Goku, who was in the midst of a chill, tried his best to get rid of his opponent and rushed to Master Roshi's side. It's okay, don't worry, I can handle it myself. After that, Master Roshi staggered, holding his knees with his hands, and then slowly stood up from the ground. Heh, your old bones are about to be tossed to pieces by me, aren't you? Are you still obedient to admit defeat? As soon as the words fell, a powerful golden energy attacked again, and the offensive was fierce and ruthless. Master Roshi's body was knocked into the air again, and the whole person looked shaky, as if it could be blown down by a gust of wind. Usually only the bones were barely supported. But he still stood up slowly in the end, staggering to the spot, as if he still didn't give up. Don't support this old man to be able to beat two people. It's already an extraordinary performance, don't try again. Even the gods of destruction Beerus of the 7th universe looked a little unbearable. 830 I will never admit defeat. 35. Kamehameha. Master Roshi mobilized all the energy in his body, and suddenly his muscles burst out, and the whole person looked even bigger. Teacher Wu Tian put all his strength together, and suddenly a huge blue light appeared. Master Roshi was brewing a nirvana. I'm not going to give you a chance to succeed. 95. On the other hand, Ganos would naturally not watch such a situation helplessly, so he immediately used his skills to contain such a situation. That Master Roshi was surrounded by lightning current, and the whole person looked even more painful. With a loud roar, the energy of Kamehameha in front of him became more and more intense, and then the energy of Kamehameha, who was on the opposite side, directly knocked Ganos out of bounds. After that, the whole person seemed to be completely drained of strength, and when he saw the enemy going out of bounds, the whole person collapsed suddenly, as if he was completely dead. As if he was completely drained of strength, Son Goku hurriedly broke free, and the opponent who was currently dueling rushed to Master Roshi. Because it was stipulated in advance that there was no way to use Sendu or other rescue medicines in the power assembly arena, Son Goku hurriedly gave Master Roshi a compression resuscitation. Again and again. Finally, just when Kulin felt that Master Roshi wasn't even saved, a hoarse cough came up from Master Roshi's throat. Cough, cough. The blow just now really brought out all of Master Roshi's strength, and now, although he was lucky enough to wake up, he still felt extremely weak. The relationship between Master Roshi and Son Goku is a relationship between father and teacher. After Son Goku arrived on Earth, the two most important people were Mr. Son Gohan, who adopted Son Goku, and Master Roshi. After seeing that Master Roshi was knocked down, Son Goku immediately evacuated his opponent and rushed to Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi can still be resurrected by Dragon Ball, Son Goku is still very nervous when he sees Master Roshi falling to the ground. There are still 34 minutes left until the end of the game. After confirming that Master Roshi is alive and well, Son Goku re-enters the ferocious fight. At this moment, the team battle between Son Gohan and Piccolo on the other side has been resolved, and one of the other universe players is currently patrolling around. On the opposite side are other universe players, wearing glasses, looking rather thin, with a sinister and cunning look on the corner of his mouth, and he is talking nonsense to Son Gohan and Piccolo at the moment. Soon I'll let you taste my powers, see what I'm doing. As soon as the words fell, even Son Gohan and Piccolo didn't even start to attack, and suddenly there was a burst of attacks from the players back. With just one blow, the other universe player who had just been knocked down directly, fell straight to the ground, and fell unconscious. Seeing the situation, Son Gohan and Piccolo quickly hid. Uncle Piccolo, do you know what's going on here? It looks like there are snipers, but I can't figure out the exact location until now. The sniper is the most annoying, hiding in the dark to launch long-range attacks, and as for his own position, he still needs to be carefully investigated. In a place far away, behind the hill was a figure with a fat body, a grim face, and a slight hook at the corner of his mouth. In the hands of this player, Mew Ran first released countless pink and crystal clear balls, turning in opposite directions where Son Gohan and Piccolo were. Those small balls were densely arranged in the air, and then suspended, heading towards Son Gohan and Piccolo. Of course, these small balls are not so simple. They have the ability to monitor, and the countless small balls are like his eyes. Through these eyes, he can see the location of the vast majority of the players present, which can be used to avoid these players. At the same time, through these eyes, he can judge the position of other players, and then snipe by position. And so many monitors can avoid hiding behind the reefs and peaks and have no way to observe the trail of others. Naturally, this sniper's hit rate is very high, almost reaching the level of 100 hits. At the moment Son Gohan and Piccolo are talking, not noticing that the balls from all sides have been besieging them. And because of the reflection of the monitor, the sniper who was hiding in the dark found the traces of Piccolo and Son Gohan. It seems that this place is very dangerous now. It is safer for us to hide in the rock pile not far away. The two were discussing a strategy, and they were just preparing to take action to hide on the side of the mountain. Suddenly, another sniper was sent from not far away, and it just hit Piccolo's left arm. After being hit, Piccolo's body flicked, and the two stayed in place again, not daring to move easily. The injured Piccolo looked extremely painful at the moment, and even more tightly clutched his left arm, and then roared. In the middle of the left arm, a green pus burst out. Piccolo slightly stretched his fingers, found that there was no problem, and it did not affect his ability to move, and then gave up slightly. Uncle Piccolo's current situation is very unfavorable for us. The sniper doesn't know where to hide. We are too passive. Money is good, don't worry, I have a solution. 35. Piccolo has always existed in the form of a think tank, so it is natural to have ideas now. The sniper who was hiding not far away did not check Son Gohan and Piccolo's ancestry through the monitor, and was even a little anxious. As soon as he opened his mouth, there were densely packed monitors raging in the air, roaring unscrupulously in the direction of Piccolo and Son Gohan. So many monitors even brought up the whirring sound of the wind, which seemed to be unavoidable. And the damage of the attack on Piccolo just now is still very high. It can penetrate Piccolo's body protection energy and hurt Piccolo's body. Are you ready? Naturally, Piccolo also expected such a situation. When a monitor was about to reach them, Mew Rangxian Piccolo's left arm suddenly stretched out, facing the monitor not far away. His fist suddenly attacked. The opposing sniper also felt the strangeness at the monitor, so he hurriedly increased his consciousness control. And Son Gohan did not act, just watched and monitored. Sure enough, just like what Uncle Piccolo said, with this method, the sniper's location and direction were found. Very good, then control the breath and slowly reach the position of the sniper. And this is Piccolo's plan, but it sounds easy, but it's hard to see how difficult it is. Just talking about the raging monitors, as long as there are monitors monitoring the actions of the two of them, it will make the snipers in the distance instantly find a fatal move that is destructive to their injuries. 830. Then how do we get there? There is no obstruction or obstruction in this area. Once you step out, you can only become a living target. Piccolo moved his brain a little, moved a little as his arm lengthened, lifted a big rock not far away, pointed it in the direction ahead, and smashed it with a bang. After a while, the smoke passed, and it was so dizzy that people could not see the road, nor the characters and directions. Action? Taking advantage of this extremely small period of time, the two hurriedly started to act, but the sniper not far away seemed to have expected their action, hiding behind the rock, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Piccolo and Son Gohan stepped forward, suddenly seeing a pink crystal ball above the ground. Picking it up and taking a look, it was the two of them, CDDB, that appeared impressively. Piccolo understood that it was through this method to monitor their movements. The sniper who was hiding not far away, his eyes were scarlet at the moment, and the presence of the monitor also saw the figures of two people, so he hurriedly launched an attack. Indeed, under normal circumstances, ordinary monitors cannot see where the two are, but the sniper used an infrared monitor. What he used was not simply to observe things through objects, but through heat temperature, by this most not the only way to hide. Last time, there was another sniping from a distance. Piccolo and Son Gohan, because they had just relaxed and did not pay attention, were directly hit Piccolo's left arm and injured again. There were screams of pain coming from Piccolo's mouth, and he seemed to be enduring extremely severe pain. In the same way, Piccolo is used to expel toxins from the body in this way, and the pus is directly exploded. If this method is not adopted, such toxins will gradually disintegrate his bodily functions and make his body completely lose its strength. Such a result is not something he can bear. In the process of graceful dodging, Son Gohan accidentally dropped the monitor directly to the ground. A red light suddenly flashed above the ground. Son Gohan was stunned. Looking at his palm, it seemed that he understood something. It turns out that it is no wonder that even the smoke cover is useless. It turns out that their presence is perceived through the heat temperature. This is the warrior's special combat skills. Hastily told Piccolo that in such a situation, it would be very bad for them if they couldn't take the right idea right away. Now there is no one in this area, and it has already been cleared by snipers, and it is very quiet. Son Gohan and Piccolo suddenly attacked in other directions where they were, trying to increase the surrounding temperature in this way, so as to confuse the opponent. From the infrared perspective of the opponent, the heat has now changed from the two lumps of heat to the stars. It seems that the opponent has already understood his moves, but what's the problem? Under such circumstances, the opponent who was hiding not far away suddenly roared, and then a dense array of ray flashes fell from the sky. Those gathering energy are like storm spots, which have put an end to the state of being hit and miss, and started blind scanning directly. Although it is said that this consumes a lot of energy, it has to be said that Son Gohan and Piccolo have no room for support under such a powerful attack. Now they can only hide themselves first and save their strength. Due to the huge attack area occupied by both sides, the ability to snipe and flash from the sky was naturally seen by other players. Li Su and Son Goku had just solved the other universe's opponents, and all of a sudden they discovered the embarrassment of Son Gohan and Piccolo. It's really interesting to be forced to be so miserable. Son Goku was even more excited when he saw the sniper falling in the sky, rubbing shoulders, wishing he could go straight into this battle. However, compared to the more careful Li Su, he observed things that Son Goku did not. I see that there are two sniping centers at this height. I think it should be a sniper, and the other is the effect of a reflection attack. 55. That's not easy, as long as the snipers are cleaned up, isn't it? Son Goku couldn't wait, and with a little toes, the platoon rushed towards the center of one of the two. Li Su stepped up immediately. The two stood upright in the air, and just saw the pink fat man who was generating energy everywhere, so he performed his own stunt against the figure. Skywave. Kamehameha. And these two extremely tyrannical energy attacks did not get the pink fat man to fly, but those extremely turbulent and majestic energies were completely bounced back when they hit the fat man's body. Li Su instantly understood that they were coming in the wrong direction. This position was the person who had just reflected, not the position of the sniper. Oops. Now that they have been stunned, if the mirror is not cleaned up, it will be even more difficult to solve the sniper, even more difficult. Ha ha ha, you have no chance now. The mirror also saw that the heads of Li Su and Son Goku reflected from his belly in an instant, the energy of the sniper just now. Like a storm, Li Su and Son Goku hurriedly ducked. You deal with this fat man, and I'll deal with the sniper. After all, this is not the solution. If they have been in such a passive state of being beaten, it is too unfavorable for them and will consume their own abilities. So the best way is for Son Goku to hold the mirror, and Li Su to deal with the sniper and fight him head on. Maybe there is still a chance. It is good. After negotiating and deciding that Son Goku would deal with the mirror alone, Li Su took advantage of this panic and began to look around for the sniper hiding in the dark. Consciousness moved, and a thin protective cover was built around Li Su. It looked extremely fragile, but it could resist the lore blow of a deadly master. With this optical fiber, Li Su stood on the toes and began to move quickly, moving towards the direction of the sniper. Natural snipers also found Li Su's head-to-head attack, and there was no data to enter the energy to bombard Li Su's location, but when they reached the protective shield around Li Su, they were weakly offset to no avail. They could only watch helplessly. Li Su's figure is getting closer. Li Su arrived in front of him with a bang. After the huge energy passed, the sniper on the other side could only breathe weakly and collapsed to the ground. His left and right arms had been blown apart, and there was no way to raise his arms to accumulate energy. I'm convinced, you're really amazing. Are you going down on your own, or do you want me to help you? The second universe, Hamila, can only be paralyzed on the ground now. His left and right arms have been blown out of muscles, and there is no way to shoot sniper again. But this eye still looked at Li Su fiercely. In his mind, Li Su was a sinner. Because of him, he had this power conference. Because of him, his universe was in crisis. Knocked down. For flowers. Hamila's head turned extremely fast. How could he continue? Li Su would be dragged off the stage to solve a serious problem for his own universe. At all costs. Li Su was not talking nonsense. He put his palms in front of him, ready to attack and hit Hamila directly, but at this moment, Hamila, who was just downcast, suddenly started to move. However, it's you who should go down. Hamila unleashed all her skills and directly shattered the area under the arena where they were located. Wanting to perish together, Li Su almost hit him. Oh, if you want to die together, how can it be so easy? At the last moment, Hamila began to pounce forward, grabbing Li Su's arms tightly and shackled her tightly together. I'm dead, and it's worth it to help the second universe solve a serious problem. Just when Hamila wasn't doing anything else, suddenly Li Su's figure flashed. With Hamila's body as a fulcrum, his toes moved slightly, and he landed on the arena again. At a close call, Li Su landed firmly on the stage, and this action made gods of destruction Beerus of the 7th universe scared to death. Li Su is the soul of the 7th universe and is also the strongest warrior. Without Li Su, the 7th universe would probably be eliminated one after another soon. Having to do something else at the last minute really scared me to death. The battle between the two just now was a team battle between Hamila and Ross. Hamila was responsible for sniping energy, while Ross reflected Hamila's energy constantly through the mirror. Are you sure you can't use any ability at all? Then you're in trouble. Li Su stood on the edge and looked at Ross, who was standing opposite him. The corner of his mouth was slightly hooked, and he looked extraordinarily powerful. Now, the mighty Ross changed his face, steps back slightly, wanting to stay away from this area. Before he could act, suddenly Ross' fat figure was caught by another player from another universe, which was the 6th universe player that Ross said he was attacking at the beginning. You hit me just now, right? I'll make you understand how powerful I am. The two of them were chatting together, which made Li Su 833 unhappy, and in one round at random, the entangled two people were directly knocked into the air and dropped. Li Su doesn't want to have a lot of entanglements with these scumbags. Now is not the time to start the game, and he must retain his strength. Now that a lot of time has passed, there is no need to waste energy with these scumbags. The two went out of bounds. Li Su slightly licked his ears, and his ears were finally clear. So far, with only 32 minutes left until the end of the game, the pillar of time is getting shorter and shorter. And so far, no one has ever seen the 11th universe's Grey Jiren do it. Even the 11th universe now has the smallest number of people left, with only 3 remaining, namely To, Grey Jiren and Dispo. But these 3 won by quality, especially Jiren's own strength is unfathomable, which makes all universe fearful. The breath that Jiren exudes at this time is extremely terrifying to the contestants. The 3 of them stand together, and the other universe people don't dare to provoke thousands of people. They are afraid that they will lose a handful of rice instead. So it's a delicate balance. At present, only the remaining 3 people in the 11th universe are in a triangular state, and this triangle is the most stable defensive posture that can be seen in 6 directions and heard in all directions. Hey. Dispo suddenly had a change, and he hurriedly asked. Dispo felt that there was something strange around him. Haha, I'm sure to win. Suddenly there was a sneak attack from behind, and Dispo was so fast that he kicked him away with one kick. It's really abhorrent that you dare to make a sneak attack. Watch me kick you down. The 11th universe where the first break was made has always been upholding justice, and such a sneak attack is really shameful, so Dispo is particularly angry. Due to Dispo's attack just now, the person who was attacking now has been completely shattered, and even his basic form is difficult to maintain. Please, don't hit me. The spineless appearance, this appearance looks very weak, and does not look like a very strong appearance. Be careful. He frowned and hinted at the exit, feeling that the person on the opposite side looked a little weird, but he couldn't tell. Dispo is on tiptoes and quickly gallops towards the opposite blue giant. Just when Dispo's feet just touched Maji Keu, suddenly that was extremely fragile. Maji Keu, who begged for mercy, changed his body posture, and the whole person was like a huge liquid state, wrapping Dispo tightly. Ha, you underestimate the enemy. Dispo was tightly shackled, and he couldn't even break free. Maji Yuka, who was tightly wrapped around Dispo, transformed into a huge scissors. I think your ears are really annoying, why don't we cut them? After Maji Keu said that, he was about to start, and Dispo couldn't break free because he was tightly shackled by Maji Keu's body. Dispo? Topo was in a hurry, and was about to rescue, but Grey Jiren stopped him. I come. Grey Jilin paced slowly, walked up to him, and faced Maji Keu head on. Ha, I'm waiting for you. The Majikeu of the 4th universe is specially sent by Supreme Kai to spy on the reality of Grey Jiren, and wants to understand the strength of Grey Jiren during the fighting process. Grey Jiren didn't say a word from the beginning until now, just stood there quietly. Majikeu's body changed freely again, and the muscles in his left arm became incomparably strong, and the extra huge fist was aimed at the Grey Jiren in an instant. Grey Jiren shot a punch head-on, and in this extra simple punch, the surging power warning punch of the carrier directly defeated Majikeu. Looking at Majikeu's defeat in an instant, the whole person became extremely weak and pitiful, lying weakly on the back of the 4th universe Supreme Kai. 3.1 It's useless, can't stick to it, let me study its strategy a little more time. Stealing chickens is not a counter-offensive. I didn't think that it would be impossible to see the reality of Grey Jiren. Instead, it would not be worthwhile to get myself a player. And the strength shown by Jiren, who was just grey, shocked everyone in the arena, and the whistling situation caused by the explosive force released by just one punch was enough to shock everyone. But the thought of confronting such an extremely tyrannical and boundless player is a frightening thing. On the other side, Frost of the 6th universe finally got into action. In fact, at the beginning of the power conference, Hit found Frost and asked him to participate in the power conference together. Frost agreed to participate in order to survive, and boasted to the 6th universe gods of destruction. Can mess up the other universes and make their 6th universe win? Compa agrees. And now there are only 34 minutes left until the end of the game, and it is also Frost's active period. Lord Compa, he's on the move. Vados stood behind Compa, nodded slightly at the scene of the power conference, and then possessed himself in front of Compa and spoke softly. Compa understood that this was Frost's own advice. If he can't make a good performance above power 23 this time, Compa can't spare him either. Boom. Frost, who was particularly despicable in the dark, began to move. And its first target is not those young and strong opponents who are particularly strong. On the contrary, the knot he chooses now is the old and the weak. The first target it aimed at was Master Roshi, who had just resolved the battle and was now somewhat exhausted. Hi, how are you? Master Roshi is sitting here alone, gradually recovering his strength, and it has to be said that he is indeed getting older. Now that this battle is going on, for an old man, it is also gradually exhausting. Sitting on a rock, he sighed slightly, and at this moment, a particularly gentle voice came from the shadow behind Master Roshi. But the meaning in words is not so simple. Especially in this power conference, there are no friends, it is all melee, and everyone's existence is particularly dangerous. Hearing the sound, Master Roshi hurriedly looked around, but no one was seen. Frost's figure suddenly approached behind Master Roshi, and suddenly he punched hard, aiming at Master Roshi's back. Because Master Roshi had just experienced a particularly difficult battle before, the whole body is now exhausted. In the face of Frost's attack, Master Roshi's response was relatively slow. Master Roshi faded to the side, and Frost's figure followed, punching Master Roshi again. Old man, do you only know these moves? Why don't you just get out of here? Master Roshi's body is now firmly stepping on Frost's feet, and this appearance makes Master Roshi unbearably painful. Son Goku, who was far away, sensed the danger of his master Wushin sensei. So I hurried to this place, but even so, I was stopped by the players of the 2nd universe. I've been looking for you for a long time, come and fight with me. 35. Son Goku, in a hurry, knocked the man flying with a fist, and then rushed to Master Roshi's place. What is the virtue of Frost? In the previous competition between the 7th universe and the 6th universe, Son Goku saw it very clearly. Also know that this is indeed a sinister and cunning unscrupulous person, and now Master Roshi is facing Frost alone, which is definitely a particularly dangerous situation. It turns out that you are using this method to find the elderly, weak, or disabled, and the fisherman will benefit. It's really disgusting. You're talking too much, it's making a lot of noise, it's better to step back. At this moment, Master Roshi, who had just been stepped on, suddenly began to move, and the momentum of the whole person suddenly increased, and the muscles and veins burst out. After that, he even attacked Frost whistlingly, but Master Roshi's fist did not directly hit Frost's vital point. Instead, Frost's own weaknesses appeared in front of him. Frost was not at all soft-hearted, and it was a pity after he directly attacked Master Roshi with a punch. It's a pity, because the rules of this power conference cannot kill the opponent. This is really a thing that needs to test strength and control. He spoke bitterly, as if the battle just now could not satisfy him, and his words were full of reluctance. Master Roshi is now knocked to the ground again by Frost 837, with Son Goku being held back. Now only Master Roshi is dealing with the particularly tricky Frost. With a touch of Master Roshi's hand, he touched another small porcelain bottle in his pocket, slowly took it out, pulled off the bottle cap, and placed it on the ground. Magic seal wave. Suddenly, the aura of Master Roshi increased again, and then he shouted angrily. He opened his palm and aimed at Frost, who was not far away, and Frost suddenly felt a strong sharpness pull him towards him. And this look is something he has never felt before, and he is very frightened. It can be felt that there is a powerful force in it, and he wants to put him into the small bottle not far away. This, as Frost, was very surprising. How could this old man have such a powerful energy? It seemed that he was still very weak and weak just now. How could he suddenly become so strong? Frost reacted immediately and resisted this force with all his strength. Frost struggled, but to no avail. Master Roshi showed his whole body strength and blue veins burst out. Even if he showed all his skills, he would not hesitate. But some things are just so unfortunate and backfired. Due to the lack of power of Master Roshi, the magic seal wave needs huge support. Even Master Roshi insisted with all his strength, but at the last minute there was an accident. Frost was not locked into the bottle as he wished, and he released it when he reached the top of the bottle at the last minute, all in vain. You old man is really disgusting. Frost was only free from the situation just now, and he was gasping for breath beside the bottle, and looking at Teacher Wu Tian beside him was even more disgusted. After that, a surging power accumulation was directly on the arm of the opponent, Master Roshi. Because the magic seal wave was used just now, the full strength of Master Roshi was used. Therefore, under such a gap, Master Roshi is weaker, and after being hit, the whole person looks more empty, and his battle seems to have reached the end. Don't you think it's too shameless to bully an old man like this? It seems that no matter how long you take, you still can't learn to be a teacher. Who am I? It's Vegeta. Frost's tongue-in-cheek jokes didn't seem to care about Vegeta. Such an attitude deeply angered Vegeta, and the whole person's mood became more irritable, and instantly burst into the blue of Super Saiyan. In fact, Frost is not as strong as Vegeta in addition to its insidious tricks. Thus was defeated by Vegeta in less than a round. At this time, Vegeta looked down at Frost, who was lying on the ground. The whole person looked extremely frightened, trembling, and even the whole person kept backing away. Please, don't hit me, spare my life. 0. And such an attitude is even more contempt for Vegeta. If killing people like this is on weekdays, Vegeta will definitely not let it go. In fact, as you can see, my strength is also constantly weakening. Since my stand with the 7th universe, my conspiracy has been completely exposed, and now I am a fugitive in the 6th universe. I've been hunted all the time. So my body is overloaded and I'm getting weaker now. 5. Frost had 10,000 words in his mind right now that he didn't know whether to say it or not. 7th universe's people become more perverted. The old man just now almost sealed himself. Now I met another muscular man who knocked himself down with 3 punches and 2 kicks. This is incomprehensible to Frost, even though he is the strongest in the original universe. But it can also be ranked, and now anyone here can bully themselves. Frost actually didn't really regret it, just secretly waiting for an opportunity. Like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, once it sees Vegeta, it has the chance to falter. Immediately stood up and attacked Vegeta again. You don't have to say so much, I know what you mean, it's nothing more than trying to delay time. It's really smart, since I'm like this, I'm not welcome. Suddenly on the small hill beside them, a huge figure flashed through the time-lapse strategy. And this figure Vegeta is also familiar with the Magma Man who appeared in the battle with the 6th universe before Wotai Mijita, but at that time Vegeta suffered enough. Apparently their 6th universe had a strategy first, and now with Vegeta and Frost working together as a team to deal with Vegeta, it's a bit tricky. Get out of my way. Vegeta's fist hit directly, expressing his attitude in the simplest and crudest way. And Votamijita also hit the seedlings with his huge steel fist. Above the head of Wotai Magata, there is a humming magma eruption, ready to go. Don't try to struggle. With my strength and Margate's extra hard body, you can't beat us. A pile of rubbish iron and a treacherous villain, this cooperation is really disgusting. Chien Hazeo. Vegeta knew that the disadvantage of Votamegeta was that she couldn't listen to her words, so Vegeta began to stimulate Votamegeta all the time. At the same time, point your toes and move forward, entangled with Frost again. And this extraordinarily treacherous villain is protected by the defense of Votamegeta. When he felt that he was losing, he quickly ran behind Vegeta, making Vegeta unable to move. What can you do with me like this? You must know that the body of Votamegeta is not something that can be taken out of bounds with ordinary formulas. Indeed, this shameless play made King Vegeta even more angry and deceived, but there is no way, such an offensive is too passive for Vegeta. It seems there is no way out. And Master Roshi, who was watching the battle, silently took out the same bottle from his pocket again. Take it in hand to make a decision. And if he is going to cast the magic seal wave again. This is the 3rd time he has used the magic seal wave on the power conference, which can be described as a very dangerous situation. Because every magic storm will consume a huge amount of energy, if the energy is insufficient, it may encounter backlash. Therefore, now Master Roshi is almost holding the mentality of mortal, and he has to solve the Frost in front of him. Silently place the bottle in your hand on the ground, and at the same time start to move your hand slightly, opening your palm. He gathered all his remaining strength in the palm of 837, and then aimed at Frost who was fighting beside him. And Frost, who encountered the magic seal wave for the 2nd time, was not as panicked as the 1st time. On the contrary, there was a chuckle in the corner of Frost's mouth, as if he had been waiting for a long time. I've been waiting a long time. The huge energy of the magic seal wave roared in front of Frost, and suddenly Frost turned around. After facing the machine, he made some kind of action in his hand to directly rebound the power of the magic seal wave. And the direction of Frost's rebound is Vegeta who is fighting against him. Indeed, Frost is indeed scheming, insidious and cunning. In this way, even if they don't know such a move, they can make them shoot themselves in the foot. The magic seal wave rebounds? Piccolo was shocked, and he also discovered Frost's conspiracy when he was fighting, but it was all at this point, and it was impossible to stop. And just like that, Vegeta, who had already gained a great advantage under everyone's attention, was put into a bottle by Frost. Frost slowly moved forward to seal the bottle, and the bottle attached to Vegeta could only be held by Frost. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the invincible Vegeta to fall into such a situation today, it's really heartwarming. Master Roshi felt even more self-blame when he saw Vegeta's situation. If it wasn't for his own reasons, this situation would not have happened. Even if I fight my old life, I will save Vegeta. He lightly held the bottle in the palm of his hand and threw it up and down, while Master Roshi's eyeballs were also rolling up and down, keeping his eyes on the bottle. Teacher Wu Tian mobilized all the breath that was left in his body. Remaining in the muscles exploded again in an instant, whistling, roaring, and charging towards Frost. Out of control. Frost didn't take Master Roshi, who had once again displayed his power, in his eyes at all. With a flick of his finger, CDDB, he punched Master Roshi, who looked extraordinarily large just now. At this time, Master Roshi, who was lying weakly on the ground, returned to an extraordinarily thin state. The whole person looks even weaker, because he used all his strength to cast the magic seal wave 3 times before, which can be said to have exhausted Master Roshi's old bottom. So now Master Roshi doesn't even have the strength to lift his arms. Vegeta, goodbye. While speaking, Frost threw the bottle lightly out of bounds, and Master Roshi hit the bottle with the last of his strength. Boom! After the bottle was hit, Vegeta, who was stuck in it just now, in an instant, he was freed from the confinement of Mo Fengbo and appeared in front of Frost again. Hateful. Such absolute humiliation is more infuriating and unbearable for Vegeta, so after coming out of the magic seal wave, the momentum of the whole person is even stronger, and even the most tyrannical state appeared all at once. You bastard, rubbish. Extraordinarily bitter words came out of Vegeta's mouth, and Vegeta, who was on the opposite side, heard Vegeta's voice even more fragile, and the whole person fell on the ground and began to cry. It's your turn, Frost. Although I don't want to deny it, but I'm not afraid of running out of firewood if I keep the green hills. Frost emerged from the palm of his hand as a dark purple energy ball smashed towards the ground. A thick cloud of gunpowder smoke instantly appeared on the ground, blocking the sight of the entire area, and waiting for the gunpowder to pass. In this place, there is no trace of Frost, only Votemegeta, who is still lying on the ground and crying. Vegeta aimed forward at Votemegea's body and kicked it hard. Then he kicked the very fragile Votemegeta off the stage. I advise you to go back to the auditorium. It doesn't matter if we are here. Master Roshi knows what Vegeta means, and indeed his body is already overloaded. If there is any further delay or power consumption, there is only a dead end to meet Master Roshi. Slowly going to the edge and falling, Teacher Wu Tian's figure appeared on the stand, which was also the second member of the 7th universe to lose after Kulin. In fact, the 7th universe Gods of Destruction Beerus is very satisfied with Master Roshi's performance. In his opinion, it's already amazing that a helper like this can solve 1 or 2 other universe players. However, Master Roshi was surprised that he had only beaten the players 3 times by 1 person, and he even respected Wu Tian teacher a little bit now. Up to now, with 30 minutes left until the end of the game, the situation on the field has become even more heated. The pillar of time is still shrinking, and the remaining players are trying their best to survive. I'm Jimmy from the 2nd universe, Adlurk, your strength is not bad, come on and fight with me. Suddenly, a pink alien warrior suddenly stood in front of Son Gohan. The warriors of Planet Adrak are best at instant transmission. Son Gohan took a look in his heart and decided to observe his actions first. Attacking, as Son Gohan thought, Jimmy disappeared suddenly. The speed of instant teleportation shows that he is very handy in application. Jimmy's appeared behind Son Gohan and attacked, and when Son Gohan just turned, Jimmy's disappeared again. After that, he stood in another place to attack Son Gohan, and then kept teleporting and disappearing, and Son Gohan's strength was continuously reduced during the fight. Son Gohan struggled a bit, and the speed of teleporting like this was really hard to deal with. It seems that I still think highly of you. It turns out that the 7th universe Saiyan's ability is only the same. Jimmy's appeared above the ground, condescendingly, looking at Son Gohan with contempt. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy appeared in his hand and aimed at Son Gohan, ready to attack, but at this time, suddenly, another situation occurred between the two, and Frieza suddenly appeared, between Jimmy's and Son Gohan. You can't even beat an opponent like this, which is really disappointing to me. 35. Frieza's tone was contemptuous, and he glanced coldly at Son Gohan, who was standing behind his back with his left arm. Frieza is good, hurry up and beat Jimmy's. This kind of timely rain really excited Beerus, because if Frieza hadn't shown up, Son Gohan would have been at a disadvantage. Even so, Frieza, who was standing on the arena, didn't move at all, and Beerus was suspicious after standing like that for a minute. Maybe, what is he waiting for? Did he turn the gun around at this point, trying to beat Son Gohan? Beerus got even more excited after hearing Kulin's guess, and even got up from his seat. Logically speaking, such a situation should not occur. If the 7th universe disappears, then Frieza will not exist, so what is the benefit and significance of his appearance? Maybe he wanted Son Gohan to disappear, knowing that only the best player left by the victorious universe could make a wish to the Super Dragon Ball, and his wish might be something more treacherous. The existence of Frieza is like a ticking time bomb in the 7th universe, which is really disturbing. Ask for flowers. Frieza below began to move, but instead of facing Jimmy's in front, he turned around and gave the stage to Son Gohan and Jimmy's again. I do have to fight, but it's not that I can line up first and wait for him to finish before I come up. Frieza folded his fists and stood on the rock beside him, watching the good play between the two. It doesn't look like your 7th universe is very harmonious. The act of ignoring his teammates is also disrespectful to other universe players, but there is no denying that a one-on-one format is more beneficial to Jimmy's than a two-man siege team fight. 0. The two entered the battle process again, just as Frieza's future had shown before. Because Son Gohan couldn't be urgent, Jimmy's high-speed teleportation soon fell into a passive beating state again. And at a certain moment, Frieza's finger suddenly moved and aimed at Jimmy. A red light was emitted, and Jimmy was hit. Didn't you say you didn't move? I'm sorry to say that the battle between you is a little itchy, but what you said just now doesn't count. Since this is the case, then I will have to defeat you first. 35. Jimmy's left Son Gohan and turned to entangle with Frieza, teleporting at high speed, but what Jimmy's didn't expect was Frieza's tail suddenly attacked and aimed at Miss, and suddenly swung the position it just came to, directly throwing Jimmy into the rock wall. Actually, your trick is nothing but high-speed teleportation. As long as you understand your abilities clearly, it's not that difficult to deal with. Jimmy didn't believe it, and quickly came out and used a high-speed teleport to entangle Frieza again. Jimmy clenched his silver teeth tightly, not believing it at all, and then used high-speed teleportation again to disappear in front of Frieza's eyes. It's said that your measurement is nothing more than that. Jimmy's figure suddenly appeared in midair, and Frieza moved faster than Jimmy's, appeared directly behind Jimmy's, and attacked again at Jimmy's weak spot. The tail behind Frieza vibrated slightly and then attacked fiercely, aiming at Jimmy's and throwing Jimmy's directly to the ground. Like a waterfall, Jimmy's body was thrown to the ceiling by Frieza. There was a burst of smoke and the Jimmy 4840 could only lie on the ground weakly. Frieza came up next to him, and wrapped Jimmy's neck tightly with his huge tail. After that, the whole person once again aimed at Mrs. Abdomen, and suddenly attacked with countless fierce fists, leaving no room for him. Looking at this extremely ruthless appearance, it seems that he wants to kill Jimmy directly here. And Frieza's extraordinarily ruthless behavior made Supreme Kai of the second universe even more unbearable. The second universe Supreme Kai stayed in the stands. If it weren't for Zeno's reasons, he would have gone up now. The arena would have this unscrupulous Frieza killed directly. Such a ruthless, extremely disgusting person seems to be the style of the 7th universe. 99. Supreme Kai of the second universe was angry because of this, and even the 7th universe ridiculed a few words. Supreme Kai of the 7th universe and Gods of Destruction Beerus did not say much. After all, Frieza is different from Lee Su, Son Goku and others. Frieza was a veritable universe emperor at that time, an existence at the overlord level. For the calamity of universe, for thousands of years, he took pleasure in killing his opponents, and his tricks were cold and vicious. At this time, the ridicule of the second universe Supreme Kai was completely ignored. Now it is time for universe's life and death, no matter what the tricks and characters are. As long as the existence of universe can be maintained, then he will be a great hero to universe. Goodbye. Jimmy was attacked by Frieza just now, and now the whole person can only passively accept it. Frieza pointed his finger at Jimmy, and then suddenly a red violent energy appeared in his finger and aimed at Jimmy. The huge red energy blasted, and Jimmy was seriously injured and was dying. Murdered, he killed, and disqualified. Do you think I would make such a low-level mistake? Naturally, I also kept the means, and he is still keeping his breath. However, whether he can survive after going down to the arena depends on his own luck. Frieza showed no mercy, stepped on Jimmy's head and swayed left and right, and then kicked Jimmy into the air, kicking him out of bounds. When the junior returned to the stand, Jimmy was also dying. The second universe Supreme Kai frowned when he saw Frieza's complacent and particularly proud expression in the arena. I didn't expect to see such an ugly battle on the scene of the power conference. It's really disgusting. Frieza, what are you doing? Just as Frieza turned around just now, he heard Son Gohan's voice suddenly, with anger. How can you blame me like this? It's all your fault that you had to observe the opponent's path and didn't use your full strength. If it wasn't for me, you might be out of the game now. Although Frieza and Son Gohan are both regional universe players, Son Gohan is also very angry about Frieza's behavior. Wonderful and exciting, it is indeed a senior level game, it is really dazzling. Just as the two were talking, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Listening carefully to the voice, it is the voice of the 6th universe Frost. And the existence of Frost is even more surprising to the 6th universe Gods of Destruction Compa. Frost is well aware of how strong Frost is. At this time, Frost actually came out to face the union of Frieza and Son Gohan. Attack, is his brain caught in the door? What are you doing at this time to join in the fun and go back? Don't worry, Lord Compa, our ultimate goal is only Son Gohan. 35. Standing in place, Frost looked extraordinarily leisurely, and the words that Frost said were surprising. Everyone in the 6th and 7th universes felt 3.1 amazed. What? Us? Can't they unite? In fact, as the 7th universe expected, at the beginning of the power conference, Frost of the 6th universe and Frieza of the 7th universe were united. Because the two army Super Saiyan hated it deeply, they decided to join forces to fight and act in secret at the right time. Frieza, do you know what you're doing? You'd be dead if the 7th universe disappeared. The 6th universe naturally appreciates the behavior of fighting in the nest like this, and is more than willing to watch people make trouble, and the other universes even fell into a temporary calm. For this kind of behavior is also good for the 6th universe. Compared to the regional universes, gods of destruction, Beerus is now half to death. I didn't expect a rebate at this juncture. It seems that Son Gohan is in danger this time. It is no wonder that Frieza did not directly take action to solve Jimmy's before, but watched from the sidelines, thinking that the purpose was to consume Son Gohan's strength and ease the obstacles for the battle between him and Son Gohan. Or does Frieza still want to be the best player to get the Super Dragon Ball wish? But in any case, now that it has happened, Frost of Universe 6 and their Frieza of Universe 7 have joined forces, and they are on the same front, and they are facing Son Gohan of Universe 7. Come on, do whatever you want, kill him if you want. It's still Frieza-senpai, come on. If that's the case, then I'm not being polite. Frieza was not at all merciful, and directly attacked and entangled with Son Gohan. Frieza is in a state of active attack, while Son Gohan is much more passive, and can only block with his arms to make a defensive posture. Frieza raised his right leg high and slashed hard at Son Gohan. Son Gohan lost a match, his entire body slammed into the opposite mountain, and the smoke of gunpowder gradually rose. Do you think it's over like this? Frieza's figure was forward again, crouching on the ground. After that, he grabbed Son Gohan's head directly, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. After Son Gohan's figure suddenly retreated, his body was released during the battle. In the state of Super Saiyan, the whole person's momentum was much stronger. Son Gohan, who released his Super Saiyan state, has a slight upper hand, and Frieza is gradually weaker in the match against Son Gohan. Son Gohan punched Frieza in the face, sending Frieza flying. Frieza stood up straight, and a roar erupted from Frieza's throat. In terms of welfare, the whole body atmosphere has changed significantly, and even Frieza's whole body is showing a golden color, and an enhanced version of the welfare list has appeared, also known as Golden Frieza. And this appearance of Frieza made everyone present believe that Frieza really had the intention to kill Son Gohan. Could it be that he really wanted to kill Gohan? This appearance made everyone in the 7th universe stand suspicious, and Frost stood behind Frieza, and the attack on his fingers gradually weakened and disappeared. It has to be said that Frost was also looking at the temptation just now. If Frieza's actions were a little bit slow, then Frost would definitely attack directly. Frieza's figure was entangled with Son Gohan again, and both of them lost their military punches. Frieza's right leg was raised and aimed at Son Gohan's neck. A horizontal split, Son Gohan was directly hit to the ground. Superior. Face down, he seemed to be in a coma. Son Gohan stopped moving, and it seemed that the battle had come to an end. Frieza stood still, and the surrounding momentum gradually died down. If he went down, the golden state of Frieza would have disappeared, and he had returned to his previous appearance. Wonderful, wonderful, the power that Senior burst out is really beyond my reach. Only at this time did Frost really believe in the sincerity of Frieza's cooperation with him, and even his wariness towards Frieza dropped a bit. These are nothing, as long as you go through special training, I believe you can achieve this level. 39. Can I do it too? Although it is still difficult to become a golden state with your current state, it should be possible at this level. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, he suddenly roared, Frieza's body suddenly surging, his muscles burst, and his whole body became a little bigger. And this kind of on-site teaching has made 840 Frost benefit a lot more than Frieza's condition, and the eczema came out and he behaved the same way. Naturally, it was also a success, and this kind of success made Frost even more admired for Frieza, and even less wary of Frieza. Very good, now I have to teach you another truth. That is, don't trust anyone easily. Such words were thoughtless, and Frost didn't react at once, and the whole person looked a little dazed. But it's only for a second, but some things can change suddenly, even for a brief moment. Before he finished speaking, Frieza's hand suddenly appeared to be attacking again. Before Frost could react, a huge red energy attacked in his palm, directly knocking Frost into the air. The situation on the scene made the people in the 6th universe and the regional universe a little unresponsive. What is this situation? How can it be like this? Even before Frost himself could react, he was completely out of bounds and lost the rules. Are Frieza and Son Gohan just acting? Frost was out of bounds, and Son Gohan, who had just fallen into a coma, stood up very lightly, as if nothing had happened. This situation made everyone present understand the whole story, and I have to say that the Frieza thing is too insidious and cunning. When I was just hitting a punch, I felt that something was wrong. So I deliberately made a very difficult appearance. And in fact, if Son Gohan hadn't been smart enough to grasp Frieza's intentions in the first place, what would have been the whole thing? Maybe there would have been a huge shift. Maybe Frieza will really go straight to the water, clean up Son Gohan, and join forces with Frost. You liar, you dare to lie to me, it's really hateful? Could it be that you really thought that I would cooperate with a small character like you? It's really wishful thinking. The face Frieza showed at this time was even colder and darker, and he spoke mockingly and sneeringly, so Frost was even more dazzled by Frieza's words, and his eyes burst for a while. Small role? Didn't think Frost was the definition of a small role to play within Frieza's mind. Unforgivable. Frost was dizzy with extreme anger, and suddenly he pointed a finger, and before the huge energy emerged from the finger, Frost suddenly disappeared in the stands of the 6th universe. Even more accurately, he disappeared into the entire universe, and there is no longer the existence of Frost. Fighting from outside the stands is prohibited. If this kind of thing happens again, the 6th universe will all disappear. Just when Frost was about to launch an attack, Zeno moved his fingers slightly, and Frost was suddenly completely disappeared. Zeno issued a warning, and the gods of destruction Compa of the 6th universe trembled when he heard it, and immediately knelt down on the ground and begged Zeno for mercy. Turning his attention to the arena again, now that Frost has successfully made a success with the illusion created by Frieza, welfare is even more like Son Gohan to express his goodwill. But this kind of behavior makes Son Gohan even more suspicious. With a character like Frieza, is his words worth believing? It still needs to be carefully considered and observed. On the other side, the battle between Son Goku and the 2nd universe Reborn continues now. And just now, because of Reborn's obstruction and entanglement, Son Goku didn't have time to save Master Roshi. The attack of love. In fact, none of Son Goku's attacks had any effect on Reborn, not even a shred of damage was left. As of now, there are only 29 minutes left until the end of the game, and there are not many players left in each universe. Compared with other universes, the style of the 2nd universe is much weirder. When Reborn played against Son Goku, the other players of the 2nd universe even waved cheerleaders under the arena to give Reborn Anne's encouragement and support. Come on, Reborn. What's even more weird, it seems that they did have an effect. After the little pink tentacles on Reborn's head began to vibrate slightly, Reborn stood on a high place with a red line, and there was a huge heart emerges from the top of the mountain, completely enclosing Reborn in it. Afterwards, Reborn emerged from the cocoon. Behind his extra fat body, the agitator has a small wing that looks extraordinarily crystal and fragile, but on the contrary, Reborn's whole person is full of imposing aura. Increase, it can be seen that this is a particularly difficult opponent. Reborn, waving his small wings, rushed towards Son Goku more recklessly. I present my love and kindness to you, the arrow of love. You stand in midair indifferently, double fold your palms to form a small heart shape, and then attack like Son Goku. The arms are again in the state of drawing the bow, and the air of love converges into the shape of an arrow, aiming at Son Goku. And with the huge, money is good, attack caused by the arrow of love, Son Goku hurriedly jumped aside with a bang. The tempest of love. Reborn, who was whistling with his little wings, released the sword of love in his palm from time to time, whistling like a storm, and attacked Son Goku densely. Why don't you fight back? Could it be that you are too weak? Reborn, who was waving his small wings, came up next to him, trying to block Son Goku in a blind spot. Love explosion. Son Goku didn't fight back, and when Reborn stood at the top, he suddenly delivered his strongest blow, the explosion of love. In Reborn's palm, 2 huge pink love grasses suddenly appeared. After Reborn merged the left and right palms into 2 small new ones to form a huge heart shape. All of a sudden, there is a huge pink energy aimed at where Son Goku is below. After a huge burst of smoke passed, there was even a heart-shaped burst arc on the ground, but Son Goku was nowhere to be seen. Reborn felt strange, and suddenly there was a burst of attacks aimed at Reborn from behind. After Reborn was hit, his chubby body could no longer maintain the form he had just now. The small wings faded, and the whole person rolled onto the ground, and Gilugula turned several times before finally stopping. In fact, on the other side, now the Grey Jiren suddenly appeared in front of Li Su's eyes. 11th Universe's Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction feel that the time has come, having previously discussed a strategy stating that the Grey Jiren has been hiding her breath. Don't fight, lest others find your attacking moves. Now the time is almost up. As for the other little characters, don't worry about them for now. Now 843's biggest trouble is to get rid of Li Su from the 7th Universe. After receiving the order from the Gods of Destruction of the 11th Universe, the Grey Jiren's aura was extremely restrained, and it was all displayed at this time. Even because of the strength of this breath, the existence of the ignorant world began to fight slightly. The other players who were fighting were also very keenly aware of this extraordinarily powerful monster, and finally started to act. And at a certain moment, Grey Jiren caught Li Su's figure, raised his legs slightly and walked forward, and the two looked at each other. Are you finally going to stop shooting? The corner of Li's mouth twitched slightly. It was true that the warriors had already progressed to the present level, and it was time to take action. The Grey Jiren suddenly burst out with huge power on top of his body, and a storm swept through in an instant, causing the field to shatter. CDDB, stone flying debris. Even Li Su was able to stand still without retreating by virtue of his great strength. And this kind of power is enough to make people startled. Is this kind of power really the power that an ordinary person burst out? The Grey Jiren stood there and didn't speak, and didn't even make any extra moves. Li Su took the lead in attacking and directly transformed into the state of Super Saiyan's blue. She also made psychological preparations for the Grey Jiren before, knowing that in the state of Grey Jiren, she would definitely to exert all efforts. Li Su exerted Kamehameha, and in this state, the huge energy that emerged from Kamehameha even saw that all the energy bypassing the Grey Jiren showed an arc state, completely avoiding the Grey Jiren. This state itself is very strange. Li Su's fist is like a storm point in the initial stage again, carrying his full energy and aiming at the Grey Jiren. Grey Jiren was just like a genius. He didn't even move or lift his arms. It seemed that all Li Su's movements didn't work for Grey Jiren. Li Su's fist seems to be one dimension different from Grey Jiren, and can't cause any attack on Grey Jiren at all. In fact, all Li Su's actions now are Grey Jiren is also watching, and it can even be said that he has been silently observing Li Su's actions. Both of them regard each other as opponents who can fight to their heart's content, which shows that Jiren Grey really attaches great importance to Li Su. Now even just above the entire arena, everyone's actions have stopped, and they are all watching the battle between Li Su and Grey Jiren in the dark. If Grey Jiren wins, it is equivalent to telling everyone in the arena that they are not opponents of Grey Jiren. So now Li Su's role is nothing more than killing chickens and respecting monkeys, but the purpose of Grey Jiren will definitely be achieved, which is not necessarily true. Li Su suddenly burst out with more turbulent energy aimed at Grey Jiren, and the two quickly fought in midair. Grey Jiren, as shown before, doesn't even show any extra breath. The shot was so quick that even the other players couldn't see the Grey Jiren's action. Grey Jiren grabbed Li Su's ankle and suddenly fell to the ground. Li Su was slammed onto the ground, face down. Li Su supported his body with his arms and gasped heavily. Grey Jiren raised his right foot and stepped hard on Li Su's back. "You're done." Suddenly, Grey Jiren grabbed Li Su's hair tightly, lifted it up, and tugged tightly. Afterwards, merciless sarcastic words came out, punching Li Su's abdomen. Afterwards, the Grey Jiren's fist spread out and a huge golden energy suddenly appeared in the palm, aiming at Li Su. Li Su was attacked by this powerful energy, and even the whole person directly hit the opposite mountain and fell to the edge below. Even because of this strong air current, the mountain that was just intact has now been split in half, which shows how amazing and powerful the Grey Jiren is. Li Su was almost knocked out of bounds by this extraordinarily strong force, but at the last moment Li Su grabbed it firmly with the palm of his hand. After that, the arm was forced to stand firmly on the arena. Li Su roared, and suddenly a stronger energy rose from Li Su's body. Even with the momentum of the whole person, it was a little better, and then the toes were a little more stature, and quickly teleported towards the Grey Jiren. The Grey Jiren was as motionless as before, not even making any extra counterattacks, just standing silently on the spot. When Li Su's fist and palm were about to reach the Grey Jiren's body, a light suddenly appeared in the Grey Jiren's eyes, which directly knocked Li Su into the air. Li Su's body slammed into the opposite mountain, splitting the mountain directly. This can also show how amazing the ability of Grey Jiren is. The other players of the 7th universe were already frightened at this time, and the other universe players on the scene were also ashamed of the ability that the Grey Jiren broke out. Not only the players from the 7th universe, but other Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction who were watching Tournament of Power on stage were also secretly shocked. What a powerful force. This power already has the power of God, and the powerful energy is in the field. Whistling. It's amazing, this person below is really amazing. 35. Zeno is also very happy for such a fierce competition. Both Zeno's hands and feet are cheering, and it can be seen how satisfied they are with the ability shown by Grey Jiren. The difference in strength between the two is very obvious. It is the difference between clouds and mud. The Grey Jiren didn't even use his real strength to make Li Su breathless. The speed of the two was so fast that even the other players didn't see their movements clearly, and Li Su was already defeated. Kaioken is 20 times in Super Saiyan's blue state. For Grey Jiren, even his body didn't even touch Li Su's arm, leaning on the ground, and from time to time there were big beads of sweat falling on his face. Li Su's silver teeth clenched. Grey Jiren slowly walked to Li Su root string. There's no other way. Even Kaioken, who is 20 times in Super Saiyan's blue state, has nothing to do with Grey Jiren. The strength gap between the two is too big. Under such circumstances, the 7th universe Gods of Destruction Beerus is reluctant to admit that the extraordinarily tragic scene happening in the arena can only prove the huge strength that exists between Li Su and Grey Jiren gap. And Li Su was also very surprised at this time. He was a man with cheating. How strong Jiren was, attacking again and again, without feeling tired. Combat skills, strength, all aspects. Li Su at this time is in front of Jiren, just like a child to an adult, feeling being beaten by Jiren round and round. Beerus even closed his eyes, not daring to look down. In fact, in the process of fighting against Li Su, Grey Jiren has always held the attitude of killing chickens and respecting monkeys. Once Li Su of the 7th universe is subdued, then it is equivalent to shocking all the players of other universes, and no one dares to provoke him again. It turned out to be like this, then I have no other way. Even the most powerful killing weapon like Kaioken, which is 20 times in Super Saiyan state, can't cause any damage to Grey Jiren, so now Li Su moves, his toes are on the ground, and he instantly moves to that seat, on top of the mountain, seeking flowers. Afterwards, with his arms outstretched and his palms facing upwards, Li Su's hair turned black again, his eyes were closed, and he looked calm. The stunt performed in the state of Super Saiyan is bound to have flaws, so it does not belong to the complete and pure power. Spirit Bomb. Friends, please lend me your strength. 99. As the name implies, it gathers the vitality of other players in the hands of the caster, and then gradually gathers and compresses it, thereby producing a huge explosion-like impact. Naturally, Spirit Bomb also has a weakness, that is, it needs to go through a long process of gathering vitality, and for Li Su in this gap, it is a completely dangerous and defenseless stage. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Grey Jiren clasped his arms and his face was calm, just quietly watching the blue elf's energy ball that was accumulating more and more in Li Su's hands. And 11 universes Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction are so delicious that they are watching with their fists folded, and even a hint of disdain appears in the corners of their mouths. The 11th universe Gods of Destruction has always believed that no one can defeat Jiren, and Jiren is the most tyrannical and invincible existence. At the same time, what Grey Jiren is best at is to give the opponent enough time, and after he delivers his most tyrannical blow, he will directly crush him with 100 times and 1,000 times the strength that surpasses the opponent. This kind of behavior is the most cruel and domineering, and it is often the inch that Grey Jiren is best at. At this juncture, even the rest of the 7th universe had other thoughts. The idea also had to let go of the prejudice in the heart at this time. Extending the arms straightens the vitality in his body between Li Su, the huge energy gathered in Li Su's arms. Extraordinarily huge, even Li Su's arms are extraordinarily laborious, and there are now faint cracks on the rock on which the solace of his feet stand. Li Su's arms moved slightly, slowly pushing the extraordinarily huge popularity to the area where Grey Jiren was. Grey Jiren, don't regret giving me time to prepare. The turbulent energy group slowly appeared in front of Grey Jiren's eyes with 853 with great strength, and Grey Jiren was still as usual, extraordinarily calm. Even just stretched out an arm, and then, in the eyes of everyone, the spirit bomb, which was exceptionally strong just now, was slowly pushed back. With the strength of one arm, Grey Jiren pushed the spirit bomb that Li Su cast just now back to where they were. In such a situation, the Li Su alliance mobilized all of its own strength and put some pressure on spirit bomb again. If Spirit Bomb is really pushed back by Grey Jiren, then the extraordinarily turbulent energy carried in Spirit Bomb will cause extremely serious damage to itself. Therefore, Li Su exerted all his strength to push the Spirit Bomb towards the Grey Jiren again. Again and again, the scene looks a little weird. Under everyone's attention, they could only see that the extraordinarily huge energy group was constantly fighting between the two parties, like a tug of war, and it was obvious that the weaker party was gradually becoming Li Su. The coercion caused by the huge Spirit Bomb has also gradually approached Li Su. Even Li Su is trying to exert his full strength, but in the face of the huge gap in strength, he has nothing to do. He can only watch the huge energy bomb getting closer and closer. Li Su tried his best to calm his mind, while compressing the spirit bomb in his palm, trying to gradually control its surging momentum. But the more it looks like this, the more energy pressure in the gradually smaller spirit bomb volume, the more severe the rebound caused by suppressing it too vigorously, and the more serious the impact will be. Just when Li Su finally got his job done, the extraordinarily large spirit bomb exploded. Due to his own lack of strength, Li Su fell into the spirit bomb that Jiren had just returned. A white light suddenly appeared in the sky, and Li Su's figure fell down like a broken feather. In the surrounding area, there was an extraordinarily turbulent energy whistling around, and the ground shattered. The storm hit, and after this massive destruction scene passed, everything was calm again. But there is a special difference. Now on the field, neither Li Su is seen nor Li Su's breath is felt at the same time. Perhaps Li Su was swallowed up by the huge energy bomb just created, and his whole body exploded. Therefore, if this is the case, it can only be regarded as Jiren winning, because Li Su blew himself up, so the Grey Jiren will not be eliminated. The other players who survived on the arena are all sighing in their hearts, but even in this way, they have not lost their fighting spirit. After Li Su's defeat, the other universe players began to automatically form a circle, surrounding the only 3 remaining players of the 11th universe where Jiren was in grey, trying to give them a fatal blow. What are you all waiting for? Come on, get started. And because Li Su is now judged to be defeated, although Li Su's figure or breath has not been found, everyone in the arena thinks that Li Su is completely disappeared due to the backlash of huge energy caused by Fengtai. Just as he was about to be disqualified, Zeno's little finger was about to point to Li Su's avatar, and suddenly the sky was gusting, and the entire boundless realm, the sky suddenly turned white. After that, in the place where Li Su and Grey Jiren were fighting, everyone was a dazzling white light, and after passing, a male figure suddenly appeared in this area as much as possible. Well, there was a bright light all around, the man turned slightly and he was the figure of Li Su. His eyes were full of 3.1 pieces of silver. Even the aura of the whole person seems to have a different connection with the previous one, and it seems to be a bit more calm now. Well, now Beerus can also confirm that Li Su's sudden appearance is not because he survived the explosion just now. On the contrary, because of the previous spirit bomb, what big opportunity was triggered. It is very mysterious to see the state Li Su has entered. You walked a little bit forward and looked extraordinarily slow, but at this moment the Grey Jiren's figure suddenly disappeared, took the initiative to attack, and suddenly appeared in front of Li Su's eyes. What Jiren didn't expect using the Grey was an extraordinarily slow movement like Li Su. Even very cleverly avoided the attack of Grey Jiren just now. With a little toes, the whole person is like a slow-motion phantom, exquisite speed, huge strength, all of which seem to be completely different from the abilities Li Su showed before. Afterwards, Li Su took advantage of this state machine to make some scratches with Grey Jiren. Although it was not serious and did not attack the key points, it was also a victory for Li Su. You have already lost, please come off. At this time, the other 2 players of the 11th universe, Dispo and Topo, also arrived at Li Su's side. Both of them showed their nirvana skills and wanted to stop Li Su's actions, but the movements seemed extraordinarily calm and slow. Li Su suddenly moved his hands, facing their strongest attack, just grabbed their double 23 legs with his palms. After taking a random shot, the bodies of the two extremely tyrannical players were seen as nothing in Li Su's hands, just like throwing a rag, very simple. Dragpo still didn't give up. He cast the Fist of Justice, facing Li Su, like a torrential rain. And Li Su didn't have any extra moves, not even basic defensive attacks, just slightly raised his footsteps and walked in the direction of Grey Jiren. In this way, it was very clever to avoid the attack of dragging. Li Su turned around, and then the whole person was in the air. His face was calm, his right fist attacked, and the fist of Grey Jiren collided fiercely. The whole situation looked even more bizarre. After that, Li Su only slightly bent his left arm, and his torn figure was thrown aside. Then came the real battle between Li Su and Grey Jiren. Li Su paced slowly, suddenly disappeared and teleported, and the fists of the two people in front of Grey Jiren met again. After that, a more violent and bloody fight unfolded between the two. Due to the fierce attack from Li Su's fist, the Grey Jiren's body staggered back a few steps unconsciously. Afterwards, the toes of Grey Jiren rose a little in the air, and the two people's combat area shifted from the arena to the mid-air, and a more tragic fight began. The other universe players in the arena are now dumbfounded, watching the battle between Li Su and Grey Jiren. For them, both of them are god-level figures. The great gods fought, and they didn't even have time to see the movements of the two of them. Only one thing can be confirmed, that is, Li Su's strength has improved by leaps and bounds after the battle just now. In addition, Li Su's strength is still in the process of continuous improvement. In the mid-air, blasting sounds are heard from time to time, shining constantly. Ultra Instinct. And Li Su's move, although other players in the arena did not recognize it, was even more surprising than Beerus of the 7th universe. This kind of move is very familiar, even Beerus can't do it, but now Li Su, who he once looked down on, now has the top secret that even gods can't grasp. How could such a thing not surprise him? The other Supreme Kai gods of destruction who were present at the same time expressed jealousy and surprise. Li Su's body speed and strength are in the process of continuous improvement in one aspect, and the movement speed is getting faster, and even the Grey Jiren also pays attention to it, and the battle between the two is more hardy. Li Su's fist moved faster, like a storm, and fought against Grey Jiren, who counteracted with his fist. Suddenly there was a roar from Li Su, and the surrounding rocks shattered his eardrums. After that, Li Su bent his knees and aimed at Jiren's belly. Jiren was hit, and his entire body was severely damaged. After the Grey Jiren's whole body fell down, Li Su stood in midair, and suddenly a huge energy emerged from his palm. This energy is extremely magnificent, that is, startling. After slowly blooming in the hands of Li Su, under the gaze of all 863 people, the position occupied by the Grey Jiren was poured out. After this extremely powerful force passed, Li Su did not give up the attack on the Grey Jiren. Instead, there was a very bright and surging energy release in Li Su's right fist again. With a roar, all violent attacks were aimed at Grey Jiren. A huge explosion sounded, and a huge hole could be seen on the ground. In the fierce gunpowder, the Grey Jiren's figure was faintly visible, and there was not even the slightest sign of injury. Li Su, you are really interesting. Grey Jiren's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that Li Su's actions just now didn't irritate him. Instead, he seemed to have discovered something extremely interesting, and the whole person fell into a more excited and violent state. After the violent gunpowder smoke passed, everyone in the arena could clearly see the battle between the two. Grey Jiren put their palms together and caught Li Su's fist. Is the scorching temperature you are showing now your full strength? Grey Jiren's own potential is beyond anyone's imagination. An extremely strong attack like Li Su, for Grey Jiren, it seemed more than enough to catch it with one palm. In the palm of the Grey Jiren, a more tyrannical power suddenly appeared, and after aiming at Li Su, a scream came from the arena. Li Su was blown away by the strength shown by the Grey Jiren, and this appearance made the other players in the arena feel desperate. Such a powerful opponent, what do they rely on to fight against him? It is simply impossible. The huge smoke almost filled the field with sadness and joy, making everyone's heart even colder. I know that Jiren has always been invincible, even if Li Su is like this, it can only be temporary. How could he really master such a profound sense of skill? Supreme Kai and gods of destruction from the 11th universe were so delicious that both adults breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the arena. At this moment, the Grey Jiren's body was very tall and straight, standing on the arena, and no one could provoke him. The smoke of gunpowder passed, and suddenly, the 6th universe killer Hyder appeared, and in just a moment of effort, he attacked the Grey Jiren. According to the general situation, after the huge stunt has just been displayed, there will inevitably be a momentary gap. But the thing about Grey Jiren is that he doesn't even show a perfect defensive state in this gap. Do you think you can defeat me with your strength? That may be the case. After all, I have to go out to work now, but I can't be lazy. Hit also wanted to try it out. What kind of strength did he show for an opponent that even Li Su felt extremely difficult to deal with? On the other side, Li Su's own strength is now too much consumption. Just now in the process of smoke, Son Goku rescued Li Su. Recovering physical strength is also a process, so Li Su lay on the spot without any scruples, and Son Goku did his due diligence by standing beside Li Su. Suddenly, Librian from the second universe attacked again, aiming in the direction of Son Goku and Lee Su. You stay well first, and I will deal with him. However, what Son Goku did not expect was that now Lee Su is no longer there. You know what? The area where you are now is a blind spot over the entire arena, and even if I kill you here, no one will see it. 35. In fact now Lee Su has been transferred by Frisia to a very remote place. Lee Su opened his eyes slightly and saw a dazzling purple light in front of him, which was the figure of Frisia. Tisk tisk tisk, your appearance really makes me sigh, so you are just like that. Frisia smirked, looked down at Lee Su, and let out his signature laugh. Looking at the way you are now, it reminds me of how I entered hell before. Since Lee Su's strength has been exhausted now, it will take some time to recover his strength, so even Lee Su is still angry but powerless, he can only quietly watch Frisia condescending, mocking and insulting himself. In Frisia's right palm, a huge purple energy group emerged, wrapping Lee Su. Lee Su closed his eyes, did not expect that he did not die under the hands of Grey Jiren, but ended up being destroyed in the hands of Frisia. Is he self-inflicted? However, the expected pain did not appear. Instead, the extremely abundant power emanating from the body felt that the series within the body seemed to have picked up faintly. I will also share some of my breath with you, recover quickly, and hurry up to fight. That Grey Jiren's facial paralysis looks really annoyed me. Lee Su raised his lips slightly, clasped his fists with both hands, and looked ready to go. Looking at the camera, now the killer hit of the 6th universe is facing head-to-head against the Grey Jiren of the 11th universe. Hit's fist attacked the Grey Jiren and blocked it with the palm of his hand, but with such an extremely light blow from the Grey Jiren, Hit's fist couldn't move at all. Qianzhao attacked with 2 punches, and then the Grey Jiren's arms lifted Hit's entire body vigorously, and after rotating the Grey Jiren's body in midair in this way, he threw it to the side with all his strength. Hit dodged and used his time defense skills, but even so, the rules of time and space didn't work for Grey Jiren at all. Grey Jiren seems to have transcended the time limit now. Grey Jiren is completely indifferent to the confusion of Flash Shigong, and can find Hit's real hiding place very quickly. And this look is equivalent to all of Hit's moves. In front of the Grey Jiren, they are all in sight, and the situation can be described as very dangerous. Up to now, Hit and Grey Jiren are still fighting in full swing, when the two of them stand on the top of the mountain and look at each other. And other universe players are watching at this time, whether it is the super killer of the 6th universe or the powerhouse of the 11th universe is even more powerful. Suddenly Hit's figure moved, and everyone only felt that the movements of the two people in front of them quickly passed by, so that everyone on the scene could not see exactly what happened. I only saw that suddenly the Grey Jiren stepped on Hit's feet, and in the middle of the process, people couldn't see their movements at all. Did you see exactly what happened? It seems that Hitter stored the flash power in time, thereby opening up a short period of time in another space, and what was left in the real space is the virtual it. 35. Vados frowned as he watched Hit's actions in the arena. It seemed Hitter's enemy was really powerful and terrifying. After that, it was like breaking the calm just now. The movements of Hit and Jiren in Grey 887 became faster and faster, and Jiren in Grey could see through every movement of Hit, thus hitting Hit's key points very accurately. And the flash time skill, which Hit has always been proud of, is completely invisible in the eyes of Grey Jiren, and it has no impact at all. Grey Jiren's strength is beyond everyone's knowledge, and even the entire network on the viewing platform is also interested in watching. But why on earth does Hit keep using flash power that doesn't work on Grey Jiren at all? The 6th universe Gods of Destruction Compa is a little puzzled. Since he knows that the flash time power has no effect on Grey Jiren, why does Hit, as a super killer, keep trying again and again? Indeed, each of Hit's attacks did not deal damage to Grey Jiren, and every hit by Grey Jiren against Hit was kept to a minimum. After all, he is the super killer of the 6th universe, and his ability to deal with things is naturally not weak. Under such circumstances, Hit has long been thinking about the solution to this matter. However, this tough fight is indeed very difficult for Hit, and the fist of Grey Jiren is really heavy. Looks like it's time to wrap up the work. 99. Grey Jiren's right leg was raised high, and his right foot was aimed at Hit's abdominal step and hit him with one kick. Hit was kicked backwards by the Grey Jiren, and the whole person fell into the rubble. It's just that Hit's face was calm and there was no sign of annoyance or depression. In fact, Jiren's attack just now had completely memorized his attack pattern with his body. And the reason why Hit does this naturally has his reasons. There is gravel between the two, so the Grey Jiren can't see Hit's movements. Hit spread his palms out, and then hit the Grey Jiren through the heavy gravel. And Grey Jiren is naturally not affected by this level of attack, but this is not Hit's ultimate goal. In a flash, Hit's figure, CDDB, appeared behind the Grey Jiren, and released the long-awaited punch at the back. All the attacks just made were just foreshadowing, and all Hit was waiting for was this punch. Hit actually understood that his general attacks had no effect on Jiren at all, and only some special attacks would affect Jiren. Waiting for a long time, this punch will make you taste the power of time. Ordinary attacks are completely ineffective for Grey Jiren, and only some special means can damage Grey Jiren. Under the effect of Hit's full-strength blow, the Grey Jiren's figure quickly fell back. Due to the violent impact of inertia, the Grey Jiren's body passed through the heavy gravel peaks and swept towards the boundary. and just one step away from falling out of the arena, the Grey Gyron controlled his body and stabilized his body on the arena. That's all. The Grey Gyron's face was flushed and the sleeves didn't take hits blow to heart. Even the damage caused by hit on the top of the Grey Gyron's body has completely dissipated at this time, and has not caused the slightest impact. However, in an instant, Grey Gyron noticed that there was a difference in the body. That is, he seems to be locked in another space now. In this space, the movement of the body is completely restricted, and no action can be displayed in the prison of this time. But even in this way, Hit can only use time to seal the action of Grey Gyron, and cannot cause fatal damage to Grey Gyron. Therefore, this action requires Hit to use all his strength to block the check and balance. But because the Grey Gyron's strength is too strong, now the Grey Gyron is trying to break through the time set by Hit. Gyron's body is constantly exerting power, and the powerful energy shakes the energy.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.